Welcome everybody joining in. T minus 10 seconds for launch protocol. T minus 9 seconds until we take off. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and we are blasting off into the cosmos. Yeah. Hello. Welcome everybody. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension. Thank you all so much for being here for what is now going to become an annual event, Beyond UFO Disclosure. It's a no-charge event because this is such an important topic that giving people updates on what's going on and really shifting the narrative to the nuts and bolts, to what's going on behind all these government, Pentagon, military-industrial complex information, to the actual experience. We've been doing this for a while, but now it's going to be even more so, really focusing on what is beyond UFOs. And I'm joined here by my two great friends, Alan Steinfeld of New Realities and Joan of Angels. Welcome, guys.
Thanks, Neil. I'm so happy. And yes, of course, Joan always has her little friend there, but I think this needs to be maybe a biannual, like every 6 months, because everything's changing in the narrative. Every day there's new information, government insiders, experiencers. This is the time where the planet wakes up to who we really are. I really feel that's going on. Right, Joan?
Yeah, that's really well said. And, you know, there's this thing about disclosure is like taking something that's been out there as a conspiracy and really acknowledging that not only are they here in our government, but they're going to be here in our yards, in our backyard. We will have contact with them in our lifetime.
Right. But going beyond what the title says, UFOs and ETs means the awakening of who we are. So we have to rise to the occasion where we can actually be equals. You know, it's not like we're going to worship these beings. They may be more intelligent, greater technology, but we have to remember they are not greater than us.
Right. And what we're going to see today is not just who are these beings, but it's predominantly the messages that are cosmic messages coming down for humanity. And a huge message is we are you. You know what I mean? That we are interconnected. A lot of these beings are us in other dimensions visiting us right here. And there's also a message of empowerment, what steps that we can take in order to do the inner work. And this goes back to, you know, I think his name's Avi Loeb, the Israeli space chief. Avi Loeb, the Israeli space chief. What he basically said is that the Galactic Federation is here, but we're not at the level of consciousness, basically, in order to be able to have open interaction and communication.
That wasn't Avi Loeb. That was Rashid. Avi Loeb is the astronomer from Harvard.
He was the guy with the meteorite, the asteroid, right?
Yes.
So the Israeli space chief, forgot his name right now. But even within that, they're basically saying that we need to be at the level, the vibration, the frequency in order to even have open communication. You know what I'm saying? There it is. Time Ashed.
Yes. And that's the difference with contactees and abductees. You know, this is a huge step in our being equals, like you're saying, and beyond equal means we have to be fully empowered.
You know, this is exactly why I wrote this book, Making Contact, because it's about making contact with whatever out there and ourselves. Oh, thank you, Joan. And the earth. But, you know, look at the title there. There's an asterisk. An asterisk means in Greek little star. But it's also the point of making contact is to stop using words. I have a whole talk about this. We need to get out of the linear way of thinking and start to think in symbols in a more abstract way, because I feel that's the next level of our evolution. Get back to the right brain or the integrated brain of understanding reality.
100% agree. All right, so go ahead, Joan, and then we'll get into our first guest.
There's so much we don't know. That's the most exciting thing. And that's why this conference today is exciting, to really sort of deep dive into these perspectives and what other people are receiving of information.
Yes.
You know, one more thing I just want to say. I heard Luis Elizondo last night in Jimmy Church, and he kept talking about pushing forward disclosure, which is one level, of course. But every time this government guy said disclosure, he means pushing for the fact that aliens or whatever these things are actually here. So it's no longer a secret. It is out in the open. this is the people's movement that Portal to Ascension is a big part of. We are moving towards our own expression of the truth. So that's why we're all here, because we are the truth. We are expressing it.
Yeah. Right. What inspired this event, as I funnel into that first guest here, what inspired this event is an impromptu event. As most of you know, we put our events on our website, but I just had this thought. So I just created a Zoom link because I didn't want to deal with all the production. And I was just like, let's just do this, get as many people involved as possible. We have 1,122 people signed up, 1122. And yesterday we had 1,111 people signed up, 1111. So just throwing those numbers out there because I love synchronicities. And it's just about us continuing to move forward and doing the inner work. And today we're going to have downloads from some amazing individuals, just bringing them on. There'll be some sort of engagement. And then in some of them, Joan and Alan and I will come on and make some commentary afterwards. And again, to all the speakers, please keep your presentations to around 40 minutes so that we have 5 minutes of like transitioning into the next one. So let's do this. You guys ready?
Yeah, ready. I think it's interesting we come on and make comment because we were trying to weave together the narrative here. It's everyone has their own piece, but where do we put that piece of the puzzle within the big picture?
Exactly. Mm-hmm. All right. So go ahead, Joan.
I just had this vision. Had this vision that we're at the doorway of the ship and everyone's come in and gotten their seats and we are now liftoff. Okay.
Let's lift off with our first guest.
Yes, I just saying we have an active chat. We already have 95 comments in the chat, so let's keep mindful of that.
Keep the energy flowing, yes. All right, so our first guest today is Karuna Flo, also known as Nature Flo, is a world soul traveler that journeyed throughout the planet with miracles occurring through intuition and faith. He has been referred to as a channel for Earth consciousness and is passionate about sharing new offerings that unify the planet for the next 7 generations and beyond. His life has been dedicated to empowering others, the teachings of Mother Earth, and connecting others to the galactic realms. He is the creator of the group Oracle Masters of Light and the Palladian Starseed Oracle deck. He is also the founder of Star Codes, which offers Starseed activations. He was also in our Starseed conference that we did last year. And we have a few productions that we're doing together this year. And he's become a great friend. So welcome, Flo. How you doing, brother?
So honored to be here, brother. Grateful to Joan, Alan, and just feeling the energy in the field right now. It's palpable. You can feel it in your vibration. And it feels almost as a reunion, so to speak, of the star family on Earth coming together.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's why we're here. That's our mission, is to create a reunion of galactic families.
So thank you, brother, for being here. Do you want to just take it away?
Absolutely. Thanks. So honored to be here. Honored to all the people in the audience right now. My name is Flo Karuna. For those who have never met me, I am in service today and in service to this awakening occurring on our planet, where we as human souls are remembering our truth, because the field is opening. And with the field opening, we are able to receive the greater story. It's much beyond history books or what we've learned. The truth is in our genetics. The truth is in our DNA, and we are online, so to speak, and remembering. So there's so much to share today. I'm going to try to keep this to our 40 minutes, so end at 12:50 Pacific time. And my journey begins with, like most of you, it's a normal Earth life, going through the motions, going through society upbringing, chasing what society laid out for me, and then having a moment of clarity where the universe opens, the sky opens, and you remember you're not just a human in a temporary existence, but you're an infinite soul that's lived multiple incarnations throughout the galaxy. And an awakening begins to occur in you, that you're here for a specific reason. You're here for a mission. You're here to serve a greater good. And that's what my life has been in the second half of my journey, quote unquote. It's to serve these cosmic communications, to serve these messages. And my communication, I used to meditate a lot around 12 years ago, 15 years ago, almost like a monk, just meditating all day. And my mind became so clear that I started to receive information from ultra-terrestrial sources. And this is the beauty of consciousness, family, that our consciousness is a satellite, is an antenna, is a reception that has an ability to stretch beyond the time-space continuum and receive vibration, receive downloads, receive information. And this UFO, beyond UFO, the UFO contact or the extraterrestrial star family contact has already begun in our field, has already begun in our awareness, and it's been happening behind the scenes since this planet was incepted, since we came to Earth. So this is not a new story. This is a re-remembrance and a reunion with our cosmic family. And getting ready for this activation today, one particular race I really work with, they're called the Lyrans. They came down and they wanted to share their information and communication with you all. So I'm really happy to share this information. I'm just going to start my screen share and get this. I don't see the slides.
Looks like they're up here on.
Oh,
your
do you?
We're just seeing your desktop, actually.
Yeah, so pull it up on your desktop.
Yeah, I'm clicking it. It's not opening for some reason. If it's not meant to be, I'll just continue.
Yeah, try again.
Try this one
Try
more
just
time.
sharing the entire screen rather than the PowerPoint.
Okay, here we go. There we go. Boom. Alrighty. So let's do this again. Okay, do you guys see that?
Yes.
Alrighty. So today we're going to journey into the constellation of Lyra to get some information and learn about our allies, our universal allies that are in servitude to us today. So a lot of information came down in the transmission, and I wrote a lot down to ensure I could get the communication properly to each and every one of you. So to begin our journey to Lyra, we must travel 25 light years into the small constellation of Lyra, home to Vega, and home to a great aspect of our human story. In particular, I'm going to be sharing the communications from two species, new messages from two species in the Lyra constellation. One will be the white lionesses that are now in Sirius B. Hopefully we have time for that. But the first transmission will be from the feline humanoids in Gamma Lay. So these are these beings that I connected with. And through the ability of consciousness, we have a reach. We have a reach that could go beyond our awareness. We have a reach that could transcend into the entire earth plane, into the entire universal plane, and begin to exchange vibratory codecs with other beings. When these codecs get sent out into the field, they sometimes match with like vibrations of other beings. And these are the beings who responded to the ping, so to speak. So these beings are how I would describe them is they look almost like a feline humanoid combination. And they live on a specific planet in Gamma Lye, which is kind of going the opposite trajectory of Earth. So in this grand universe, it's built on cyclical nature or cycles. And as our planet Earth is transcending into the upper echelon or higher dimensional field, this particular planet has gone through the higher dimensional field and is slowly descending. So I reached out them to the gateway of consciousness, and how I would describe them is they're very scientific in nature. They have a great degree of respect for sacred geometrics and they honor mathematics, numerology, and I would describe them as advanced beings. They're great people for me because I consider myself more artistic and left brain, and they relay a lot of scientific information to balance me out. In particular today, they want to give us a transmission on the power of sound and how we could use sound to transform our existence and better understand the universe. So I'm just gonna make sure I got this written down. All right. So to begin, as we shift in dimensional epochs or eras, each dimension that is experienced is founded and is anchored in a specific sound vibration frequency. So dimensional scales are literally scales or octaves compared to musical notes. And as we rise up the dimensional scale, which is what is happening now on planet Earth, a different sort of harmonic resonance begins to envelop us and take place. And what this does is it creates a certain structure and organization to all around us. Sound in its essence is a reorganizing principle. It actually, on a deep level, is organizing the entire field around us. And as we transcend into this next dimensional scale, the field around us is going to start to organize, not just outside us, but more in particularly in ourselves. What this can be related to is the experiments that we've seen maybe online where instruments or sound frequency is played and rice begins to organize to specific patterns. So I'm just going to play this for you all now. So this is the power of sound from a deep level. Each specific hertz frequency that is being broadcasted to this plate begins to reorganize matter, reorganize existence. And this is what is happening right now. We are entering a different universal scale on planet Earth, and it's reorganizing our internal matter, reorganizing our consciousness, and reorganizing society all around us. So this is, I love watching this because it gives like a visceral experience to what is transcending. And I'm going to begin to read their messages. I normally like to just wing it in the fly, but all the information came down beforehand, so I wanted to honor the communication. So, you are an instrument that, like anything else, needs to be tuned. This process to tune yourself begins by finding your unique note and attuning to your vessel for requesting the sound to be heard internally. So in your temple, you are not just creating sounds through your vocal cords, but your entire auric field, your entire body is broadcasting a vibration through the field. Your organs, for example, there's no mistake that the instruments or organs within you are called organs because they are generating sound frequency. And as you attune to your inner awareness, you begin to realize you are sending forth a sound frequency to the world around you. Our current day scientists are starting to discover this in flora and fauna. And this is some information on researchers talking about how plants emit sound. So I'll just read it out loud. The researchers who tested this hypothesis of plants producing sound at the Tel Aviv University found that tomato and tobacco plants made sound at frequencies humans cannot hear. New Scientist reports microphones placed 10 centimeters from the plants picked up sounds in the ultrasonic range of 20 to 100 kilohertz, which the team says insects and some mammals would be capable of hearing and responding to from as far as 5 meters away. The plants made these sounds when stressed by lack of water or when their stems were cut. Tomato plants stressed by drought made an average of 35 sounds per hour. Tobacco plants on average made 11. Unstressed plants, by contrast, produce fewer than 1 sound per hour. The scientists used machine learning to distinguish between different kinds of distress calls, as it were, and different kind of plants. I'll just continue that. So this is more, and this is from Live Science magazine. Gagliano and her colleagues recently showed corn seedlings' roots lean towards a 222 hertz per, and the roots emit clicks of a similar tune. Chili seedlings quicken their growth when a nasty sweet fennel plant is nearby, sealed off from the chilies in a box that only transmits sound. We have identified that plants respond to sound and they make their own sounds. The obvious purpose of sound might be for communication with others. So as we gauge by that information, there is a subtle sound in the reality that is consistently happen. And when we as humans can begin to tune into this more subtle aspect of sound frequency, we gain an ability to co-create with existence and recalibrate ourselves or tune our instrument. And these are the messages passed forth by the Lyrans on this. There is a constant revealing on string theory, quantum mechanics, and our vibratory universe, and observe how everything is connected to sound. Vibration is sound. Harmony is sound. Collective coherence is sound. And we begin to decode the structure of everything sound related, for everything is built on this principle. We have heard the sayings from the Bible. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. I attribute the Word to being the world. Or the Hindu and Buddhist belief systems that the sound of Om created our world. Or your heartbeat. Once again, the beat, the rhythm is associated with life. This constantly continues, for you are moving rhythmic harmony. And when the instrument of yourself is tuned, your operating system begins to take on vitality, youth, and transcends natural limitations or barriers. Sound frequency has the ability to penetrate beyond the field of time and space and access the multi-dimensional field, for sound has no boundaries, and this is the power, beloved starseeds. When you begin to find this inner sound within yourself and let it play through your divine essence, you soon start to attune yourself, and the entire planet syncs up to a new awareness. As we've seen from these rice experiments, there is an organizing principle through how sound impacts your life. So I'm not too deep on sharing conspiracy-related information, but they wanted to share that the U.S. government or the U.S. military with, for example, HARP technology, what it involves is satellite dishes projecting sound waves into the field to elicit a specific thought wave frequency on the population. So sound waves are influencing our collective consciousness. And the beauty is that we are not just affected by the outside forces, but we have the empowerment that our instrument can impact the field all around us. And this is greater than any device of manipulation, because you are the greatest technology available. And how amazing is that? Just for a moment now, feel your consciousness and realize the genius that is residing in you. Just pause for a second. Take a deep breath and feel the sensation in your being, the vibratory rate, and realize you are residing in a genius vehicle of creation that is allowing you to exist right now. So to sense our vibration is the first piece of the puzzle. But as we sensitize more to our inner temple, inner chamber, those vibrations soon correlate into sound frequency. And as mentioned, not simply sounds from your vocals, but a natural eminence that your body is constantly, and your aura is constantly vibrating. We've also seen in our modern day time, like they've got the sound of the sun, and it sounded like the Om sound, because everything is in resonant frequency. This is how certain humans tapping into sound exchange codecs with the star family. We broadcast vibration into the field that meets other advanced civilizations whom recognize this resonance, and begins an exchange of communication through these radio waves. On the Earth plane, we hear about NASA sending radio waves to other civilizations. But once again, this seems like trivial when I hear about this Earth technology, when within us all we have built-in technology, which is the most advanced in the land, that can begin to relay vibration to other civilizations and begin a communication. And this is how I, in particular, communicate with various star species. I feel through attuning my body in various practices, meditation, clearing outdated cache, outdated programs. You allow your instrument to be more clear. And when the instrument is more clear, spirit plays through you like a flute, and you begin to send a beautiful harmony to all of source. And this is the beauty that is ourselves. This is the beauty that is you. For you are this gift to creation. You are this gift of sound. And by you connecting to your instrument, you begin to live a life of passion, of service, of giving back to others, and being your fullest expression to the world at large. And I just thought I'd share that because each one of you is so precious to this operation right now of collective coherence and collective consciousness coming together in the dimensional uplifting and singing a new message. And what this means for your individual lives is, as a new note begins to be played around you and reorganize your field, this means you're going to start a shifting for your life patterns. Perhaps there's going to be parts of you that were once serving and are no longer serving. And we really have to honor this transformation within our field and recognize that when something feels off to you or it's past due, it's really an opportune time to let it go and allow the new reorganization to occur in your field. And the new reorganization, dear family, is humanity entering multi-dimensional consciousness. In this field of multi-dimensional consciousness, which we've talked about, dimensions are octaves and scales. So to be multi-dimensional means you can play different notes of creation. You know, to play one note on a flute, all right, that's cool. But if you could play multiple notes, you can really craft something marvelous. And this is the wavelength the star family operates on, multi-dimensional frequency. And to be a human is not to simply go to these higher planes, but it's to play all your fields, including being a human, being grounded, following your natural human abilities, and then having those moments to lift off, as we've been saying before this conference, and connect to the higher dimensional beings. But in essence, to be multi-dimensional is allowing for dimensional planes to weave with each other, to be stitched with each other. And this is how we make the greatest impact on planet Earth, in my personal opinion. For we have these different sound frequencies, we have these different dimensions. But when we root to our body and we are connected to our cosmic consciousness, we allow for these cosmic codes to interweave with our DNA, interweave with our body. And through this is going to birth the new human, which is many of us right now. This new human is telepathic in nature. This new human has vitality and its energy flow is rapid, instant healing, rapid healing, and ability for one's consciousness to weave and co-connect with their physical body and guide the body to whatever path it seeks. The opportunity here is co-creation, not simply being a slave to your genetics or what's presented, but being an empowered liberator to write the story of the future planet and write the story for yourself with full freedom. And this is the beauty of the now. In the future, from the health perspective, this is what they're saying. Everything is going to be in relation to sound healing. Not just doctors feeling your frequency and sensing what is off, but you yourself being empowered to tap into your instrument and feeling specific parts of your body that are maybe off tilt, off him, sensitizing to those parts of the body and beginning to use your consciousness to direct a new sound wave frequency for ultimate healing. We're going to find with this, we're going to shift a lot in the health paradigm and return back to ancient cultures such as ancient Egypt or Atlantis and Lemuria, or in particular Atlantis and ancient Egypt, that were using sound to heal themselves and evolve. Even from an ancient Egypt standpoint, using sound to move matter and manipulate matter. And I work a lot with the Hathor Collective, and we'll be sharing a lot of the Hathor's communication at the Ancient Egypt Starseed Conference with Portal to Ascension. So I'm all about experience. I love experience, and I think that is the way to free ourselves. So I'm just going to stop this screen share. And I'm going to begin to play some sounds for you via the crystal bowls, and I want to see how you respond personally. So we have this beautiful amethyst bowl, and I'm just going to invite you to close your eyes, connect with your sacred temple. I'm just going to play. Hopefully Zoom could take it, but and what you're going to do is just simply observe how this sound affects your thoughts, emotions, and body. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Just simply observe, notice any changes in your awareness, in your energy field. And now I'm going to play another bowl in a different note, and you're going to tell me how, if there's any difference. Simply just pay attention to your vessel. And through your awareness, through your sacred awareness, you're going to experience firsthand how sound is interacting with you on a molecular level. Now we're going to, just for difference, I'm going to play the drum. You're going to tell me now how this sound affects you. Sound reorganizes you. So just wanted to give you some examples and see how sound is affecting your structure. And this is really what the star family wants to attune us to and really train us to, because our future reality is built on the power of sound. And I've heard the saying, and I've received it too. In past times, the gurus were speakers and teachers, but in our current reality, moving forth, all the teachers will be musicians, because sound has an ability to transcend the logic block limitations and access your heart, access your field, and begin to actually rewire everything within you. Light language, for example, is a big topic in the starseed community. And from what I know on light language is, it's not simply a language that's communicating to your logical self, but it's actually a vibratory signature that is meeting your DNA, meeting your molecular structure, and reorganize it to your cosmic remembrance. And this is the power of sound, family. It has an ability to bless us. It has an ability to heal you. It has an ability to evolve you, open brain cells, bring vitality. And the Lyran family, especially the feline humanoids of Gamma Relay, really want to share this empowerment with us, because it's going to really serve us in the current time and the future. So I've been getting a lot of messages, and also from the white lionesses of Sirius B. And I don't know if you have limited time, and I was actually given 2 presentations, but I think we'll stay in the sound field, and I would like to open up to any questions that I'm connected with the Lyrids right now that anyone has. Maybe if Neil or one of the hosts need to ask a question, I'm in service to that.
Well, I just have a quick question, because I've been following the crop circles for many years, and it seems like you can translate those patterns into sound frequencies. Is that a Lyrian? And talk about crop circles a little bit.
Okay, that's great. So I'm just going to look into that. Wow. So right away they're telling me, I feel this is a Lyran energy, but they're saying when these crop circles appear, they're not just to give the planet communication from a human level. It's actually to embed our Mother Earth with a sound frequency. And I'm seeing how when these sort of crafts or advanced beings would project sound onto the Earth, the crop circles are a byproduct of the healing work entering deep into Gaia. And they're telling me, like, a patient that needs certain uplifting or frequency raising, they send them sound. And these advanced beings, in their subtle way, were sending sound frequency into the cores of Earth to keep it at a particular calibration, so we wouldn't descend too low. And it's pretty special, actually, hearing that.
Beautiful.
That's kind of like the pyramids that could have been created to keep us at a certain level of awareness too, But
Exactly.
I've heard a lot of people say that crop circles, maybe not all of them, but many of them, are the consciousness of the Earth as a sentient being, giving us this reminder, waking us up, So
Wow.
kind of in alignment with what you're saying.
But
Yeah,
they're
it's
also-
definitely like a two-way street, right?
There are also frequencies. What you said, they're sort of like vitamin injections for nourishing consciousness on the Earth, in a sense. Boom, here's another one. Here's another one. Yeah, thanks. That's great. Great. You see any more questions?
Yeah, we
on
have
there?
a question in the room. Joan, you want to read it by Jewel Fitz? You see that there?
No, let's see. Oh, okay. I've been getting this consistent tone tunes in my left ears for over a month. Now, is that a way for the field to be tuning me to my own note? Great question.
That's a great question. Okay, I'm just gonna personally look in. Well, I mean, it's different for everyone, but for this particular individual, I'm hearing his guides are actually sending sound wave frequency, so a certain part of his remembrance kicks in. So every time you hear those sounds, it's a gift from your guides to open certain neural pathways for your life path. So they're actually working with you a lot.
That's a great answer.
We have another one here.
We
Go
have
ahead.
some other questions in the Q&A. Should I read them out there?
Yeah, read the second one because I think the first one was before we started with Flo. That's for
Okay.
someone else, maybe. Yeah.
So how can we start bringing these teachings in a way where humans can understand and also benefit?
That's a great question. I mean, for me personally, I feel we need to experience sound in a much greater way. And whether it's sound healing journey, sound bath, or experiment with your vehicle, I feel it begins with our connection and awareness to sound from an individual level. And through becoming aware of how sound is affecting our reality, we get the download for its potency and power. From a collective standpoint, I feel we're all connected to a great network of collective consciousness. And when one individual, so to speak, comes online, it allows for other flames to come online too. And the empowerment is always an individual journey, it's always an inner journey, and that creates the field around us. So we don't need to rely, there's this a very powerful awareness, because we don't need to rely on governments, we don't need to rely on the media. We realize that the greatest impact we have to reality is through attuning to our vessel, and we get self-knowledge. And what the Lyrans were actually communicating earlier, which I forgot to mention, is since we're operating in a holographic universe, if we understand stuff within ourselves, say how sound operates, or if we understand from on a deep level, we begin to understand the earth and the universe, because there's a holographic spiral repetitiveness from the micro to the macro. And when we gain the ability to use our inner gifts to heal our body and heal our mind and heal our emotions, we also get granted the ability to access that from a larger scale and start to play with the field around us. And I personally believe that we're having a lot of conscious shifts right now in 2022, because many starseeds are beginning to play with the field around them and realize this ain't a one-way movie screen, but this is a co-creative journey that we're having with reality. And that power always begins with yourself. And my mission is always to remind people about their mastery within and connect people to gifts of empowerment. Because once an individual is tapped into that lion within, or that source within, they become unshakable and unmovable and granted the tools to really transform this plane.
Beautiful. I love co-creating reality together, to make this shift, and really just joining forces and realizing the energy of inclusion is much more of a solid vibration than of exclusion, coming together, putting our energy together to really make these shifts. So here's, Alan, did you have a question? And then
I mean, because Lisa Royale and some of her work with the Lyrans, she says the Lyrans was a root race that seeded a lot of the local galaxies. So are we encoded to a certain frequency, a Lyran frequency anyway, as our base DNA consciousness? And is that why we can connect to the local cosmos. I mean, talk about that. The
That's a great-
Lyran frequency. Yeah.
That's a great question. So, I mean, we've all heard different creation stories on why the human is here. And I'm not here to contradict anyone's stories, but I just go with the information I've received. And the information I've received is, so the constellation of Sirius is like the central hub to our Milky Way galaxy. And since it's such a central hub and centrally located, a lot of intergalactic councils have met here and formulated, guidance. So anyway, to make a long story short, these intergalactic councils, from my information, seeded the human on planet Earth with various starseed genes because we are a peace offering to the universe of what it looks like when many races come together under one place. So I feel many beings on this plane have Lyran genetics, but many beings on this plane also have Palladian genetics or reptilian genetics or other beings, and we're part of this grand experiment where we're learning to coexist with each other and demonstrate what it's like when different species live under one roof. So I feel the human race is a peace offering to creation. And when an individual has, a big part of this reality is relationships. And when an individual transcends a relationship or a conflict in their field, they're not just healing themselves and the collective, but they're actually doing something massive from a universal level. And we are powerful beings, and that's just my message. I feel there's so many galactic beings here right now, and many of us have lived multiple, but from a genetical standpoint, yes, the Lyrans are embedded into many.
Beautiful. That's such a great answer. And I've been saying so much in alignment, brother, with everything you say and things that I say when I with sound and galactic. I've been feeling for a while that Earth is like a test of galactic racism, speciesism, how we can live in harmony with all the species on the planet. Because if you look at different dimensions, you talk about beings from specific planets. I think the diversity that we have on this planet is so vast. And a lot of galactic beings, or maybe even intergalactic, have donated DNA to this Earth experience. And in the future, we evolve and become these beings that even created us in the first place. But as we're doing that, we're trying to figure out how all of these beings that have donated DNA, all of their manifestations can actually live in harmony with one another,
Absolutely. It's crazy because I run this 7-week Starseed activation course on star codes. And the more I get information, the more I realize the story of creation just keeps going, and we're like a piece of the puzzle. It's been a long journey, and it just keeps going. Milky Way to Andromeda, and the dragon lineage, the Lyran lineage. It's just never ending. And I'm so grateful. Sorry.
What you said about Earth is also what's happening now, as all the races are mixing here on the planet. So as above, so below, we are experimenting with our own consciousness and the mixing of different cultures and races. And that's why I think the future is opening up in a more galactic way, because we are now integrating.
Absolutely. And, when you hear some of the creation stories from the indigenous beings of Mother Earth, the originals, as I like to call them, they say, we came down in colors and directions, and our whole mission was to integrate and merge with each other. So it's in alignment with, that unification. And that's why we're here. I often say the only way out of this dimension is unity. There's only one way out.
Beautiful.
Well, there's only one consciousness, really. We're all, one. We just don't realize it. Yeah, go ahead, Neil.
In the last minute here, brother, let's go ahead and share the project that we're doing together. And do you want to speak on that a little bit? I'm going to share the screen.
Yes. So on March 5th, we have the Ancient Egypt and Extraterrestrial Connection Conference. There's just such a deep interweaving between extraterrestrial species, working with the Egyptian culture. That's when our planet was slowly starting to descend. So there was a lot of exchange at this time. And on March 5th, we have an incredible list of speakers coming together. We have Robert Edward Grant, William Henry, Alan Steinfeld, Desiree and JJ Hertek, Dharmapa, who is one of my teachers, Neil, Raji, Lahini Rose. And we're going to try to bridge in our conscious memory the time of Egypt to the starseeds, to the star beings. So it's going to be a powerful conference. And for, at least for my talk, I'll be sharing the Hathor's teachings. The Hathors have been really coming in my field. They're just like around, and they've actually communicated they're like back on Earth fully. They've been documented to be in Egyptian times, working the temples of Diendra, working with the priestess societies, and using sound to materialize matter and bring a lot of information to that time. And yeah, I'm going to go into depth on that and be sharing their teaching. So I'm pretty stoked and grateful to be co-creating with Portal to Ascension.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate you so much. We do have one person that asked a question in the Q&A, but we don't have time for that. So if you could stay as a panelist, take a look at the question and respond, maybe by chat.
Sure.
Yeah. And that's the question from Jacqueline. Yeah, go ahead.
And just to come close, if I run a 7-week Starseed course, you could check it out at star-codes.com. And I'm actually about to release the Lyran Oracle. And you could have a pre-order on star-codes.com. So I appreciate any support and love you all, and just grateful for the opportunity and grateful to hear the rest of the speakers. It's going to be a great rest of the day. Thank you to all.
Thank you, brother. Love you.
Love you, man.
Great. Okay, who's up next?
We got Sheila. Do you want to go ahead and introduce her, Alan?
Oh, well, we could both introduce her because she's been such an important force in this community. I mean, she has been the force in this community. She's brought Meet New Realities and Portal to Ascension together under the Wish Alliance. Wish Alliance stands for Walk-ins, Indigo, Starseeds, Hybrids. It is really the cutting edge avenue for consciousness, and it came from Sheila's own experience. Sheila is one of the most fantastic stories of walk-ins I've ever heard. And she is putting it out there selflessly, lovingly, beautifully. She is not single-handedly, because we're helping, but she is there at the forefront of change and awakening. So I'm so happy you're here today, Sheila. Welcome, welcome. Neil, anything you want to say?
I'll just, because I want to get into the info because we have it really stacked back to back. I'll just say that working really closely with Sheila, as well as Joan is working with Sheila as well. So all three of us here have a huge partnership going on that just keeps becoming exponential, really. And we have amazing things in store. Sheila has created the Wish Alliance that is just building community for these kind of events, right? So it's the community arm of it all. And now we're cultivating and doing a lot of things and overlapping as well. So I'm just excited to have her here. Really wouldn't be an event on this kind of awareness without you at this point.
Yeah.
Love you, Sheila.
You,
Yeah, it's so lovingly.
I love you
and
guys
selfless.
too.
Yes.
Thank you. And I'd like to start by sharing my screen if I could, because I really want to show everyone the Wish Alliance. And here we go. I got a little boo-boo going here. Sorry about that. Well, let me just tell you about the Wish Alliance, because the Wish Alliance to me is a whole lot more than just a website. To me, this is a conscious evolution movement that has really served as a container for growth, development, and empowerment of so many people. Wish is a movement, and it's not just a website, because as we started this, we started out, with a few people that were super interested. Wish stands for walk-ins, indigos, starseeds, and hybrids. And from the few people that started, it just bam, exponentially, it just started exploding. And I've sat back and I was like, wow, why is that this website and that Wish has really taken off and has this fuel. And it's because I remember that inside my guides were telling me that this is going to be a place where everyone is going to be able to contribute like consciousness units. And as we link these together, kind of like a puzzle, we are building a huge container that just keeps expanding and expanding. And one of the beautiful things on the website, you can sign up here. So if you've not signed up, please go ahead and do so. We have weekly meetings, the Conscious Awakenings series, and I have some phenomenal co-host with me, and we have great speakers. You can check this out every Monday night, and if you're interested in attending, we even have a little place here for you to click on the events to get all of the information so you can attend. Then on Thursdays, we also have the Cosmic Conversations. But I think that the Alliance and our ambassadors is really what makes this program what it is today. And I really want to just pop up and showcase some of these individuals. My internet is a little bit slow today, so I do apologize for that. It doesn't seem like it's going to come up. So what I'm going to do is just share with you the drop-down menu of all of the services. We have so many individuals who are vetted professionals in this field. These are individuals who walk their truth. These are individuals who have experienced everything that's here to be experienced. They are individuals who are there to really help if you are in a time of crisis or if you are interested in learning more. So again, I'm just having a hard time with this, but that's okay. So we're just going to go ahead and go on. And the other thing I want to mention before I get started is the hybrid conference that's going to be coming up. And this is July 23rd and 24th from 10 to 6 p.m. We have a wonderful slate of individuals for you. We've got Marina and Jimmy and Miguel. We've got Neil, Geraldine, Melody, Gita, myself, Alan. Neil is going to be presenting. And Alan, I think you're presenting. Phil Gruber is going to present. So we're going to just have a lot of individuals who have knowledge about the hybridization program. And I think it's so important to have events like this because it just helps all of us to remember who we really are. Because in my opinion, each and every one of us is actually a hybrid. And so I've got all these other things coming up except for the one that I want to share with you. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. Okay. I'm going to play from the start. And I wanted to start with this beyond disclosure because beyond disclosure is already happening. Individuals are already here. People are making contact with their collectives, with their guides, with galactic beings, benevolent beings. They're already in service and working hand in hand together. The Wish Alliance came as a result of my collective speaking with me, guiding me, giving me direction, opening doors for me. And I have found that if I listen to my collective, I am right on target. And so what I'd like to do is talk with you for just a few minutes about beyond being this disclosure, because it's more about our higher consciousness and anchoring in that higher consciousness. And for a moment, I'd like for you, you can close your eyes or not, but what I'd like for you to do is I want you to think disclosure has happened. And it's going to happen from the ground up, not from the top down. It's happening right now. We are the disclosure. But our galactic families have landed. The governments have taken photos and they're sharing with everyone. The media are showing that the ships have landed. Our galactic families' faces are all over the news. They're in magazines. They're in the newspaper. Government officials are being plunged into chaos. because all of a sudden people are waking up and they're remembering who they really are. And they're starting to question. They're starting to question these rules and all of these paradigm ropes that have really been entrapping us. And systems begin to break apart. And people are starting to look at themselves, at the old you and the new you, because all of a sudden they begin to have options. And as these options come in, they begin to understand that there is a new day dawning and new ideas are starting to come in. New paradigms are starting to form. And people are beginning to release and let go of those things that no longer serve them. And they're really beginning to turn deep within themselves. Now, conscious awakening is occurring now exponentially. It's like every time I talk with people, and I have some clients that come in to see me that initially came in under old paradigm structures. But as we continue to work and as we begin to talk with each other, they start coming in and saying, oh, look at this ship I caught last night. Oh, do you know what? I had this dream that this galactic being came into my home and it was giving me messages. And that is on the good side. There are going to be those people, however, that's going to drop into fear or trepidation about what it's going to mean for their current way of life and their religious convictions. They're going to become concerned on what is going on. Is Creator truly Creator? Is Creator another force that we never even considered? And people are going to begin to break open like eggs. And it's going to be this community. It's going to be the speakers, our viewing audience, all of the people who are involved in Portal to Ascension and New Realities and Jones Show and everybody. We are going to be the ones that are there as their safety net. So we really need to get ready. We need to start preparing ourselves. Now, on the other hand, people like us are going to be rejoicing because all of a sudden there's going to be this, I think, this sweet flow of surrender, this knowledge, this anchoring, this ancient knowing, and this ever-flowing change is going to begin to take place. And I think it's going to be satisfying because we're going to know that whether it happens in our lifetime, and I really think it will, but whether it happens in our lifetime, our children's lifetime, our grandchildren's lifetime, we have been the ones to help to pave the way. But the important thing is that we all come together so that we can begin to embrace our new reality. And it's going to happen sooner than I think people believe. And so a lot of times when I'm talking about these things, people are like, well, how can you talk about this with so much conviction? And first thing is like, well, how can I not talk about it with so much conviction? Because I, along with a majority of our panel and audience, are the disclosure. We're the ones that we've actually been waiting for. And in truth, my collective and the Arcturians have shared with me time and time again that together we need to unite. We need to become one. We need to let go of any pettiness, anything that's holding us back from our truest expression of love. You know, we are actually the ones we've waited for because now we are the walk-ins, we're the indigos, we're the star seeds, the hybrids, and we're here. We come from collectives, we come from different dimensions, we come from timelines, different planets and universes, but all to be here to witness and to participate in this time on the planet. And in a few minutes, I'm going to briefly share my story, but I really want to say that I am grateful for the opportunity to be here, because events like this help to create this synergistic vibrational ripple that moves out through the very fabric of the old paradigms, breaking down the old barriers and helping to create and to nurture a new paradigm, a new energy, and a new way of being. And each one of us is represented here. We're helping to anchor in that age of Aquarius, and I, for one, am honored to be part of that change as a walk-in and as an experiencer. Now, every day I work with individuals who are seeking healing and answers, and in my day-to-day life, I kind of consider myself a co-creator of conscious change, because I am physically I am a physical and multidimensional healer. I'm a multidimensional life coach, blah, blah, blah. I do 100 different things, as all of us do. And we all learn these things. Yes, we learn them for ourselves, but we learn them to be in service to humanity. And one of the things that I love that I do is I'm a ceremonialist and a shamanic practitioner, and offer one-on-one groups and group sessions. I love working with the crystals and the crystalline grids, because they're actually being able to heal not just my clients, but the earth, because we know that as we heal ourselves, we also heal the planet. Now, I brought this book in 2 years ago under the guidance of my team, and I share in it the story of 15 other walk-ins, as well as other people who are in the field of science and consciousness. I'm currently working on a couple other books. We have books that's going to be coming out by all of the Wish Alliance members, and so I can't wait to have that photo up here. But the reason that I'm sharing all of this information is because even with this book, it took unity, it took uniting, it took collaboration. It took stepping outside our comfort zones. And that's what we're all being called to do. If you would have told me 20 years ago, I would have been, well, first off, if you'd have told me I was a walk-in, I would have told you were crazy. But if you had told me I would be writing a book about walk-ins, I would have never believed it. But my collective, they kind of pushed me on. And I am so grateful. Sometimes they may not think I'm grateful, because I'm like, are you sure? Really? Are you absolutely positive? But I want to share with you real quick my story, because some of you may not have heard it. So on September 23rd, 1999, I entered the body of a 38-year-old woman who had 3 children. And I agreed to come into this body to help clear all of her old soul contracts, to clear up the karma, and assume her life. So I'm what's called a soul exchange walk-in. One soul entered and the other soul departed. Now, I really don't identify with this person, and you can see all of the various illnesses that I had. But then I was sick. I'm a healthy person today. 20-some years later, everything about me changed when I became a walk-in. I went to bed on this night, September 22nd, 1999, sick, plagued with illnesses, walking with a cane, migraines every day, having been told that I had bone cancer, and I would be in a wheelchair because of MS and all kinds of things. And I was exhausted mentally and physically. I was in a dysfunctional marriage. And when I went to bed, I had no idea how my life would change. Now, I want to stop here for a minute, because something like this could have happened to you. Maybe not to the degree that it happened to me, but you could, through night, through working, through astral traveling, you could be having similar experiences that I had, or that some of the other people that you're going to hear today could have had. So if something resonates with you, make a note, write it down. If you got a question, give me a call. I'll tell you how to get a hold of me at the end of the presentation. But the next morning, I sat up and it felt like someone had reached down and grabbed me by the hair of the head, pulled me bolt right up in bed, and it was like lightning was running through my body, and I found myself in white space. Now, I don't know how long I was in this white space, but I liked it because I was out of pain. For the first time in a long time, I felt that peace, and that inner peace I'll never forget. And there was it almost makes me want to cry. There was an unconditional love that I experienced there that I've never, ever experienced before. And if you've ever had that kind of love, you'll never forget it. Whew, okay, let me go on. So when I finally came back to myself out of this white space, I was sitting there looking around in my room. I didn't know what had happened because at first my peripheral vision came in and then my frontal vision, and I was looking around the room, and I knew something had changed, but I didn't know what, because that veil of forgetfulness was firmly in place. And I didn't realize it at the time, but my body was also completely healed. So when I went to my regular doctor's appointment, they kind of freaked out a little bit because they didn't have any explanation for what had happened, and they were totally dumbfounded. Everything about me changed, as I mentioned. I brought in a variety of gifts, but the thing that was important are all the personality changes, the eating, the lifestyle changes, music and taste in clothes. I remembered things that I didn't even believe in the night before, like past lives and healing modalities. There was so much information flooding my body that I was completely overwhelmed. Now, I wanted to use this photo because this photo, when I saw it, it reminded me of what my soul must have been going through. To me, that's kind of like being pulled in so many different directions that I didn't really know where to go. There was illness, there was family, there was so much. And everyone here can relate to that, not just me. Everyone has so much pressure on them as far as things that we need to do. We have things for work, we have things for family, we have things that we want to do for ourselves, etc. But this previous soul had incarnated for a certain set of experiences that really had nothing to do with me. And when they left this life, part of my agreement of coming in was to assume that role, to help clear up all of the old karma, all of the old contracts that they had. And had I not met the call, this person would have really remained here. And I think that would have been sad because this person was in so much pain that there was just no way for them to really survive. They would have passed, and then my children and family would have been left without this Sheila form that's here today talking to you. Now, I love this photo also because to me, this kind of represents the collective. And this is where I came from. My collective came to me actually as work with Barbara Lamb. And I found out that I was part of a multidimensional essence, and that this essence included a ton of my multidimensional aspects that had come back in the fullness of their being. And so I was Palladian and Sirian and Arcturian and Lyran and Orion and Mantis and Andromedan, and we were all enveloped in this Christ consciousness energy. And we were deep in the Andromedan system when we heard or felt or sensed this call from Gaia, crying. She needed help. She was working to get people to wake up. And this was back in the 80s with the concordance and the convergence, and many of us, I'm sure, remember that. But that is the time that we left and we came back and we merged with other collectives that had a very similar mission that we had. And we all began to enshroud the earth and was working on Earth's crystalline grid. And we were sending frequencies of love and light and the awaken and the ascension codes, because we all have those embedded in our DNA. We just need a little more help to wake those up. And that's kind of what we were doing, was infusing the interior and the exterior of the planet. Now, it was decided from the collective that I would be the aspect to come in. And my name is Noela. And I think I'm going to start using it. I haven't really officially decided that, but that was the name of my essence. And that was the name that was given to me when I first became that initial fractal from source energy and was working with the Elohim to help create other angelic beings. And so I carried that name Nuela because it has a certain frequency, and I come into a body, Sheila, Nuela. They kind of have, similar sounds. But anyway, it was decided that I would be the aspect that would come in. Now you see, the natal body of the soul had been Arcturian, and the natal soul is the original soul that inhabited the body. And because I was a multidimensional being, in order for me to be able to incarnate, I had to find a resonance, a connection with this physical body, because I was not really a future aspect of that soul. I was something totally different. I was already with my collective, but there was a frequency, a resonance that was decided by my collective that I would be able to fulfill. And so, since this had been an Arcturian field vessel, I came in bringing with me from the collective mostly Arcturian energy. And this frequency is from lifetime after lifetime after lifetime of when I was actually an Arcturian being. And it was that frequency that allowed me to actually connect and integrate with this physical body. Now, fortunately, the Arcturian soul had been imprinted with that energetic framework, and so it allowed part of the collective to begin to filter down. And I like to look at this slide as if that tunnel is more of my higher self, but in my case, that is my collective energy that's just kind of trickling in. And you can see it gets a little brighter as it gets to the body, as it begins to attach to the physical form. But as this Arcturian energy came in and I attached, I was able to do so without frying the neurological system of the body, because again, the natal soul had already imprinted frequencies and codes in the etheric template of the body. And so during times of downloads and meditations, I still am receiving information. And so I love that the way it looks like the information is just kind of trickling in. Now, when a walk-in incarnates, the soul vibrates at a different frequency than that of the natal soul. The vibration is so different, and it's actually a little bit higher. And so changes have to occur here within the etheric body. And now you can see the light around the physical body. That is that body template. And as we go out, you can hold your hands out, and that is the end of all of our various energetic bodies. But these bodies had to be changed out in order for the fullness of this aspect, even that little aspect, to come in. The etheric body layers were all switched out and upgraded to accommodate the new energy. Now, sometimes it is just systematic, it's just bam, instantaneous, but sometimes it occurs over a period of months or even over a period of years. But in my case, because the physical body was so sick, it would have been impossible for me to incarnate without blowing these circuits. So everything began to come in, and as I healed, as the neurology of the brain healed, as the physicality of the body occurred, as I began to get stronger within myself, then more and more energy could all begin to come in. And this is really true for most walk-ins. We have only so much energy that can come in until we fortify the body that we have. Now, the smallest portion of my soul essence that initially entered the body had such a strong vibrational frequency that when it attached to the physical body, it activated the light codes of memory that was part of the cellular structure of the previous natal soul and what they had imprinted on the physical body. So right now, your soul is imprinting on your physical being. Everything that you think, everything that you eat, everything that you are is being recorded in your cellular structure. So it's very important for us to be on watch of what we're thinking, the words that we say, how we treat each other, because that is all imprinting on our bodies. And then our bodies and our souls have this dance of energy that they share. And when this life is over, all of this information will go with my soul, will go with your soul. So the light code, by my definition, is information or a set of information that vibrates at a specific frequency that's part of your soul and your etheric template makeup. And these codes hold your genetic, ancestral, and soul information. And so it took me about 10 years to really clear everything out of the cellular structure so that I could really begin to imprint on the body. Now, I want to just hit this real fast, but because there are different types of soul, I don't really want to call them categories, but I guess for lack of better terms, it's categories. Because when I was doing my research for the book, and even after talking to hundreds of soul exchange people, people who have had these unique soul experiences, I find that they can all fit into these categories. So the soul exchange, like I am, is when one soul's out and the other soul in. A soul infusion, and we're going to talk more about that, which is very applicable to today. The soul infusion is when the majority of the natal soul leaves, but a small portion remains, and a new or higher aspect from their oversoul comes in. Then we have a soul overlay, which means that the initial soul, the natal soul, is in the body. A new soul comes in, attaches like a neoprene suit, enlivens, supports, and then it leaves. Then we have soul braids, which are when two souls are together and they braid, and they can be together for an entire lifetime. You have soul jumpers. These are souls that come in for very, very temporary experience. They can be here for hours, weeks, days, even a month. I've not heard of soul jumpers staying longer than a month, but you never know. Soul layering, and that's what I think all of us are waking up to, not in the walk-in sense, but the soul layering is those multi-dimensional aspects within ourselves that are being awakened. A Palladian aspect awakens within us. We may have a new aspect that comes in. It could be an Arcturian aspect, a Lyran aspect. But we have these different aspects because it's not just me. We have all lived hundreds of thousands and millions and billions of years. So we have a lot of soul information. The other types of soul experiences, which is very important to us today, are the Kundalini awakenings, spiritual awakenings, and the soul infusion. But this soul infusion is a result of all of the personal work that's being done today because the light codes are opening and we can hold higher and higher frequencies. But these are very, very, very important. So the next thing that I want to move to, and I loved this photo because in order for us to really be able to step in to this new world, new earth, if you want to call it that way, in order for us to do, we have to take certain steps. There are things that we need to do to make this transition easier for ourselves and for others. And some of those, the most important, and these are things that was given to me by my collective when I said, okay, I'm doing this presentation. What is the main message that you want to get through? And there's a couple, but the main one is forgiveness. We have to learn forgiveness because forgiveness has this beautiful, high, unconditional love vibration that really attracts our galactic family to us because we resonate at a higher frequency. And when we resonate at a higher frequency, they can lower their frequency enough to come in contact with us. We also can raise high enough that they don't have to lower their frequency. But right now, because we're in 3D, we have so many shackles. And one of those things is forgiveness, that we have to really learn to unshackle. Now, if you have any thought in your body that when you think of it, you have a visceral response, like that, ugh, you get kicked in the gut. If you have that feeling, there is still an energetic and a chemical component of emotions, because once emotions penetrate through this template of ours and integrate into the physical body, we begin to experience what's happened out here. And forgiveness begins in here and works its way out. And so I love this little Ho'oponopono practice. Take a photo of it. Maybe you guys already do this. Look it up on the internet. But it's 4 simple steps. And it's looking at a situation, a person, or whatever has occurred that's really got you locked up and bound up. And just say, I'm sorry. You're sorry for the role that you played in it. You're sorry that you called that into your life, because I don't care what's going on in your life, on some level, you have called that to yourself. Now, I've had people that tell me time and time again, are you crazy? I would never, ever in a million years have called that situation to me. Well, no, you wouldn't in the physical realm. But on the spiritual realm, you most certainly did, and you wrote that into your birth plan. And there is a gift in that for you, as horrific as it is. There is a gift of forgiveness, and there is a lesson. Maybe that event happened so that you can learn to practice compassion or love and forgiveness. So the first thing we do is say, I'm sorry. The next thing is, please forgive me. Please forgive me for the role that I had in this event. Please forgive me for the way I responded. Please forgive me for all of the actions, for getting angry, whatever that is. Just please forgive me. And you have to ask yourself that same thing. Please forgive yourself. The next is, I love you. I love you as my brother and sister on this planet. I love you as my galactic family. I love you as we all come together and unite. I love you for the role that you're playing in bringing this to me. And thank you for this experience. And if we can truly learn to integrate and practice this Ho'oponopono, you're going to find that your life changes. Your energy will lighten up. Your radiance will shine. And you will have more and more opportunities come to you that are the ones that you're seeking. Now, the other one that they said to remind people of is meditation. Even if we're not doing hour-long meditations, there is nothing stopping us from just closing our eyes just for a minute and dropping into that still place inside of us, listening to our heart, learning to expand our consciousness and bring it back, even with the rhythmic breathing. Okay, so you expand and you contract your consciousness. And as you do that, you're going to become more and more aware of the situations around you. You're going to become more and more aware of the things that might be holding you back. You're going to become more and more aware, and you're going to provide a gateway, an opening, an opportunity for your galactic family, your guides, your collectives, whomever, to speak to you, because it has to be in stillness that we're able to hear. When we're out running around and doing 150,000 million things, we can't be thinking of stillness. We can't drop into the essence of who we truly are because we have our minds engaged. Meditation allows us that opportunity to drop in to our heart. I love this photo, and I wanted to share this because my collective and the benevolent beings that I work with, the Arcturians, I work with the Arcturians in the Arcturian healing chambers, but all of these individuals want to and are making contact with us. They're our ancestors, and we are theirs. They want to share with humanity a different way of being, an expanded way of being, if we will just open up and allow that to happen. But in order for them to come and to be with us, we have to learn to be with ourselves, our neighbors, and humanity as a whole. We have to learn to be at peace with one another. Because if we can't be with peace with each other, how in the world are we going to welcome our galactic family and provide a copacetic environment for them to come into? Now, I'm going to be the first to admit that I might have an instant laundry problem. If I had her knock on the door, I opened it up, and there stood this huge dragon being. However, my heart's prepared for that. I'm just now trying to get my mind to reconcile with my heart, and that's where we have to start, because this is happening. We have to be in a place of open-heartedness. We don't want to drop into fear. We don't want to, let me just give you an example. I had a death in my family, and my family member came to me. I was in the shower, and they showed up as all of these pixelated light, just pixelated lights. It looked like little triangles, hundreds and thousands of them. And they were talking to me in the shower. Now, this was a male. And so the first thing I do is, and I reach through, I grab the towel, I wrap myself up, and they disappear and go away. What was I thinking? It's not like that they're looking at nudity. It's not like they were looking at the humanness of my being, but I thwarted a beautiful opportunity to have divine communication with this departed family member. Now, fortunately, they did come back. However, sometimes they don't. And we don't want to pass these opportunities up. We want to be ready. So reconcile your heart. Get right with yourself. And then reconcile the mind. Think what it's going to be like. Think of how joyous it's going to be when we're able to meet our galactic family face to face, our ancestors face to face. Or in some instances, we're going to be the ancestors. But humanity must learn to love and trust each other. Because if we can't, we're going to do a great disservice to ourselves and humanity. We must learn to weave together our differences. And I love the conversation we had the other night about the weevolution. Absolutely beautiful. But if we can't accept each other, how in the world are we going to accept our galactic brothers and sisters? And the answer that they gave me is that we are all just one. So of course we can accept them. They are us, we are them. We all have to remember that we are the ones that we have waited for. Each and every one of you are here to bring your light, to help hold space, to anchor in these vibrations, and to do the work that's necessary in order for us to bring about this new earth that we all talk about. So if you have any questions or you want to get a hold of me, please visit wishalliance.org. If you would like to sign up, please do so. And also you can directly get a hold of me at Sheila Seppi at sheilaseppi.com. So I want to thank you guys so much opportunity to share today. It's always wonderful to be here with you guys because you are just like family.
Wow.
Amazing.
Beautiful, Sheila.
Mhm.
Always good.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Sheila, you brought it all together, not just your experience, but how each and every one of us can really connect deeper and just to see how we're infused with these energies as they come through us. I found that really powerful and healing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
That's beyond UFOs for sure. That's why
Yes.
we're calling it this.
Right.
You've
And
taken
it
it
is
to- yeah,
disclosure from the bottom up.
yeah.
Yeah,
From
absolutely.
human
It
to
is a
human up.
grassroots movement. You know, we are the disclosure. If we think that the governments are going to open up all their files and say, "Here you go," I don't think so. You know,
Yeah.
it's happening. You guys are making it happen. The audience is making it happen. The knowledge that we have, the energy we create is making it happen. We are the disclosure.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
the
so
chat-
happy you walked in. Yes.
I know,
Me
right?
too. How fun.
We have all the information unlocked within us, and even through quantum physics now, through non-locality, we're able to prove, right,
Yes.
that information from one point of the universe can be accessed anywhere else in the universe without the need for distance and traveling, just immediately available.
That's
right?
the non-local
As we-
mind. That's who we really
Right.
are, non-local.
As we exit this old paradigm, we get into the age of the self guru, where literally it is unlocking our consciousness, our DNA, our minds, so that we understand that we have all the information within us, right? And the old paradigm still wants us to believe that they have the information and we need to wait for that to come out. But as long as we do the inner work, we can get to a vibratory state where we can unlock our own consciousness. And that's what, this event and what we all do is really about, right?
Right.
And, I also think, Sheila, just your presence as a walk-in on planet Earth and putting out this information helps lift people to another level. We expand our possibility of what's here, of reality. So I want to thank you for having the courage to come forward and do what you're doing.
Thank you. And thank
You
you guys for
normalize
being
it.
part of this. Yeah. Yay.
And let's just share real quick our next conference that we're doing.
Yeah.
If my Mexican internet is going to work here properly.
Okay.
Well,
My
you
Leadville
want me-
internet wasn't doing so good either.
What are you looking for, Neil?
The hybrid conference.
Oh, is that on Portal to Ascension?
Yeah. Well, anyways, you can just talk about it, and when it comes up, I'll share it right here.
Portal.
I have it up.
Oh, you do?
Okay.
Good. I can also, go ahead.
Yeah, I can pull it up real quick.
I've also tried pulling it up.
Here we
quick.
go.
Okay, go ahead. Yes. Okay, there we go.
Okay, can you guys see that?
We're still adding to it, I think, right? But yeah, there it is.
Yes, I have some new photos. We're adding new people, but I think it's so important. I mean, we do the walk-in conference and the hybrid conference and the Starseed conference, and these conferences are so important because they really reassure people that the experiences that they're having are real. And that there are other people out there having these experiences and they're able to join together and to be able to be a little ripple that goes out into the universe. And so I'm super excited to hear what everybody has to offer. So guys, get out there, check it out, portaltoascension.org, July 23rd, 24th, and you can go ahead and register now.
Are we going to get
So-
Tyler into that, Sheila?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Tyler Ellison, he is a channel for the SSani Rio. He's going to be part of that. So
Yeah.
it's really going to be a
Let me
fulfilling
just
conference.
mention real quick that we're also we have the cosmic conversations that Sheila's doing every Thursday, and then the Monday one. We've already set it up now that all the Thursday ones are going to be broadcasted live. So go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel, and you'll get to see them live. Some amazing guests. I had the opportunity to look for over the next 3 months of people that are going to be there. So just stay tuned for that as well.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheila. Love you.
Thanks. Mwah. Love you guys.
Okay. Who's going to introduce Jenna? I would love to, but I don't really know her.
Joan's
I
the
wanna
one
have-
who brought her on. Hey, Jenna.
Jenna, so lovely to see you. Welcome.
Hello. Good to be here.
It is good to see you. I have to turn my speaker a little louder. Okay, great. I'm going to do a little introduction of you for everyone. So Jenna Layden has been a leader of transformation and change for over 15 years, leading teams and individuals to adopt empowering mindsets and achieve their goals. She is a former global vice president at Whole Foods Market, a student and a teacher of universal spirituality, a master of manifestation, a shamanic practitioner, and she's particularly passionate about helping humans understand the nature of consciousness, metaphysics, and transpersonal phenomena, including the ET experiences. And actually, she has a whole Star Family Wisdom program for all of you. So she teaches a skill of connecting ancient wisdom new body science, and universal spiritual teachings. She has online courses to help students transform and manifest their dreams that are going to really engage all of you. And I had a chance to have Jenna on my show a few months ago. We talked about ETs, we talked about star family wisdom, and we talked about the evolution of consciousness. So I'm just happy to see you, Jenna.
Thank you, Joan. It's so good to be here. Thanks, Neil, for having me on. And this is such an awesome event already. Flo, Sheila, amazing presentations.
Well, we are looking forward to yours, and
Thank you.
we're looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and
Jen. So,
Jenna, could you increase your volume at all? It's a little low.
is it, let me see if I can switch to just Zoom. How's that? Is that a little better?
Sounds the same. But if you go next to the microphone, you click the arrow, audio settings, and you can increase your volume on Zoom.
Okay, let's see here.
So a little upward arrow right there next to the microphone, and then audio settings.
Is it in the settings you said?
No, it's at the
That's
bottom
right.
of the screen where it says mute video.
Yeah, but you click. Yeah, but you do click the settings. Yes.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Sorry, y'all. And I am going to share my screen in just a moment.
Well, let's just check in the room. Are you guys hearing everything okay? Is it just on my end?
Well, I
Oh,
did
she is
turn
a
up the
little-
sound.
She's low. She is low, Neil.
Okay.
Okay, how's
Getting
how's-
better. You're getting
how's
better.
this now?
Yes, that works.
Getting
Better?
hot. Yeah.
Better?
Yes. Perfect. I think so.
Okay, I think
All
we're
right, Jenna.
I think we're in business. So I'm going to share my screen and walk you through a presentation. And since this is the first time that we are talking today and the first time that we are meeting, I wanted to share a little bit about myself, my personal awakening experience and what I have learned from that experience. And then I want to spend a few minutes talking at a high level about what we have learned from the ETs and the spiritual teachings that all of the star races have to offer us. So thank you, Joan, for that awesome introduction. For those who don't know me, I'm Jenna, and I am a former Global Vice President for Whole Foods Market, where I spent many years, over a decade, leading people through change and transformation. And my last role was VP of Merchandising Operations. And in 2021, I founded Star Family Wisdom as a resource and a place for people to be supported on their spiritual and cosmic journeys. And over the last 5 years, I have gone through my awakening process. And I think it's important to know that I'm a former atheist. So I was not a spiritual person. I was not raised in a particular religion. And my worldview has been radically altered over the last 5 years because I am an ET contactee and I'm an experiencer of a lot of supernatural or extraordinary phenomena. So I'll just briefly share, a little bit about that experience. So my experience started in 2017 with a relationship ending. And, a lot of our awakening experiences are triggered by, really big events in our lives or traumatic events. And as that occurred, I started to have some of these, odd experiences like real life quantum entanglement with people I knew, psychic telepathic experiences with people that I knew. I started to have spontaneous past life visions and spontaneous future visions and precognizance. And I started to realize that as I got more grounded in my understanding of that a lot of that had been present for me throughout my life. It just was not as prominent as I was experiencing over the last 5 years. And, my spiritual awakening took me, to the place of starting to research more about our cosmic reality, right? And the nature of these UFO experiences and ET contact experiences, because I was curious and I've always been fascinated by space, right? It seems absurd that we would be alone, right? So until you are awakened to this information, you're wondering, where's all the evidence? And I started having strange synchronicities and emotional releases while reading and watching things about ETs and UFOs. And I knew enough about the science of the mind at that point to understand that we can suppress memories, we can suppress information if it is so far outside of our world view or something that is traumatic that would be difficult for our psyche to process and handle. Our subconscious is great like that. It will suppress that information to help us. And as that emotional release started to happen, I realized there was something deeper going on that I needed to explore. And fast forward in 2019, I started to have some telepathic contact. And that contact was, a little startling at first because it was clearly not my thoughts, clearly not my consciousness, not my, brain patterns. And, but it was helpful. And it was supportive and it was guiding me in a way. And it took me a long time to figure out what that was. I also, throughout that kind of period of figuring out this telepathic contact and where it was coming from and why it was happening, I had a really fun contact experience with Bashar. For those of you who are familiar with Bashar, you can learn about that on the Star Family Wisdom YouTube channel. We're not going to go into detail on that today. But once enough of these odd experiences, had happened, I really felt like I needed to go through with a regression to understand more about what was happening, to understand more about my soul, and to access some of these soul memories that were trying to come through. And I was still carrying a bit of fear at that time. I was still working on my nervous system regulation and working on feeling okay with whatever needed to come forward. And when I was in that regressed state, I learned a lot about, past lives that I've had. And in the deepest state of trance, I channeled my star family, my ETs that I'm in contact with, and the beings that I now know as my soul family, who are part of my soul group. And after that experience, I started channeling even more, and I was guided to leave Whole Foods, and I was guided to research just a breadth of, knowledge and information that's out there on all sorts of ET contact cases. And I was guided to shamanic initiation as well. So very similar to Sheila, I am also a shamanic practitioner and have gone through my initiation. I've been initiated into the South American Peruvian lineage of shamanism. So all of this, comes together to paint a picture of my soul journey that years ago would have been completely shocking to me, but now feels so right and now resonates with me so deeply and feels so true. So I am primarily in contact with the mantis beings. Those are the beings that I know as my star family, and the beings with whom I had my most previous or most recent incarnation. But I've had a lot of experience in other advanced civilizations like the Syrian, the Arcturian, the Lyran, and I've spent the most amount of time in the Aldebaran and Rigel star systems. And cool, James. Yeah, Mantis family unite. So in this life, I am here with two souls from home. So for me, home means the star systems that I've had the most amount of time in, the star systems and the advanced civilization that is most familiar to my soul. But I've also had prior Earth lives. So during this series of incarnations, I have incarnated in ancient Egypt and ancient Greece. I've been a teacher of cosmic law and spiritual law here on Earth, which has been, part of the ET agenda. And we're going to be talking a lot about who the star races are in an upcoming event. We can share that at the end of the talk. But on, I think, March 26th, we'll be doing a big overview of who are all of the ETs, who are the star races, what are they teaching us, where do they come from. It's going to be great. And if you want more information on the spiritual sciences and spiritual law, we do have a course on that at Star Family Wisdom. And Sheila, talked a lot about like coming back into harmony and balance. And the more we can practice spiritual law and practice that sort of harmony in our lives, the more we will bring that to the whole collective. So after, putting all of the pieces of the puzzle together and really grounding myself in the science, the research, all of the information that is out there to validate the experiences I have, I wanted to share my experiences with those who are willing to listen. This is a really important and critical time on the planet. And, for some of you, this is not new information, but again, since this is the first time I'm speaking with you, I want you to know my perspective and to understand, what I've learned and what I know to be true. So we're absolutely not alone, right? We have never been alone, and we just forgot. And, Flo, I think, talked about this too, that we are ending an era. This is, again, a really critical point for human civilization. And it's really exciting, right, that we're entering this time of expanded consciousness where we can remember and we can come back to who we once were and build a better future for all of us. So, again, why are they here? Why are the ETs in contact with us now? Why is all of this contact happening around the planet? Well, it's because human consciousness is expanding, right? And they want to see us evolve positively and peacefully. And we've got big choices to make, right, at this point in our evolution. And they're assisting in our awakening process, right? They're sharing knowledge that was lost in our dark ages, right? Libraries have been burned. We've had wars and violence ensue across the earth. And so much has been lost, but so much has also been preserved, which is so beautiful. And, I look to our, First Nations and Indigenous cultures as just a beautiful example of preserving that wisdom and preserving that story of who we once were and who we can become again. So, again, we've talked about how this is happening. We are the disclosure, right? It's happening, from people like all of us sharing our experiences and validating each other's experiences. And, as a leader, it's important for me to validate your experiences and to come out as an ET contactee and help people know that this is a reality. This is part of our reality. And, as Bashar says, the window for open contact begins next year. It doesn't mean the big show is going to happen next year, but we are entering that window for open contact. But we've got to raise our vibration to get ready. So, Sheila talked beautifully about this and about forgiveness and, the process we go through to raise our vibration. And the earth is transitioning dimensions, right? And we want to go with her as she makes that transition. So, we're already experiencing these dimensional shifts. You're probably experiencing it, in your life every single day. And the more we can move into a place of harmony and balance within ourselves, the more we will help that shift occur in an easier way in our reality. And, I get questions a lot about how the dimensional shift occurs. And, again, just like contact, it's already happening, right? So two people can live in the same collective reality, and those two people can experience that reality differently. So it is possible to manifest an easier path in life, a higher vibrational path. And you do that by doing that inner work and healing and finding love and joy and expanding that out into the world and practicing cosmic law and practicing spiritual law. And at Star Family Wisdom, we actually have a 28-day Raise Your Vibe challenge. So check that out. It's totally free. And you're going to get a new challenge every single day for 28 days, really practical things that you can be doing in your life and practices that you can incorporate into your daily routines that will help you raise your vibration and help you through that inner work process and that process of clearing your energy field. Okay, so I want to talk for a moment again at a high level about the spiritual teachings of the ETs, because I think it's so important that, we reflect on the gifts and the support and the benevolence that all of the star races have to offer us. And when I step back and, look at, the breadth of case studies that we have on ET contact cases, the majority of them, the vast majority, right, give way to this realization of our expanded reality, this realization of what is possible for ourselves. And, I love the fact that our ET friends and family talk about manifestation, right, and the process of creating our reality and how we step into that and how we are masters, right, of our destiny and how we can again, raise our vibration to experience a more beautiful reality and how we are in constant co-creation with the universe. On Star Family Wisdom, we actually have a couple of manifestation courses that will help you step into the process of really being a conscious creator of your reality and starting to experience that magic that's available to all of us. And, the ETs talk about the power of the mind and how that relates to the creation process, right? And how our mind and our consciousness has the power to shift physical reality around us. And, again, this is not new for many people in this audience, but the interconnectedness of all life, right? This experience of oneness and helping us remember that we're only experiencing an illusion of separation. And that we have this ability to connect with source inside of ourselves, right? We are all God. We have God inside of ourselves, and we can harness that power and utilize that power in our lives in a way that is truly transformative. And, they've taught about universal geometry and physics and sound and frequency, as Flo was talking about. And it is so incredible and beautiful that they are, again, bringing back to us this information that was lost in our dark ages. And again, they talk a lot about our ability to travel between dimensions, right? And our ability to ascend between the dimensions, right? And to stair step up that ladder as we evolve and as we grow and as we learn. And they talk about the nature of duality. And the fact that, here on Earth, we are experiencing a much more extreme version of that duality and the polarization that comes, during this sort of critical time of growth and this, changing of eras. And they remind us that we have this ability to bring that extreme, of duality back into balance. And they, talk again about what Sheila was sharing, right? The reincarnation processes and the ability for us to have these soul infusions and the ability for us to pull in more of our soul power into our bodies, right? They talk about the moral codes and spiritual laws of the universe that we should all be following, right? That we should all be practicing and stepping into and remembering as we go through this transition. And, again, like Sheila was talking about, they share this, desire for us to transform and, to come out of a place that was, so very fear-based. And, when you just look around our planet, right, we've had, just a really tough go of it, right? Anyone who has been born on this planet has experienced some trauma, some wounding. And we have the power to transform that and transmute that back into the light. And that's our job right now here on Earth, right? We are all doing the work to return to the light and bring that lightness back to the human experience that has been missing. And then lastly, again, they are imploring us, right, to make changes and to create, a more sustainable future for ourselves, right? They're reminding us that we are interconnected with all of life here on Earth. And, as the Earth goes, we go. As nature goes, we go, right? That we are a reflection of the Earth's health, right? And her health is always going to be reflected back to us. And they, share a lot, right, about the organizational structures that exist in the universe and in the galaxy, and how that organizational structure supports the positive evolution of this galaxy and all of the galaxies, and how each civilization has leaders and representatives in place to support that evolutionary process. So, when you step back and really reflect on all that the star races are offering us, it appears to me, and I know from personal contact experience, that we have so many supporters out there that are so excited about our ability to evolve beyond this current place in our civilization. And they're excited, right, about these sorts of events that are happening, and they're excited about us becoming more open and more, receptive, right, to a more complex reality than we maybe previously understood. So, I think my experience is a testament to, so many of you and so many of the people who have gone through, a difficult awakening process and have changed their worldview and have been willing to change their minds when presented with new information. And I think we all have to be willing to do that, right? We all have to be willing to evolve our understanding of the world, our understanding of the universe, our understanding of ourselves as we go through these sorts of evolutionary processes. And ultimately, we have to be open to change, right? We have to be open to this idea that we will have open contact soon, right? And it could happen a number of different ways. There's a lot of theories about how it's going to happen. But I think, what's important is that regardless of what's happening out there, we are focused on what we can control. We are focused on our inner work, our healing, raising our vibration, practicing these spiritual teachings from the star races, and really, embodying that in our lives in a way that is going to aid us as we go forward, that will make this transition of eras an easier transition, right? A transition of eras is never an easy thing. It's going to be, there's going to be some bumps in the road still, right, that we have to move through. And it's possible for us to move through that in an easier way. So that's what, my star family wants to impart on this group today, is that, again, no matter what is happening out there, we can control how we experience our reality, and we can position ourselves in a way where we are going to make an easier transition with the Earth as she's moving eras. So, this is a really exciting time on the planet, and I'm so excited that, we're all here having this discussion because, again, this is how disclosure happens, right? It's not going to come from our government. I doubt we're going to have a day where all of a sudden we hear from the world leaders. I think what is actually going to happen is, through this sort of citizen disclosure, these sorts of events, this, ability for all of us to come together and share our learnings and share our contact experiences, we will collectively shift the consciousness of the civilization in a way that allows the star races to show up when the time is right. And I think that's what we're preparing for. I think, a lot of our world governments have dug a pretty big hole that they now have to dig out of as it relates to the cover up. And so, again, I don't think we're waiting on that. I think we are leading the way and talking about what we know and talking about what is possible in our universe and bringing others along on that journey. And, the last thing I will leave you with before we wrap up is that, I think it's important we are all sensitive to each other's journeys, right? As we go through this awakening process on the planet, it's not going to be easy for every person. We've already seen that, right? And while we're talking about the fact that we can shift our consciousness and raise our vibration and experience things in a different way, we're going to have a lot of people that need help, right, through these big changes. And, we're already experiencing them, right? But there's more to come. And it's important that we are a support system, right, for others, and that we're not judging and that we're not critical of where they're at on their journey, right? Because every soul is here for a reason. Every soul is here for their learning, their growth, and that's beautiful, right? No matter what it is, right? There are some things in the physical that we maybe would not deem beautiful, but there are reasons every soul is having the experience they're having. And it's important that we're sensitive to that, right? And, I liken it to, kind of like the old school one-room schoolhouses, right? Where you have students at different grades all in the same classroom, right? And so we've got a lot of souls here from different grades, all in the same classroom, right? And a lot of you are in the higher grades, right? Some of you have graduated from high school, right? And you have souls that are with you in your family, in your community, who might still be in middle school or elementary school, and they need your help, right? They need you to be understanding and compassionate of where they're at and to just allow, for the experiences that they're having. So I think that's, a good reminder for us all as we go through, times that test us, right? And things that, might feel like a little bit of a trial for our civilization. So with that, I think we can wrap up in just a minute and have a few moments for questions. Again, this was pretty high level, just so y'all get to know me and who I am and what my point of view is. And for those who are in the audience today, I want to offer a free course on Star Family Wisdom. We have a ton of courses and programs and products that you can take advantage of that range from manifestation to spirituality to ETs and UFOs. And we have a UFOs in Preparing for Contact course. And I'll pop the link to this in the chat when I stop sharing my screen here. But that is free for our Portal to Ascension peeps, and something that you guys can take advantage of to learn a little bit more. You can learn more about my personal contact experience in more detail there as well. And you'll get actually my entire reading list too. And then on 326, like Neil was saying, we have the ET and Star Races webinar, so join that. And that is actually the same day that we are launching the Meet the Star Races course on Star Family Wisdom. So that's a fun synchronicity. So join that event. And if you do, you'll get a special discount on the course so you can dive even deeper. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and we have a few moments for questions if anyone wants to throw one out.
I have a question, and it's great to meet you. Thank you for doing the work. I'm always curious when people go from one worldview paradigm to another one. I know it's a long story, but can you give us a brief, like how that happened, and was it hard for you to adjust to this bigger universe you found yourself in?
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, Alan. There were about 6 months I thought I was crazy, as I was, having some of these experiences happen to me and realizing, well, that was real, that actually happened. So how do I explain this now? Right. So as I was, going through that research process and, looking to people like you and others who have expertise in this field and started to validate those experiences, I got beyond that point of
What was
feeling
the first?
crazy.
What was the first experience? What was that like initial being contact? Can you just say briefly?
Yeah. I think I had experienced some quantum entanglement with an ex, which was startling to me and told me that something, was going on here that was not explainable by my, old paradigm view. And then I had spontaneous past life visions pop in during a meditation. So like Sheila was saying, meditation is so important. That opens us up. And it was as I started a meditation practice that I started accessing soul memories, and then the ET contact started to occur because I had, allowed that space.
Well, great. Welcome to the family. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it took about a year to 2 years to finally get to the point where I didn't carry fear around this, right? I was coming from a background where, I had anxiety and depression, and, I lived in kind of a fear-based paradigm, right? And so moving through this awakening process really was this test of shedding the fear and learning to regulate my nervous system even, right? Like Sheila talked about, like, could we even handle if a being showed up in front of us? And, for a lot of us, no, right? Like our nervous system isn't regulated enough to even be able to handle that. And, even my contact experiences, I have seen visions of the beings. I have, in regressed states and meditation, coming out of being asleep from a contact experience, I've seen them, but not like in a conscious waking state, right? Because I think, my body, my nervous system is still getting to a place where I could handle that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Joan, unmute.
Thank you for that, Jenna. That's so true. There's one thing about seeing them in our meditations, and it's another about seeing them in our kitchen cooking with us. Like, will that ever happen? Will they ever be guests in our home with us? Like, or do we have to continue to raise our frequency so that we're vibrational beings with them in their kitchens?
Right. We got to meet each other.
Right.
I don't know if they cook. Some of them put fluid on their skin to eat, but
well, I know it was a metaphor about being in the same room with them personally, and being able to handle that frequency and that high vibrational experience without being fried, like really in that way. And I kind of feel like you're helping make that easier and more acceptable by what you're talking about right now.
Good. I'm glad. I think there's a lot about these experiences that, even for people who aren't new to this, can be kind of startling, right? And can be overwhelming. And, I think we are all in a place, right, of still evolving to a place where we can have these just very fluent, open contact experiences. Those are still pretty few and far between, right? People have had them, but, most of our contact experiences are happening in the way, we're talking about here.
It's true.
Yeah. We have a question here from Paul saying, can you explain or define more of what a dimensional shift is or means or feels like to you? This aspect seems really important, but is a bit fuzzy to grasp.
Yeah, good question. So Flo talked about it beautifully in terms of how each dimension operates at a different frequency, right? And different sounds, represent those frequencies. And so, all of us are vibrating at a slightly different frequency, right? We are occupying the 3rd/4th dimension right now. Some beings on this planet have already, shifted more into the 4th dimension. And I can tell you from my personal experience, a lot of that shifting really has happened as I've done my healing work, right? So, part of my awakening experience has also been doing that really deep transformational healing work, to shed old wounds and traumas. And as that has happened, and as I have practiced spiritual law and utilized my mind in the right ways, I have been experiencing my reality in a different way. So, like, I have been experiencing more miraculous, synchronistic moments. I have been experiencing this type of alignment with the like divine plan for my life, right? This kind of reorganizing of my physical reality to align myself to the plan for my life. And when we do that healing work and we open ourselves to that and we ask for that sort of support and do all the other practices, right? Like health and nutrition, the wellness practices, the positive mindset to raise our vibration, you will start to experience reality in a slightly different way. And so, again, that, analogy of two people can be living in the same collective reality, but one person can be having just a really tough go of it, but another person can be having a really beautiful, extraordinary experience. That's kind of an example of it. And, that's not, I guess, across the board true for every single, person, right? Because again, souls are all here having an experience for a particular reason. But we can shift and alter how we experience our reality. We can start to stair step up, right, in a way that allows us to experience, a more beautiful reality. And, I teach a lot about manifestation on Star Family Wisdom, which I thought was woo-woo BS for a long time. And I can tell you now that anything I teach on Star Family Wisdom, I have tested, practiced in my own life, and, can testify to the possibility, right, for what we can experience.
I think you make a great point, because as our worldview and vibration expands, the world becomes more fun. There's more possibilities, more parts of us get activated. So this is what we're hoping the whole world can play in, this playground of portal to ascension, ascending.
Yes. So, I think it's also probably not a coincidence that I, started working at Whole Foods a long time ago, right? Justin just put in the chat, about earth or eating plant-based diets, right? And how, fruits and vegetables are high vibe foods. And so, for the last, decade, I have been focused on health and nutrition and whole foods and, how that supports our ability to evolve, right? And now I'm, viewing that in a different way. And so in the Raise Your Vibe challenge, we actually have a whole challenge on that, where you get some PDF downloadable guides that help you on that health and wellness journey.
Great.
Amazing. Yeah, that's true, because everything is vibration, right? Everything came from the original vibration source. The cosmic egg split into infinite possibilities. And all things that are manifested are from frequency, basically, however you want to perceive it, slow down, denser, whatever, becoming solid. But we've proven we're all vibration, including the food that we eat, right? So it's about really putting not higher vibe or low vibe, really. It's about harmony compared to disharmony, right? Even when it comes to eating meat, right? There's back in the day when there was no industrial farming, it was a completely different ball game than what's going on now in the meat industry and the trauma that's inflicted onto these animals, right? And then we ingest that, and whatever we're ingesting really becomes our vibration, taking us a fractal towards either, upliftment and expansion, or the opposite of that.
Yep. That's so true, Neil. I went vegetarian when I was 13 because I just intuitively knew, like, I should not be eating animals. And I eat a little bit of seafood now, but only if it's consciously farmed or caught. And a little plug for Whole Foods, any of the animal products there are consciously, humanely raised, caught, killed. So again, that is important, if that is still part of your diet, being conscious of how that food is raised, about where that food comes from, is a really important part of raising our vibe.
Right. Because we're going to the higher vibrations, so we must have higher vibrational food.
Yep.
And there's no doubt about that, as well as our higher vibrational thoughts and our homes being higher vibrational energies.
Exactly.
All of our miracle allies. What a great job you've done for us, Jenna. I just love your presentation. And so appreciate. And I love your story of going from Whole Foods to this. It's just, I know everyone resonates with that.
To whole planet, whole foods to whole planet,
The whole planet, right?
whole
The whole
system.
galaxy, to the whole interconnectional connection.
And
All
Jenna,
right,
you're
Neil
in
has something to show us.
Yeah, you're in Sedona, right?
Yeah, I am. I was in Austin, Texas, where Whole Foods is based until
Okay.
recently. And similar to how the rest of my awakening experience has been guided, Star Family guided me here.
Nice. Well,
Yeah.
Alan and I will be in Sedona,
And me and Joan
and so will Joan.
Oh yeah,
So,
next
in
month.
March. So
Awesome.
let's.
do a
Are you-
round table there.
Are
No,
you
Oh my
here
I-
for
God,
the
let's do
Ascension
something.
conference?
I think we might be there at the time of this event.
Oh, perfect.
Yes.
Oh
The
my
Ascension
God.
Conference, yes. Joan and I will be at the Susan Ross Ascension Conference.
Oh, perfect. I'll be there too. Yeah.
Okay.
have
Oh
to
my
get
God,
together.
Jenna, that's fantastic. Okay, good. We'll connect there. We'll do some.
I
We'll
love
do
it.
some live stuff together.
Yes,
Absolutely.
I love it. I'll
With
have
Alan.
you guys over for a healthy dinner too. I've got a great
Ooh.
view of the rocks, so
Sign
we
me
can
up.
have a
Oh,
high
sign me
vibe
up.
dinner party.
Okay.
Great.
All right,
Look
guys.
forward to it.
So let's talk about this event really quick that you're going to be a part of, and a few other guests from today. Well, Joan and Geraldine and Alan, you'll be on the flyer next week. But this is something I've wanted to do for a while was to, we do a lot of consciousness, extraterrestrial stuff, and there's definitely going to be a lot of consciousness in this event. But I wanted to do something on like going deep into the races, what the different races are, the characteristics, and also the planets, what they look like. If anybody has testimonials from them, Mary Rodwell is going to share some stories from children that talk about their home planets and what they look like and what their day-to-day life is, right?
Wow.
And then also the technology. What are the crafts that they're using? How are they traveling interdimensionally? What various forms of craft are there? So there's two people I need to add to this event. Adam Apollo, he just signed up, and then Alan, of course. We're going to do a panel at the end of the day. Adam Apollo's presentation specifically is going to be the galactic technology portion, in which he's going to be talking about, through his astral traveling experiences, the different things that he's come across. And then Dan Winter is going to be talking about the science of what we're finding on Earth right now that's going to allow us to start doing the same things that's happening, with these UFO sightings that we're getting. And Jenna, why don't you maybe spend a moment here? Actually, you go ahead, Alan, and then Jenna, if you
I just want to say Dan Winter is a real genius, a real scientific genius. He will blow your expansion of what you think is reality. So I always like having him on. Thanks. Yeah, go ahead, Jenna.
Yeah, so in this conference, I'll be presenting specifically on who the star races are. So all of the different star races, we'll probably talk about at least 20 to 30 of them. We'll talk about what their intentions are, how they've been interacting with Earth, what we know about them that is going to help prepare us for meeting them in person one day. And like Neil said, the rest of the panelists will be talking about all of the other aspects of the technology and the planets. And interestingly enough, in one of my channeled states, they told me that, one of the starships out there near Earth is about as big as Houston, Texas, for perspective. So it would fit over all of Houston.
Let's do a CE5 when we're all in Sedona. Let's go out into the desert.
Yes, let's do it.
Yes.
I'm staying extra. I can already see. I'm not going to be able to leave Sedona if you guys are like going up there.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, and our podcast is going to be launching by then. So Star Family Wisdom is also becoming a podcast and YouTube show. So y'all will be able to check that out in March
Nice.
as well.
Congratulations, Jenna.
Beautiful.
Thank you. We're so
Thank you,
happy
Jen.
you came on.
Yeah, thanks, Jenna. I'm really excited just to be connected with you now. Just this is really the beginning of us working together. There's a lot of things I feel we're going to do.
Yeah, this is awesome, Neil. Thank you. It's important that we help the world prepare. I am in service to the healing of humanity and the planet. However I can support, let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, Jenna. I appreciate you so much.
Bye, everyone. Thanks.
Take care.
Great. Okay, who do we have now? I haven't checked the schedule.
We have Rey Hernandez next, and he's in the house. So let's go ahead and bring him on.
Rey Hernandez is in the house, and well, we can all talk about Ray, but he has such a dramatic story of how he came to UFOs and how he went beyond UFOs, you know? So, Ray, we want to see your face.
Okay, here we go. Let me see.
Come on, Ray.
Okay, here we go.
Hey,
I look
Wow.
like Santa Claus.
There you
how you
go.
doing, brother?
Quantum Santa Claus there.
North
Yeah.
Pole.
Yes, I'm matching Dr. Tom Campbell.
It's good to
Well-
see you, man.
Yeah.
I
Are
think
you?
everyone's healthy.
Yeah. You know, are you going to go beyond where you went before? Right. Right. I mean, you. I have to say, Ray was a lawyer, didn't know anything about anything, and boom, one day, well, it's a whole story. His wife, and then him, and then the download, and then he had synchronicities, near-death experience. I'm just fast tracking it all so we can get to you, but it just blew open his mind to say he's dedicating his life to this. Hooked up with Edgar Mitchell, wrote his first book with a bunch of other people, Rudy Shield, Beyond UFOs, and now he's really taking us to the next level where he's become one of the people saying, you know, it's all consciousness. And what does that mean? How does that evolve us? And who are we really? And what is this out there? So is that a little bit of what you're going to be talking about, Ray?
Yes, I can talk about the new book. I've already, I guess, presented to many of the members of Neil's group about my history of how I got here as an individual, which is it's unbelievable. There's no
It's
other way.
dramatic.
To describe it.
It's a movie. It should be a movie. Yes.
And it was an experience. Well, we are doing a documentary. We've been filming for 5 years,
Wow.
and it's going to parallel the new book. We've interviewed more than 30 PhD academics and medical doctors, and close to 70 experiencers of the contact modalities. These are individuals that have had 3 or more different experiences via the contact modalities. For example, people have had NDEs, they've had OBEs, they've seen deceased people, they've seen UFOs. I guess our mutual friend Preston Dennett is a classic case. He's had all of the above except an NDE. So our book is going to be literally, actually it's going to be 4 books, 4 volumes. And volume 1 and 2 are theoretical, and volume 3 and 4 are experiential. It's going to be the testimony of these major individuals. So I'll stop to take a breath here.
Yeah. Do you have a PowerPoint, or are you just going to talk?
No, what I can do is I could show what the front cover of our book is going to look like, and the topics, the various topics. But before we get into that, I just want to present to the audience members that I've called down huge UAPs. Okay, not these.
Wait, just real
balls.
quick, could you turn
Yeah.
up your volume?
Yes. Okay. Hold on one second. Volume. Testing. How's that?
More, please.
Okay. How's that? Testing.
Sounds the same. Maybe you can do it in Zoom. You know where the microphone is? There's a little
Okay.
up arrow.
Yes, I see it there.
Audio settings.
Okay. Audio settings.
Yep, and then microphone volume.
Okay, microphone volume. How's that
There
now?
we go. Perfect.
All right, fantastic. Okay, and yeah, just for individuals that do not know me, do not know my story, an energy being appeared in my living room to my wife and my daughter, and to my wife first. And then she went upstairs to call me because she had been praying all night to the Virgin Mary of Mexico, La Virgen de Guadalupe. And that morning, this energy being appeared, and she went upstairs to call me because to her it was an angel. And then I went downstairs with her at 6 o'clock in the morning because she had been praying all night because our dog was totally paralyzed. And we were going to be euthanizing her later in the afternoon. And so this energy being appeared, my wife disappeared in front of me, the dog disappeared, this being put me to sleep. And when I woke up an hour later, the dog was completely healed, running around the entire neighborhood. And my wife was saying, hallelujah, hallelujah, the angels cured her, the angels cured her. And my background, I went to Cornell for a master's degree. I went to University of California, Berkeley for a PhD, and then I became an attorney. So total atheist, material rationalist, and this was like an atom bomb exploding in my head. And then my wife began to pray at night, and these huge UAPs, it's another terminology for UFOs, would appear, these very large objects. And then I tried to do it, and it happened. The first time I tried it, it was this huge object the size of a football stadium appeared right on top of my next door neighbor's house, literally 30 feet away from me. And that was witnessed by my daughter, who was 10 years old at the time, and 3 adult friends of mine. And that lasted more than an hour. There was telepathic communication that took place, holographic projections, and I won't go into the details of that. And then I began to have a series of nonstop paranormal experiences, including out-of-body experiences, seeing shadow beings, getting physics downloads, other types of downloads of information. I had 3 near-death related type of experiences, which gave me spirituality. And that, again, that was a very complicated process, which I won't go into the details of it. And then how my research part came about was I was driving my car in the middle of a traffic jam, and I was taken out of body to another multidimensional reality where I was taught the nature of our reality, the relationship between consciousness and what I now call the contact modalities, all the different paranormal ways that humans are piercing the veil of our reality and having contact with non-human intelligence. And I was shown that that all of these experiences, i.e. NDEs, OBEs, UAP contact, people that see ghosts and spirits, hallucinogenic journeys, channeling, remote viewing, et cetera, that all these experiences are actually part of one phenomenon. And they need to be studied as one phenomenon. And the main reason is because all of them involve what is called a manipulation of space-time. So, and then that night, that evening when I got home from work, Mary Rodwell sent me an email. I had never communicated with her before. She was responding to an email that I had sent her 6 months earlier. So on the day of that experience, she said, "Dear Ray, I'm sorry I'm responding to an email that you had sent me 6 months ago, but it's just popped up on my computer today." So it was held up in cyberspace for 6 months. So if any of you are going to be seeing Mary Rodwell in the very near future, say, "Look, Rey Hernandez told us this crazy story. Is it true or not?" You know, and she'll tell you that yes, it's very, very true. And we spoke until 1:30 in the morning, my time, Eastern Standard Time. And then I said, "Look, Mary, I got to go to work tomorrow." And we agreed to communicate later. But then the very next day, this 24 hours after that OBE experience while I was driving my car, I got a phone call from this emeritus professor of astrophysics at Harvard University, Dr. Rudy Shields. And I had no idea who this man was. And he's calling me at 8:30 in the morning. And what had happened was that Mary had sent him a detailed chronology of my experiences that I told her. And so he wanted to talk to me because my experience dealt with consciousness and physics and cosmology. And that's what his interest is in. And then he, in turn, spoke with me for about 90 minutes. And then he gave me Edgar Mitchell's telephone number. I called him later on that afternoon. Edgar Mitchell invited me to his home. So within 48 hours of this experience, I was at the home of Edgar Mitchell, and he lived an hour and a half away from me. And it was at the home of Edgar Mitchell that this organization, which eventually was called the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Foundation for Research into Extraterrestrial and Extraordinary Experiences, began. And then we then invited Rudy Shields and Mary Rodwell for us to become the co-founders of that organization. And then we invited many PhD academics and UFO researchers, Barbara Lamb, Denise Stoner, Dr. Leo Sprinkle, the late Dr. Leo Sprinkle, Kathleen Martin, and several others to work with us to undertake the world's first comprehensive academic statistical research study of UFO contact experiences. These are individuals like myself that had seen a being, an intelligence, and have had UFO contact experiences. And we spent 9 months developing the research for that. We then we developed 3 surveys. We administered in multiple languages. And just in the English language alone, we collected responses from more than 4,300 individuals from over 125 countries. And needless to say, our research data pretty much contradicted what is circulating in the field of mainstream materialist ufology. It was the total opposite of what's circulating out there at these UFO conferences. And why? Because no one has ever done this study before, this comprehensive academic statistical research study. And again, this was done with PhD academics together with people that had their boots on the ground researching UFO abductees and conductees for numerous years. Leo Sprinkle, for example, was working in that field for 40 years. Same thing with Barbara Lamb, Mary Rodwell for at least 30 years, Kathleen Martin, again, another 30 years. So these weren't just naive people. These are people that have been working in this arena for many years. All we did was just combined it with the PhD academics. So we made it academic and scientific, and we managed to publicize our data in 2 peer-reviewed academic journals. And we published an 820-page book titled Beyond UFOs, The Science of Consciousness and Contact with Non-Human Intelligence. And if anybody wants to receive roughly half of our book, the most important sections that dealt with the data, I'm giving it away for free. Just send me an email to info, I-N-F-O, @experiencer.org. That's info, I-N-F-O, @experiencer.org. Right there, someone just typed it up on the chat box. And so the reason I pushed that study to begin with was, here I was in this out-of-body experience in 2013. This is May of 2013, where I was shown all this information, that it's all one phenomenon. But yet the folks in ufology, that they say, what the hell does NDEs have to do with UFOs? What does OBEs have to do with UFOs? Okay, what does channeling have to do with UFOs, et cetera? Well, what did we discover in our research study of 4,300 people? What we discovered was that this phenomenon, while has a physical component to it, okay, you see a perceived physical object in the sky, you see a physical being in front of you. Like in my case, it was an energy being, which was multiple colored, semi-translucent, that totally controlled my consciousness, made my wife disappear, our dog, and totally healed our dog, who we were going to be euthanizing later that afternoon. So while it is a physical phenomenon, the overwhelming majority of the experiences that these people were having can be called paranormal in nature. For example, 80% of these people were having out-of-body experiences. That's a huge percent, okay? 37% had near-death experiences, okay? Orbs, 60% had seen orbs, okay? Deceased people, again, it was like 67% saw what is commonly called a ghost or a spirit. You name the paranormal experience, these people were having it in very large percentages. So that was one of our major research findings. And that also brought the hypothesis that these experiences need to be studied as one phenomenon. Why? because the experiencers were having all of these experiences. Okay, you just don't see a UFO. No, you're having. Once you see a UFO, like in my case, boom, you get activated. Okay, and you begin having all of these experiences via what I call the contact modalities. And that's a term that I coined in 2013 when I wrote a paper for the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation on our website. It was titled The Quantum Hologram, Theory of Consciousness, and the Contact Modalities. Okay, so the experiencers themselves demonstrated that it needs to be studied as one. So this is not just theory, okay? It's also practice via the experiencer. Our approach always was that the experiencer holds the key to be able to begin to understand what is consciousness, what is the nature of our reality. If you just deal with pure philosophy, the philosophy of the mind, okay, and study idealism, like many of these scholars that are pure philosophers, you're never going to have a true understanding of what is consciousness. The other approach is a physicist approach. You could, approach it as via quantum physics, and just like the early developers of quantum physics conclude that yes, consciousness is primary. Okay, but you talk to the people that have had major contact experiences. And again, we talked about our friend Preston Dennett, but our book has over 70 of these people. They will tell you, yes, consciousness is primary. Okay, our reality, what we think it is not the real reality. We're actually inside a greater reality. Yes, Lilo, the title of the book is Beyond UFOs, the Science of Consciousness and Contact with Non-Human Intelligence. And as I said before, you don't have to buy the book. I'm giving you more than half of the book for free to send me an email to info@experiencer.org. So anyway, the reason why we did that initial study on UFO contact experiencers was because there was zero statistical data on the phenomenon. Kathleen Martin, who was a member of our research committee, she and Denise Stoner, who was also a member of our research committee, they did a study several years before where they administered 50 questions to 50 abductees. Okay, very, very limited. Okay, one of the research findings that we found was that 2/3 of the people that took our surveys had seen a UFOs, had seen a non-human intelligence, but they never had an abduction. Okay, so all these people that just focus on abductions, this, abductions that, abductions everywhere, they're missing 2/3 of the people. And we also determined that the people that had an abduction, okay, 70% of these people now call themselves contactees and not abductees. Why? Because overall, initially, all the people who took our survey, 37% viewed their experiences as negative. Okay. Why? Because of the ontological shock. All of a sudden, you're like me, you're living your life normally, and there's an energy being appeared in your living room. Okay. And it wasn't for my wife, viewing it as angelic and praying all night and calling it down. If I didn't have that experience, I might have been traumatized by that experience. And that was a positive experience. The other people that have had experiences that are frightening. But over time, the 37% was reduced to less than 5% over time. Why? Because we found out that the vast majority of these individuals were having multiple contact experiences. Over 40% of these individuals were having more than 20 experiences. The more experiences you had, the more positive you viewed your experiences. Why? Because your perception of the experience changed over time, and your actual experience changed over time. For the people that have had abductions, they might have had an experience where they were paralyzed, they were having a medical inspection by these short beings, and but yet towards the end of their experiences, they're communicating with these energy beings. People viewed them as angels, angelic. They're being brought to the spirit world, shown what the afterlife is like Whitley Strieber. Now he's communicating with his deceased wife. Initially, Whitley Strieber viewed his experiences as horrible, totally negative experiences. Okay. Now he prays every night to these beings, giving them thanks for totally transforming him, for giving him spirituality. Okay. For making him the individual that he is now. So Whitley Strieber initially was in this negative light of an abductee. Now he's Mr. Love and Light. Okay. But that is the common example of people that took our surveys. Okay. So one major finding was that these experiences were perceived by the overwhelming majority as highly positive. Not initially, but highly positive. Okay. And we asked that question of positive, negative, or neutral in 25 different questions. Also, we asked open-ended questions where they got to write out the details to that question of positive, negative, and neutral. We even asked it for the different types of beings that people were seeing, whether it was positive, negative, or neutral. But I won't go into those details. The second major finding was that these experiences were primarily psychic, paranormal experiences, and not necessarily physicalist. Okay, that was the vast majority of the experiences. Number three, these experiences dramatically transformed these individuals for the positive. All of a sudden, people became less materialistic, more spiritual, more consciously aware. Okay, they became vegetarians. They ecologically friendly. They became much more spiritual. They weren't atheists anymore. Money was not important, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that parallels the people that have had near-death experiences. So that was a major, major finding, that these experiences were just like near-death experiences. The people evolve and transform in radical ways. And the fourth major finding was that these experiences involve a manipulation of space-time. That means that these experiences need to be seen as consciousness-based phenomena, okay, as interdimensional phenomena, okay? And I won't go into the details. If people have questions, they could ask me later on. So the reason why we wanted to do this study first was because we had zero data about the UFO contact phenomenon. All you had at these UFO conferences were David Jacobs saying he's never met anyone that's had a positive UFO contact experience. Never. I never met anyone that had a positive experience. Bud Hopkins, the same thing. I've never met anyone that had a positive experience. And all of these abduction people talking about how horrible the experience is. I think I might have lost you. Do you guys still hear me? Hello? I seem to have lost, I can't see my picture here. Maybe I did something. Okay, here I am. Sorry, I apologize. All right. So we didn't have any data. There was very little understanding of what is a UFO contact experience. Okay. Now we do have that data, and it totally is different from what people perceive it to be, at least on the internet. Okay. And on these UFO conferences. Now a lot of experiencers are beginning to talk at these UFO conferences, and they're giving a totally different perspective of what the phenomenon is all about. So what I realized at that point was, yes, my experience that I had, that out-of-body experience, and how the synchronicity of how the organization, the Dr. Mitchell Free Foundation, was formed. It was orchestrated, okay? Just like all of my experiences, these were sequential. Just like how they gave me spirituality, it was through a series of NDE experiences. And I'll just give you what happened at the last 3 days of this. The last 3 days was that on December 21st, 2012, I was with my daughter, the pediatrician's office. All of a sudden comes out a robotic voice. "Excuse me, doctor, have you ever heard the term near-death experiences? It's a phenomenon that you need to know about. And I've just finished reading approximately 300 books on this phenomenon over the last 4 months, and many of them written by medical doctors such as yourself." So I was saying, what the hell is happening? Where did this voice come from? I have a split personality, I'm going crazy. And then all of a sudden, I apologized to her. I said, "Excuse me, doctor, I don't know why I said that." And then she said, "There's no need to apologize. How did you know I had one?" Okay. That occurred the very next day. Okay, Saturday, December 22nd, 2012. And on Sunday, that was with my father. And when I told him that Sunday, so 3 days in a row. And my father's experience was the most profound experience NDE experience of any book that I ever read, any case study. And it was on my way home that I put down my windows. I looked up at the stars, and for the first time in my life, I spoke to God and to these beings who I consider modern angels, intermediaries of God. Again, a non-religious God. Okay, the universal mind, and from that day on, I don't have a knowledge of spirituality. I have a knowingness of spirituality. So anyway, at that point, after our research study, we can readily conclude that all of these phenomenon need to be studied and researched as one phenomenon. Okay, so over the many years since I had that first initial experience, I had been in communication with many academics, PhD academics, some of the major consciousness scholars. And so I would talk to these people because we had many PhD academics in the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation. One was Edgar Mitchell, the other one was Rudy Shields, the other one was Dr. John Climo. He knew all of the parapsychologists, John Climo out in California. He knew Russell Targ, Stanley Krippner, Dean Radin. Edgar Mitchell got Dean Radin to invite me to IONS to make a lecture out there. And I met Jacques Vallée, I mean, tons of people. And I would always be talking to these people about the nature of our reality. And universally, all of these individuals said, look, our consciousness is primary. Our reality is not what we think it is, okay? That we're actually inside a greater reality, okay? And then they would always say to me that all of the paranormal, they hypothesize, is actually one phenomenon. Why? Because consciousness is primary. It needs to be studied as one phenomenon. But then I would ask them, how come you've never published a paper on that, but published anything academically on that? And they would all say, look, we have our hands filled with what we're focusing on. Like in Dean Radin is studying scientifically via experiments the psi phenomenon, and he said that what we were doing, he said we're like sister organizations, but he said what you're doing is you're much further ahead of us in terms of looking at the society at large of these issues. And so again, I'd be talking to more than 60 or 70 of these people, and they would all tell me the same thing, all these PhD academics. And then I said, look, we need to develop a similar research study that we did with the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation, but now we need to include everybody that's had an experience with the contact modalities. And so I decided at that point, we need to be able to introduce these topics via a book. And let me share my screen just to show you. I've been working on this for 4 years. Hold on a second here. I hope everyone can see this book, this front sheet here. The title of our book, let me, sorry about that. Let me get you the front cover. Okay, this is what the front cover looks like. The title of the book is A Greater Reality, the New Paradigm of Non-Local Consciousness, the Paranormal, and the Contact Modalities. And if you could see here to the left, you have all of these terms. They're all different aspects of the paranormal and the psi phenomenon. They're all being sucked up into a black hole. And as you can see, also being sucked up were binary codes, zeros and ones, which stands for the information fields of our reality. And the big major ones in capitalized letters are near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, UFOs, and ghosts and spirits. And a lot of people don't get this, but if you look at Nous in Greek, that means knowledge or wisdom. Okay, so very few people catch that. We have 5 co-editors. Dr. Rudy Shields is an emeritus professor of astrophysics at Harvard University, now retired. Dr. John Climo was a professor for over 45 years in psychology, and his focus was primarily on consciousness and the paranormal. Michael Grosso is also an experiencer, together with John Climo. He, as a matter of fact, saw a huge UFO in Manhattan with his girlfriend and a neighbor. And he received a PhD in philosophy from Columbia University in the early 1970s. He's in his mid-70s now, and he's written about more than 10 books. Most of them deal with some aspects of the paranormal. And he's written many, many academic articles on consciousness. So that's Michael Grosso, Dr. Michael Grosso. Dr. Jeffrey Long is a medical doctor. He's an oncologist, and he's one of the world's leading researchers on near-death experiences. Okay. All of these individuals have written chapters for our book. And the title of the organization is CCRI, which stands for Consciousness and Contact Research Institute. And so let me now switch to the table of contents. Okay. We're going to be having 4 volumes. Okay, 4 books, each of them at least 500 pages in length, probably more. The first 2 volumes are theoretical in nature, and volumes 3 and 4 are written by experiencers of the contact modalities. And we chose individuals that have had 3 or more experiences via the contact modalities. For example, let me just shoot all the way down here to Dr. Melinda Greer. As you can see here, Dr. Melinda Greer is a medical doctor. She works in a hospital. She's a pediatrician, saving the lives of children. She has seen 12 UFOs. She's had 2 near-death experiences, several out-of-body experiences. She's had 3 Sasquatch encounters, 2 of them being up-close Sasquatch encounters. In terms of psychic abilities, she's like off the charts. And I could go on and on and on. She's, after her second NDE, she began to see ghosts of spirits in her hospital. So that's an example of an experiencer chapter that's going to be in our book. Now, in terms of the theoretical chapter, the prologue is written by Dr. Jeffrey Kripal, and he is a professor of religion and philosophy at Rice University. And he was one of the judges for the Bob Bigelow Consciousness Award, which was won by one of our authors. Down here, you'll see his name, Dr. Jeffrey Mishloff, right here. He's we have 2 chapters by him. I'll go over them in a second. So he won $500,000. Okay, so this is not just chump change here. Okay, he won $500,000. We have 3 other people here that won prizes with the Bob Bigelow Consciousness Research Study, and I'll go over some of them. So Jeff Kripal was one of the award winners, and he's written many books relating to consciousness and the paranormal. And I think about 3 or 4 years ago, he wrote jointly a book with Whitley Strieber. And he also wrote a book about 2 years ago of this woman that had a major near-death experience. So he certainly understands that all the contact modalities should be studied as one phenomenon, and that consciousness is primary. I'm going to be writing the introduction for the book. I already spoke about Melinda Greer, and I put her up there because she is an example of what we're talking about, that all of these contact modalities need to be studied as one. So the next section, section 2, is titled The Primacy of Consciousness and the Contact Modalities. And here we have the very first article. Larry Dossey is a medical doctor. He's one of the most eminent writers on consciousness. He also, all of these people, everyone here holds that consciousness is primary. Dr. Bruce Grayson is now a retired professor at the University of Virginia School of Medicine. And for many years, he's been one of the top 3 academic researchers on near-death experiences. He actually was the one that really initiated. Raymond Moody led the charge of putting the name on it, but the actual academic research was done by Dr. Bruce Grayson and Dr. Kenneth Ring. Dr. Peter Sturrock is a professor of physics at Stanford University, has been very much interested in the topic of UFOs and consciousness for many, many years. So again, we're talking heavy-duty people. He was a professor of physics at Stanford University. Jim Tucker was another professor at the University of Virginia School of Medicine at the Division of Perceptual Studies, and he continued the research of Dr. Ian Stevenson, who founded the Institute of Perceptual Studies at the University of Virginia. And he continued with the work of Dr. Ian Stevenson on reincarnation. So just this first article, it's all heavyweights, okay? And the title of the article is Consciousness, What Is It? Okay. The second article is by Dr. Tom Campbell. Actually, he doesn't have a PhD. I need to take the doctor away. He's like I am, ABD, all but dissertation. And he wrote a 70-page chapter that we live inside a virtual reality. And he arrived at these conclusions based upon 40 years of having out-of-body experiences. He worked at the very beginning with Robin Monroe at the Monroe Institute. So anyway, this is another heavy-duty article. Dr. Bob Davis is a retired professor of neuroscience, and he wrote, again, another chapter on what is consciousness. Dr. Larry Dossi wrote, the medical doctor, wrote a title on The One Mind of Consciousness. And that article is based upon a book that he had written many years ago with the same title, The One Mind of Consciousness. Giorgio Piacenza is a philosopher, and he wrote a paper studying consciousness via integral theory, which is Ken Weber's theory of the nature of our reality and consciousness. William Trenote wrote a paper based upon the channeling of Paul Hamden by the Zeta race. And that chapter is titled The Extraterrestrial Cosmology of Consciousness. And that was written like an academic article, okay? But yet it came from the channeling from a Zeta. Dr. Jeffrey Mishloff, I interviewed him, and as I said before, he's probably one of the top 3 or 4 eminent academics on consciousness, and he's had this interview format where he's interviewed thousands of people on all aspects of consciousness over the last 40 years. And then our very own Michael Grosso, one of our co-editors, wrote an article titled Contact with Transcendent Mind. Again, that is a universal mind, which is the foundation of our reality. Now, the next topic is this topic titled Non-Local Consciousness, Telepathy, and the Quantum Hologram. And that is based upon the theories of the late Dr. Edgar Mitchell. We are publishing an article that he wrote that was only published one other place, and that was at Rudy Shields' Journal of Cosmology, which is a physics journal that got very minimal circulation, but yet that's Edgar's most important writing. It's a little bit difficult to read because it's couched in physics language, but it doesn't have physics in it. It's written for the layperson, but it's not an easy read. But yet that lays out the theory of non-local consciousness, how humans are able to tap into the information fields of our reality and to download that information. Common terminology uses the Akashic records, and how we're able to perceive the past, present, future, and how ESP works. So it's a very complicated theory, and he had worked with over 20 PhD physicists on that theory. Dr. Rudy Shields wrote a similar corollary to Edgar's theory titled Computer Model of Consciousness. And Dr. Glenn Ryan, who has a PhD in biochemistry from the University of London, he took Edgar's paper, and what he did is he applied it to contact with non-human intelligence, how people are having perceived experiences with various forms of non-human intelligence. So it's an application of Edgar's theory. And then Giorgio Piacenza, again, applied Edgar's theory to the theory of consciousness and the contact modalities. And Dr. Joseph Lewells wrote an article on Michael Talbot's book titled The Holographic Universe. And he wrote a summary of the holographic universe in a 1 chapter. And so the next topic is near-death experiences. And so we have Dr. Sharon Hewitt Rowlett. She is received a PhD in philosophy from New York University, and she was a philosophy professor. And she was a runner-up to the Bob Bigelow Consciousness Prize. She got $50,000 for this paper. So I communicated with her, and she agreed to have her paper published in this book. And her paper is titled "The Best Evidence for the Survival of Human Consciousness," which is an excellent paper. It's written for the layperson, but yet it's written in an academic format, but yet digestible for everyone. Dr. Bruce Grayson wrote an overview of NDE research. And I said, he's the founder of NDE research. He's the man. He's the godfather of that. So we're publishing his article in there. And we're having a couple of more articles. One is by an interview with Dr. Jeffrey Long, who I said was one of the pioneers with Dr. Bruce Grayson on NDE research, and also Raymond Moody. I interviewed him as well at his home in Alabama, and we're publishing the transcription of that interview, which is mind-blowing with both of these individuals. These are pioneers of NDE research. And again, all of them say that consciousness is primary, that our physical 3D reality that we perceive via the 5 cognitive senses, that's an illusion, okay? And that all of what I call the paranormal, the contact modalities, that all of them need to be studied as one phenomenon, okay? So that's NDEs. Now for out-of-body experiences, remote viewing, and consciousness, that's the next topic. We have the first article is by Stephen A. Schwartz, and he pretty much, I think, is the best researcher on the topic of remote viewing. Not necessarily Russell Targ. I believe it's Stephen A. Schwartz. He developed what we now call non-coordinate remote viewing way before Russell Targ, and did it at the Stanford Research Institute. And he's been working on remote viewing until today. He's a man in his late 70s. So he wrote an article titled "Through Time and Space, the Evidence for Remote Viewing." Next, we have Julia Sellers, whose husband is one of the world's major OBE experiencers. He could pop out of his body at will. So she's been researching this phenomenon again for over 20 years. And she did an overview of OBE research. What have academics and scientists and scholars written about the OBE phenomenon over the last 40 years? And then Marilyn Hughes, she's the president of the Out-of-Body Travel Foundation. She's been doing out-of-body astral traveling, for over 40 years. And she has a wonderful website with hundreds of free books that she's published in articles. And she wrote an overview article titled "OBEs, Astral Travel, and Remote Viewing." And again, these are all articles that were meant for the layperson. They're not highly technical, written, highly academic language, but yet it's written in a format that, you need to be able to pay attention to it. Now, Daniel Reskin wrote an article for us on lucid dreams. And again, that's a topic that's rarely discussed in the topic of consciousness, and it's important to introduce lucid dreams as one of the contact modalities. Then the next topic is ghost spirits and spiritual transformation. Gary Schwartz was a tenured professor at Harvard. He then was a tenured professor at Yale University, and for the last 20 years, he's been at the University of Arizona. And what he's been doing for the last 20 years? He's communicating with dead people, okay, via mediums. And this man is like one of the geniuses in this field of consciousness. He's published various books titled "Expanding Science," "Is Consciousness Primary?" "The God Experiments," many other books. So this guy is a genius. And we got an article that he wrote just for our book. Had never been published before. Is titled "Survival of Consciousness Research." And then we have another article that Edgar Mitchell wrote. It's titled "The Quantum Hologram: Merging of Science and Spirituality." The need for humanity to become much more spiritual because we're heading towards a path of self-destruction. So we need to be able to merge science and spirituality in order for the human civilization to continue. And Dr. Eric Ouellette is a professor in Canada, and he wrote an article about the history of Marian apparitions. This is where the Virgin Mary is seen all over the world, and talks about that from a paranormal, parapsychology perspective. Paul Eno is also a member of the CCRI, and he's one of the few non-academics that have written a chapter here. And Paul, I consider him to be one of the world's leading authorities on ghosts, poltergeists, and attachments, spiritual attachments, which he calls parasites. And so he wrote an article about his 50 years of research into this phenomenon. And it's an overview article. And then Reverend Michael Carter, who is also a major contact experiencer, he wrote a paper on the spiritual transformation that takes place upon the experiencer having contact via the contact modalities. So the spiritual transformation takes place via near-death experiences, via out-of-body experiences, via UFO contact experiences, via people that perpetually see ghosts and spirits and channeling, et cetera, et cetera. There's, a small percent of these people that, if they've done this for many, many years, that they're non-spiritual, okay? And the overwhelming majority become deeply spiritual people. So that's my Reverend Michael Carter's article. The next article is two academic papers on theogenic research, and that's articles on hallucinogens is another common term, on psilocybin, which is magic mushrooms, on DMT, which is the ingredient in ayahuasca. And so it's two articles discussing how the research of entheogens or hallucinogens reverts back to consciousness research and also contact with non-human intelligence. And so Dr. Christopher Timmerman's paper specifically looks at people that have used DMTs and the similarities with people that have had near-death experiences. Again, you see how all of this is lining up. Okay, the people that study nuts and bolts ufology are totally clueless of what I'm talking about. So hopefully over time that will change. And then we have this topic called UAPs, UFOs. And these are tons of articles relating to UFOs, okay? All of these people have a radically different perspective from the nuts and bolts approach, okay? I am presenting here chapter 1 from our book, Beyond UFOs, which actually has the data from our statistical research study. Carol Rainey was the ex-wife of Bud Hopkins, and she wrote an article, how the research of Bud Hopkins and David Jacobs on abduction research, all the numerous problems associated with that research. I won't go into those details. The late Brad Steiger, he wrote the conclusion for our book, Beyond UFOs, and he published more than 125 books on the paranormal, including UFOs and almost all the topics that I'm presenting in our paper. So we're including two of his papers that he wrote. One is 17 Theories for UFO Contact, and the other one was the conclusion for our book, Beyond UFOs. Dr. John Climo, who's one of our co-editors and one of the co-chairs of the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Experiencer Research Study, he wrote a chapter that the so-called UFO occupants might be interdimensional beings that are residing in interdimensional realities. So Dr. Joseph Burks has a similar hypothesis, is that the UFO contact phenomenon is actually a phenomenon that can best be described via a virtual reality, and that these experiences are holographic experiences, which is a theory that I share as well. Okay. Then we have a Chinese experiencer. She didn't want her name published because she might have problems with the Chinese authorities, but she talks about the whole aspect of ufology and the paranormal in China, in mainland China. And then we have Brent Rains, who's been also a member of the Dr. Mitchell Free Foundation, who's been researching the paranormal and ufology for over 50 years now. He wrote a paper on John Keel, who's one of the first ufologist researchers to incorporate the paranormal and psychic aspects of the UFO contact phenomenon. So his paper is John Keel and his theory of UAPs and the paranormal. Then Dr. Massimo Todorani, he's also a PhD astrophysicist. He's a professor of astrophysics in Italy. And he wrote another paper also about the UAP phenomenon from a multidimensional perspective. Dr. Charles Emmons has been writing about UFOs for over 40 years, and he's now in his late 70s, I would say, and he wrote a paper about the connection between UAPs, the paranormal, and consciousness. Dr. Michael Grosso, as I said before, one of our co-editors, retired professor of philosophy, wrote a paper about UFOs, psychical research, and religion. And Dr. John Alexander wrote a paper about UAPs and the contact modalities. He says that we need to study all of the contact modalities as one phenomenon. And he also agrees that consciousness is primary, just like all these other individuals. Finally, in that section, I have an interview with George Knapp, one of the hosts of Coast to Coast. And the same thing, consciousness is primary. All of the contact modalities are one phenomenon that needs to be studied as one. He's totally against materialist mainstream ufology, studying Roswell for the 4,000th time, Rendlesham Forest again. He says that focus is not going to take you anywhere, that we need to be able to focus on consciousness and interdimensional consciousness research of the UFO contact phenomenon. So then I have two articles here which are proposals of future research. One is an article that I wrote of what can be done to be able to study the relationship between consciousness and the contact modalities. And that's like a formal proposal of how to do this research. And Dr. Raul Valverde, and Chet Swanson. Raul is a professor of information sciences at a major university in Canada, and he wrote a proposal of how to do an academic research study of, first of all, the NDE phenomenon, and then comparing the NDE phenomenon with UFO research and OBEs. And so he's an information guy, a statistician. So that's that proposal. And then we have various articles that are like wraparound articles, conclusion articles. One is Dennis Briefer, who is a physicist, an engineer, and also a member of the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation. He was also the president of the John Mack Institute after Dr. John Mack passed away. Then we have an article by Gary Schwartz and Dr. Mario Beauregard. Dr. Mario Beauregard is also a professor at the University of Arizona. He's a neuroscientist by training. And I mentioned previously Gary Schwartz. And they have arguments for a post-materialist science and consciousness, which is basically an argument that consciousness is primary. And then Stephen A. Schwartz talks about Thomas Kuhn, who is a professor of sociology at Stanford University, and he mentioned how the thesis of paradigms change over time in the field of science, how basically you have to wait till the dinosaurs die off for a new theory, a new paradigm to be established. So he applied that to the theory of consciousness as being primary, which is, again, an academic article, very sophisticated, well-written, meant for the sophisticated audience members, but yet digestible for everyone. And then we ended off by an article by one of our co-editors, and as I said, my dear friend and co-director, together with myself, of the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation, Dr. John Climo, and he wrote about how the fields of psychology and psychiatry have to change to accommodate the experiencers of the contact modalities. Because now you go to a shrink they'll diagnose you as, bipolar or schizophrenic, or they invent some other disease and give you pills. Because, for example, if I were to take some of these diagnostic tests that you take for having these experiences, I took one of those sample surveys, and I was labeled, you name it, I was a crazy madman, and they would have given me tons of pills and medications because of my illnesses. Okay, so what he's saying is that these experiences are very, very real, and because of that, psychology and psychiatry have to change to be able to accommodate the experiencers of the contact modalities. So that's what our book is all about. And now let me stop sharing and go back to my screen. And again, the title of the book is A Greater Reality, The New Paradigm of Non-Local Consciousness, the Paranormal, and the Contact Modalities. So I'm here open for questions.
I think we might be out of time. Are we out of time?
Okay.
Lou?
Let's get one question in, Ray. Let's see what we got here.
Great.
I had a lot to present, so I apologize for not leaving.
It's perfect.
No apology needed, man. You're amazing. Thank you so much for everything. Let's see what we got. I think we mostly have comments about how amazing your information is. Alan, you have something particular you want to ask Ray?
Yeah, so Ray, you have this great evolution from beyond UFOs to consciousness. What's next? What happens when we get to the level that you're presenting? What do you see the progression?
Well, I've been working for the last 5 years on a documentary. Most of these people that you see on that list, we've interviewed them together with 70 experiencers. I didn't go over that chapter. There's 2 books just on the experiencers. And so we interviewed close to 70 people as well. So we're doing a documentary, which is a combination of science and the experiencer. Okay, and to do it in a way which respects the experiencer of the contact modalities, but we're presenting it in terms of consciousness and the nature of reality. So, and we have these 2 remarkable individuals that did 10 documentaries for William Shatner. They are the co-producers. They also did In Search of Spock, which is the Leonard Nimoy tribute. So these are, very reputable people that are doing this. And the wife is a major experiencer. And he's an experiencer himself, but he just had one minor experience of having 6 hours of missing time, where they left Chichen Itza, and all of a sudden, 6 hours later, they were in the hotel room fully clothed, and the car properly parked. But the wife has had a lot of experiences. So that's the next step. And what I really would like to do is hopefully when I retire soon, to be able to actually do the academic research that I talked about in the proposal, which is to have a better understanding of all the experiencers that are appearing on the show today.
That would be great. You know what's so great about Ray and Jenna and some people, it hasn't been a lifelong study. It's like, boom, overnight, they're in the new consciousness. I think that is possible. I think we're building a conscious field of the 100th monkey, the potential where suddenly it tips, and now suddenly it's like, of course, there are things out there, there's intelligences. What made us think there wasn't? So
yeah, I just want to leave food for thought for everyone. I start off my chapter by saying that we're in a time period of a grand awakening of humanity. And I also raised this question. I said, do you think it's a coincidence that 3 of the major contact modalities, that is the topic of UFOs, NDEs, and OBEs, all got circulated on a worldwide basis within 5 years of each other? Okay, NDEs was 1975. Robert Monroe with OBEs, that was 1972. Star Trek was syndicated in 1970 around the world. Both Robert Monroe's book and Raymond Moody's book got circulated and translated into all the languages of the world. Now, this is before the internet for you young folks that are out there, okay? So was it a coincidence that all of a sudden, within 5 years of each other, 3 out of the 4 major contact modalities were circulated all around the world? So I argue that no, the time is right now why this was introduced to humanity. And the reason is because we've reached the point of self-annihilation, okay? Via ecological catastrophes and also nuclear weapons, okay? We could destroy our planet completely and wipe ourselves off. So we're given what do you call a reprieve, okay, to be able to become more spiritual, to understand that we are eternal spiritual beings. And I think that my project, together with the project of many, many other people, the work that you're doing, Neil, Alan, and the other speakers that we heard today, we're all part of the same force, the same process to awaken humanity.
Yeah, no, thank you. Brilliant.
Thank you, brother.
You've made a huge impact on the field, Ray, and keep going. You know, we need you.
Thank you. I apologize because I'm losing my eyesight. I have very bad eyes. I thought
you were crying because you were so emotional about the presentation.
No, I was told I was going to go blind, soon. So my eyes, I need to constantly put water and tears in my eyes. So
no, take care of yourself and
I am crying for humanity, so.
Of course. Yeah.
Appreciate you, brother. Everyone. Thank you so much for coming, man.
Okay, thank you. Bye, everyone.
All right.
So, Neil, are you up?
Yeah, I'm up. Okay, time for me, y'all. So
Neil, the guy who's made it all possible, he's dedicated his life to educating humanity for this time. This is the vision of a portal, of a new reality, of everything all of us are here for. Neil's put it all together in one place. So thank you, Neil.
Thanks, brother. So we have about 40 minutes. So I'm going to split it with Alan. I'm going to do 20 minutes. Alan's going to do 20 minutes. But I'm just going to do a portion of my Galactic Origins presentation, in which I'm doing a 3.5-hour presentation on Saturday, February 26th. And I'm just adding another dynamic to today. And my dynamic is going to be pretty much just showing you the Milky Way galaxy, showing how our galaxy looks and the different dynamics of what is occurring here. So let's just get right into this. I'm not sure how long this will take, but I'll try to keep it within 20 minutes here. Jumping right into the middle of my presentation, not the middle, more like 10 slides in. When I've been really interested in, ancient civilizations, as a lot of you know, because you're coming straight from Portal to Ascension, and connecting the ancient civilization awareness to the understanding of the evolution of consciousness, what these ancient people knew, what the cycles of time were, and how that affects us right now. And within that, I did a presentation that's on Portal to Ascension. It's on our YouTube, called Creation Stories of Ancient Civilizations. And I'm doing that as well in a few months, a larger version of that presentation on Portal to Ascension. You guys will get the email for that. And when I was doing this research, I realized that there were two distinct types of stories, right? Two types of stories that we find in creation stories of ancient civilizations, of origin myths, right? Where we all came from. And the two stories that I split into these categories myself are prehistory stories, right? Meaning before Earth was created, and Earth history stories, which seem to be some sort of drama that took place on Earth when we were created. But some of these Earth history stories could also maybe be off-planet stories that happened with extraterrestrial races before we even, came to Earth. So when I was looking through this, I actually went through over 300 origin stories for my creation story presentation. And I saw that the before Earth stories really spoke about time and space, right? Metaphors to symbolize time and space, or nothingness, or the void. And then we have the stories of Earth's human origins, such as the Sumerian story, Greek's ancient story, Egyptian origin stories, and more. And then, of course, if you have like the Greek one, we have Zeus and all that. That could be argued to be actually an extraterrestrial story that is beyond the experience on Earth. And here's an example of the prehistory stories. Well, in science, right, mainstream science, we have this. These are my own. I created these myself right here based on my research on what they're saying. Just to kind of summarize it, mainstream science, we have cosmological models maintain that 13.8 billion years ago, the entire mass of the universe was compressed into a gravitational singularity, the so-called cosmic egg. from which it expands to its current state following the Big Bang. So you probably heard of this one. This is the Big Bang story, right? Interesting to note, they actually use the term cosmic egg that comes from ancient scriptures, that same term. And then in metaphysics, spirituality, ancient stories, we have the cosmic egg represents potentiality. It is the pre-creation held within the chaos, waiting to become the cosmos. This duality then sets up a conflict found throughout world mythology, the duality of chaos and order, good and evil, light and dark, love and hate, right? So these are, in essence, the same exact story, but one is coming from, like, let's just say the linear side, and one is coming from the secular or the void side, whereas the metaphysical creation story, prehistory story, is metaphoric, right? The cosmic egg represents potential, whereas the scientific one is the cosmic egg is an infinite singularity containing all matter. It bursts and creates everything. But what does that mean metaphysically? Well, it means infinite potential. Infinite potential was in that one singularity. That singularity bursts into infinite possibilities, creating the duality that we currently exist in. And when you look at galactic origin stories, right, whether it's the Prism of Lyra, whether it's information that Flo shared today, or we're talking about just the origins of humanity in Sirius, or however it's connected, how we even got to this planet, we normally see that there's a combination of prehistory stories, right, time and space, beings coming from the void, the Elohim coming from the void, inhabiting Lyra or whatever, and then we have an Earth history component. So a galactic origin story, to me, is a combination of the two of them. So we have humanity's journey from inception, creation, to this current linear experience on Earth. This introduces the concept of a paradox of there being an origin when time is only a construct of our position in space relative to the sun. So here we have the universal paradox, right? So time is only, linear time is only our relation from our position to our sun, and time in the grand scheme of the void truly doesn't exist. As soon as we start stepping out into secular time, fluid time, no time, we get to a reality where all time is simultaneously happening. So when we talking about galactic origins, we are in essence speaking of a paradox. It's talking about an origin when in reality, that whole concept of origin doesn't really exist in the grand scheme of creation. This takes us to the universal paradox, which is my most favorite thing to talk about. And the whole concept is that we exist within a paradox, and the human mind finds it difficult to understand the paradox. And partly of how I realize that we aren't as advanced as we might think we are is the fact that the human mind really gets confused about paradoxical situations. They shouldn't exist. When we're able to accept it, not understand, we don't have to understand the paradox, but fully accept that we live within a paradox, that is a stepping stone towards our enlightenment. And we have the universe. Here are some paradoxes. The universe is infinite, but also finite, right? So the universe is infinitely expanding, but our human minds realize that outside something, there must be something else. And now we're theorizing that outside our universe is a multiverse, and maybe there's something outside that. But then how can the universe be infinitely expanding if it's already infinite, if outside of it, there are other universes? Paradox. Time doesn't exist, but obviously exists. I remember what I did yesterday. Well, sometimes I remember what I did yesterday. And there's a future that I'm planning towards. Time exists for me, but it also doesn't exist. It's a paradox. We are solid beings, yet we're also vibrating frequency that have no form or shape, right? I can see everything in front of me as solidity, but we have now been able to prove that on the subatomic level, we used to think the atom was the smallest thing. Now we're realizing there's subatomic particles that the atom is made out of. And those subatomic particles are vibrating, not just vibrating, but vibrating in and out of reality, a holographic projection of consciousness. It's been proven through quantum physics that we're not just vibrating, but actually phasing in and out when we look at ourselves on the subatomic level. So that's a paradoxical right there. The universe exists within the paradox. So before we get into more of the Milky Way dynamics here, I'm just going to break down the concept of dimensions a little bit and the mechanics of our galaxy. So what are dimensions? We hear that term quite often. We throw it around a lot. We talk about higher dimensions and all that. So here are two different takes on it. both the same take, but just through different lenses. We have the physics and mathematical perspective, and we have the spiritual and consciousness perspective. Physics and mathematics says a dimension of space is defined as the minimum number of coordinates needed to specify any point within it. Therefore, a line has a dimension of 1 because only one coordinate is needed to specify a point on it. Simple as that for when it comes to physics and math, right? It's only the beginning though. Spiritual and consciousness, a realm and or a frequency of experience that can be obtained through various forms of conscious awareness, soul contracts, karmic agreements, and more. I throw and more in there because for us to really know all the different ways to shift into different dimensions, I feel there is much more than we probably even realize. And if you heard any of Bashar back in the day, he would say that movement is an illusion. All we're doing is shifting into a parallel reality where we exist in that position already, right? So when I'm walking from one place to another, I'm just shifting from dimensional, from holographic projection to holographic projection, in which I just happen to be in that reality, but the illusion of movement is what I see. So the world as we know it has what we say 3 dimensions of space, which is length, width, and depth. Okay, so this is dimensions, 3 dimensions, length, width, and depth. But there's 1 dimension of time. A lot of people have speculated what the 4th dimension is. From my extensive research, I would say it is time, and time dimension connects us to this astral realm. Some people say that the 4th dimension is the astral realm. Physicists and mathematicians and spiritualists, they believe in the possibility that many more dimensions exist. According to string theory, the physical universe operates within 10 dimensions, right? I'm not saying that's the answer. I'm just saying that they're starting to speculate now how many dimensions there are. But dimension is a broad word. It's used for many overlapping and seemingly independent concepts. There's parallel dimensions, there's physical and spiritual dimensions, there's dimensions within the galaxy, there's a realm of no dimension, there's the void, which is a dimension, and then there's dimensions within a dimension, right? It is important to realize that these concepts and titles may have been spiritually informed, right, from some sort of awareness, some sort of enlightenment, spiritual connection, but these are also human constructs based on our perception and unique experience on Earth. We've lived in this realm, call it the Kali Yuga, call it the Dark Ages, call it a time of forgetfulness, right, of this dense frequency, in which we live literally in the age. The theme of the Kali Yuga, there's multiple themes, but one of it is hierarchy and authority, where we give up our power to authority, where we believe in hierarchy. Within this reality, within this Yuga cycle of hierarchy, we've created ideas such as higher and lower vibration. We've created ideas such as higher dimensions and lower dimensions. So as we use these words, it's important to note that these are still human constructs on the way we're explaining it. Beings in other dimensions may not even explain it that way. Some beings, if not many beings, believe us in this dimension, which is so dense, to be the masters of this reality and to be gifted such a beautiful experience on Earth in order for us to have this free will-like experience. And back to what Bashar says, Bashar said that they believe us to be the masters of limitation. And that's not said in a derogatory way, right? We are the master, we've mastered how to be limited after we've been so expanded. So let's talk about time travel and how it connects to dimensions. As we go closer to the speed of light, time begins to warp and seems to slow down for that individual object. So theoretically, at the speed of light, time will completely stop. Okay, so if it slows down as we approach it, at the speed of light, time should stop. And then because if you're traveling at the same speed of light, but if you bend space and time, go through wormholes, have faster than light travel, or you can technically, theoretically, and what we're now seeing through UFOs that we're observing is that we can actually start going back in time, right? And a good example of this is when Superman in one of the movies went around the Earth faster than the speed of light in order to turn back time so that he could save Lois Lane from dying in that earthquake. I don't know if you remember that, but that was him going around the planet, going faster than light so that time would start reversing, and he was able to do that. I'm going to skip the time travel theories, and we're just going to go right to welcoming you to your home galaxy, which, if I get to that in a few minutes, may not actually be our home galaxy. Our galaxy is speeding through the space and Earth and is traveling through space at 1.3 million miles per hour. We're going 25 miles per second closer to the center of the Milky Way. We're also traveling alongside our local cluster 375 miles a second towards the Virgo cluster, an enormous collection of galaxies 45 million light years away. And here is just a kind of a layout of our galaxy and our rotation around it. You can see this line here says our current solar system orbit. So we're orbiting around our galaxy. And I don't know if you can notice, but we're actually not at the ends of the spiral in which we have been told since, before the 90s, but was definitely something I was taught in school. The Earth is at the ends of the spiral. We're now realizing that Earth and our solar system is positioned closer to the middle part of the distance between the supermassive black hole in the center of the galaxy and the outer arms. As we go through our galaxy, we encounter all types of cosmic weather that has an effect on our solar system. For example, when we pass through this area right here, passing through dark interstellar dust clouds could have altered Earth's climate, perhaps leading to episodes of global glaciation. So the whole component of we're directly responsible to the experience on Earth in regards to climate change and all of that has been proven to be not entirely correct. And the reason why is that our galactic climate or weather, if you will, has an effect not only on the consciousness of us on this planet, but also, the way our environment and ecosystem looks. And you can see from the center of the galaxy, the Milky Way, the black hole, to the edge is around about 30,000 years. But this is interesting right here. Check this out, because right now I'm just giving you a little observation of our Milky Way galaxy, just to throw in some awareness here to just bring context to what we're speaking about, because we're going cosmic for this event. The solar system wobbles. This is mainstream science, okay? The solar system wobbles up and down 200 light years on either side of the galactic disk, the photon belt, the milk of the Milky Way galaxy. When it wobbles above, Earth may be exposed to more cosmic waves from the galaxy's bow shock. So we're doing this. Here's the flat plane of our galaxy. We're going down 200 light years, up 200 light years. And guess how long it takes? Around 25 to 26,000 years, right? The same distance as our solar system to the center of our galaxy, interestingly enough. The same as the cycles of time, the same as the Mayan calendar. So lots of synchronicities here. And as we go up, right, Age of Aquarius, going into this, all of a sudden, there's a bow shock of cosmic waves that starts bombarding our solar system, creating an entirely different experience on Earth, right? And this is directly connected to the cycles of time, the evolution of consciousness, leaving the Kali Yuga, going into the Dwapara Yuga, the Bronze, the Silver, the Golden Age, and then back down again. And around 10,000 BC, right here, we have, Atlantis, right? And that was right when we started going through the photon belt, in the last phase of Atlantis, basically collapsing, if you will. That's just as I'm saying it lightly. Many things happen there, and then going down, and then going back up again. And we have actually proven that we're doing a fractal, a Fibonacci spiral, up and down of our Milky Way photon belt. That's just another image of where we are. Let me just take a moment here before bring on Alan to present as well, to talk to you about your supermassive black hole in the center of your galaxy. It has the mass of 4 million suns. Sagittarius A is located at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, and it lies in the direction of the Sagittarius constellation near the border with Scorpius. It is the location of the supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy. The black hole lies at a distance of 26,000 light years from Earth. Well, it's interesting because we can't actually see the black hole. All we can do is see light around it. So Sagittarius A has been what we've dubbed as the entrance to the supermassive black hole, because we see light bending there. Last piece of information I'm going to leave you guys with. So we have actually been, so this is another galaxy. This dwarf galaxy that you see right here is called Sagittarius, not to be confused with the constellation Sagittarius A that's towards the center of our galaxy. There has been this dwarf galaxy called Sagittarius, and some of you might remember from school that we were told that the Andromeda galaxy in many million years from now is going to collide with our galaxy, and we're going to merge, create a supermassive galaxy. Well, something on that level is actually already occurring and has been occurring for millions, if not over 1 billion years. There is a galaxy, a dwarf galaxy called Sagittarius right here that has been integrating with our galaxy. And this is an artistic representation of it. But now the next slide is going to be a slide of the last, I think, 1 point something billion years of how this galaxy integrated with us. But what's interesting is a new theory suggests that Earth originated in this galaxy. And there's papers on it, research studies, you'd have to go deeper into it. But basically that Earth was a part of that solar system, was in that galaxy. And many years ago, right, we became a part of the Milky Way galaxy. And as the solar system began, it was absorbed closer to the supermassive black hole. And then we started spiraling outwards in the reversal period of a supermassive black hole. Because now here's another thing that we've actually proven is that black holes have a reversal period, meaning they go through the opposite of what they do over certain periods of time. And the last time our supermassive black hole did that was millions of years ago, but we're still seeing the cosmic dust and ether and the matter that was spewed out from that. What is the opposite of a black hole? A white hole. Do all massive black holes, or even black holes in general, have a reversal period? So as the reversal period's happening, instead of sucking everything into the black hole, it pushes everything out. Earth may have originated, it's a theory, right, towards the supermassive black hole, and in the reversal period started going outwards towards where we are now. And now the supermassive black hole is doing the opposite, which is pulling everything in. However, some people speculate that the massive black hole is dormant in this moment. So here we go. Here's the next slide. You're going to see here the trajectory of the dwarf galaxy and how it's been integrating with our Milky Way. 8 billion years ago. Okay, so we're going to start from 8 billion years ago. 8 billion years ago, Sagittarius. 5.7 billion years ago. 3 billion years ago. 1.9 billion years ago. 1 billion years ago. Look at that, infinite spiral. Current situation. One more time. So I just do this to show you the amazingness of what's going on in our galaxy, and I'll take 30 seconds just to show you one more anomaly. This is something that has also happened in our galaxy too. There was a triple star system that moved close to the center of a Milky Way galaxy. One of the stars of that triple star system fell into the black hole. The other two got sent out into space because of the rapid frequency and the rapid rotation around our black hole was so fast, it just spewed it out into space. Those two stars went out into space, ended up rotating around each other, eventually colliding and creating one star, creating what we now know as a blue straggler. And then the blue straggler travels away into the depths of the universe to hopefully one day be picked up by another galaxy and do whatever it does best. So there's amazing things going on in our galaxy all around us. And that's all I wanted to share with you guys. So let me get out of here.
Neil, before you leave, I just want to discuss a few things you brought up. Is that one evidence that our solar system is not part of the Milky Way is the angle of the solar plane. So if you look at the sky at night, the Milky Way is going one way, and you look at the line of planets, they are hitting that Milky Way angle at about 60 degrees. So if it was part of an original double torus, we'd all be on the same galactic plane. But no, the solar plane is different than the galactic plane. I mean, so it gives me evidence that we came from another place, which also may affect our consciousness. Yeah. I think that's just my theory. I haven't heard anyone discuss that.
Thanks for adding that. Yeah, and that doesn't mean humans came from another galaxy. It could be that our solar system did. We were from this galaxy and then we inhabited the planet, or there was some sort of life on it. Who knows, really, right?
Well, that's the other thing I sort of want to bring up before I go to my PowerPoint, and maybe just tell me what you think. Other beings have different stars, and other stars vibrate differently. That makes them different, makes people different. So it calibrates the quality of consciousness at a different rate. This is just my theory. So meeting a being from another star system, it takes some time of adjustment because we're not quite at the same vibration. That's why some people are traumatized. Some people can, connect easier because they're vibrating, but the vibration of their sun sets our conscious, because the
Mhm.
sun and our consciousness are pretty much synonymous. So I think
Yes.
suns and consciousnesses from other stars. So our job is to be orientated towards the galactic, towards the central sun, towards the black hole, which is always operating. It's always spewing out positive radiation to evolve the beings here.
Yes.
So that's just nobody ever talks about vibrational. Does that make sense, Joan?
It absolutely does. It's like, oh my God, why haven't we thought of this before?
I just made it
Right?
up. That's why. No.
Okay. Well, and we're talking, okay, you just made it up, but
it just
makes
came to me.
sense.
Yeah, and then if you think about
Downloading.
the black hole in the center of the galaxy has a really high gravitational pull, so the stars around it are going at a really fast speed, which just increases the frequency. And I forget, I think the fastest star that's rotating around the black hole in the center of the galaxy rotates around it in about 5 days. So you imagine the speed of that. It's huge, right?
I think it's like a drain going down, looking
It
at
is
a
like
drain
that.
hole,
Well,
and then
singularity.
Yeah.
But
But on the other side of the black hole, go ahead.
You wouldn't even be able to see it, right? It would be completely invisible if it's
going that fast.
Speeds, right?
But yeah, what's on the other side of a black hole, Alan?
I would say a white hole. There are our stars are black holes in another dimension, and now we're seeing a white hole or white burst, because the sun, scientists think they know what the sun is, and it's really not what people think it is. Those sunspots, that's actually water forming on the sun, some people say. So there's a lot to say, and I think we should do a whole day about the science of cosmology.
We should, but let's jump into your presentation. You have about 15 minutes.
15 minutes? Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, I'm going to share my screen here. Let's just see if I can share my screen. Okay, let me go back here. All right, thanks, Neil. Well, I put this together pretty quick because I wasn't sure I was even going to be speaking, but okay. Here we go. This is sort of overview of how we are different than these ETs. So, this is kind of the thing I've started my whole YouTube channel about, is called New Realities. And when we discover that we're not just of this earth, we can stick our heads through another level of reality and really understand that there's a greater consciousness here. So, this is my interview with Lynn Multihow. Just going to show a little bit, because she's really going beyond all this and trying to understand what will happen to history and consciousness as we get. I know it's up to us, but as the government comes out, she calls it a mind-cracking headline. I'm just going to show a little bit of this because I really like her words. What does that mean for the population of the planet?
Can't hear it, Alan. It's really low.
Oh, really? I think I didn't press.
Yes, sure.
Let me just press. Sorry. Okay. Okay, I'll go back into screen share. Yeah, I have to press optimize advanced. Wait. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, let me just press screen share. Basic. Okay, sound, and I'm glad you told me you couldn't hear it. So
your volume's a little low too.
Is it? Okay, thanks. Okay, here we go. Okay, let me I don't know what it's doing. Let's just see. Okay. What if we get that mind-cracking headline, "We're not alone in the universe"? What does that mean for the population of the planet and for you and the history of civilization?
Finally, a truth. As simple as that. If you look back 5,000 years or 12,000 to Göbekli Tepe, and you look at the history of this planet, is demonstrably one in which Homo sapiens sapiens is abused. Because from my point of view, if you are a civilization that evolves for 12,000 years, and you are always under the thumb of another intelligence that manipulates you, and that humans are never, ever talked to, communicated honestly, than we are today in the 21st century, 12,000 years later. We are an abused species. And part of this abused species is going out into the Milky Way galaxy and beyond without a single general human population knowing and it being told we're not alone.
Once we do know, what does that mean? What is that? How does that shift our reality?
That we are finally being given respect enough for the truth of something so huge. We're not only not alone in the universe, and that I would stress there are other intelligences and they really care about us.
Yeah.
They want us to get past this difficult time of lies, deception by other forces that have never told humans the truth.
Right. So that's just a little bit of an understanding of why we have not been able to really expand the creative potential we already have. That's why we're still stuck on fossil fuels, and why human beings are not educated to know who we really are on spiritual levels. This is a picture by Alex Gray, but this is us sitting in the eternity of creation. This is our true essence here. This is who we really are, and this is what we have to get back to. So I'll just go through this quick, because this is part of a whole hour presentation. We cannot see the world except through some perspective or imaginal framework. In short, some myth. The myth we see is the one we're in. We have been shut down. And so what we're coming together here with all the things I'm doing, and Neil and Sheila, is waking up to the potential of our true essence. So if the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to us as we are, infinite. But we've closed ourselves, or other intelligences have closed ourselves up, and we see the world just through a narrow hole in the fence. So what started to activate this awareness to me was when I met John Mack. John Mack, in his book, and this is me and John Mack going out for coffee, he was a huge influence on this movement, because he did say it was beyond UFOs. He did say it was consciousness. He said, we're dealing with a phenomenon which violates our sense of reality, which operates in the gray area between the physical and subjective world. We're being asked to prove these methods by physical science alone, but those methods, in my view, will not yield its secrets until we discover other ways of knowing. Other ways of knowing means we have to get out of linear thinking. We have to use a different part of our brain. We're so used to just the left brain, the analytical, the logical. This is an example. Okay, this is what we come in with, all this color and imagination. And by the time we're 5, we're shut down. We're put into a box. We're learned ABC 1, 2, 3. There's nothing wrong with that, but whoever it is, whatever it is, they've knocked out our creative imagination. Our creative imagination is key to the understanding of the true human being. So what we're doing now is opening up the creativity so we can access those other worlds, because creativity is multidimensional. I love this quote from J.J. Hurtak from the Keys. How do we understand the language of light? Intuitive knowing. We don't collapse the wave function. I put that in there. Sacred symbols appear as light geometries. It's what Flo is saying. The word is a reflection of cosmic thought. The right and left sides prepare us for other worlds. The higher meaning of language is not in comprehension. It's an apprehension. Symbols are instant communication. So the voyage of discovery is not in seeking new lands, but in having new eyes, which means understanding who we really are on a non-logical, going beyond the rational into the super rational. And this is one of the visionaries of our time says, when this happens, and H.G. Wells, you wrote War of the Worlds, but after that he kind of had an awakening. He said the time is close at hand where any student, any part of the world, will be able to sit with their own projector and their own study and be able to examine at convenience any book an exact replica. At the time, he didn't know what he was talking about, but he sensed the future, just like we are sensing a future of peace, prosperity, abundance, creativity for everyone. That is the future. That is our destiny. So our creativity and imagination are the evolutionary impulses. It's hardwired into us to be connected to the flow of creation, and it pours through each one of us every second. So we have to align with ourselves, and I think as this break in the government happens, they are giving us hints about what the true possibilities of this creation, of this greater creation, because there's a struggle inside government to disclose or not disclose, even though we don't need disclosure. So they went from UFO, unidentified flying object, to UAP, unexplained aerial phenomena, because this is not about objects. This is about a multiple sensing awareness that takes us into new realms of reality. So I put together in my longer presentation what the common factors for quantum physics UFOs are. Consciousness. That is the thing. Consciousness. The brain functions on quantum physics. It is quantum. It is non-local. It exists in many realms. The brain is like the radio receiver looking for consciousness, and the brain is looking for the announcer inside the radio. If you open it up, you're not really going to find anyone in there. You know, it's just a receiver. Our minds are receivers, and our minds are non-local. That's the key here. We are non-local, and we just think we're localized in this body. And it's great to be grounded in the body, but we have to realize that when we have a creative thought, it's coming from somewhere else. So let me just see. So we went from UFOs to UAPs, and part of that in the government studies was the cognitive human interface. This is why it's not about objects, it's about other things. In the government studies, the ATIP program, Eric Davis also produced the science of wormhole physics. But the key to the government studies was that what was considered phenomena is quantum physics. There's the hint that things are dualistic. In the quantum realm, there is no objective reality. It is all subjective. So what does that mean when we're quantum? That means we can't collapse the wave function into knowing. It means thought has to be more abstract. So it means thinking abstractly, going from apprehension to comprehension. I've given this talk before. So what does it mean to be abstract? When you think, it's like what emojis are. You give someone a thumbs up. It just doesn't mean okay. It means right on. It means thank you, or it means I'm with you. So these ways of understanding symbols are how ETs, I feel, think. In order to understand their technology and understand how we're going to communicate with them, we have to think more abstractly. We have to get out of this box that we've been put in since we've entered school, ABC 1, 2, 3, and start to extend our awareness to other realms. So I just want to talk to you about a little bit between signs and symbols, because as we move symbolically into clusters of meaning, into abstract thought, we give up a linear way of understanding the world. Though when you see a tree, it's much more than a tree. It's a great being of consciousness. So when we come to that understanding, we see the world as multiple dimensions of reality. So the difference between sign and symbol, this is a sign, and when you put that sign in a polluted water, it's no longer means what it says it means. It becomes a symbol of a greater consciousness. So that's sort of where I'm going with this. This is a little meditation to bring us into this realm. As our mind becomes more conscious, as we become more aware of the capacities of consciousness, this is bringing on what we're calling the close encounter experience, because maybe these beings are connected to an evolutionary awareness that brings in a new level of cognition. The experience of contact with non-intelligence is the key that will open the door to understanding consciousness. So this is why there's this threefold aspect to this question. There's quantum physics, there's consciousness, and there are UFOs. And I think they're all related on some level. So one thing the visitors do by accessing quantum physics is not collapsing the wave function. So they don't create a definitive place in time and space, but live in a multiplicity of superpositions. When you're accessing these other... That's one thing I want to say about quantum physics. Some of the keys to thinking quantum is that there's no definitive space you're in. You could be in many places at once. Things are not particles, they're also waves. Everything is entangled. That's why our thoughts are entangled. The field exists as an effect. Consciousness is not in the body, it's in the field. There's many ways of thinking, and this is what John Mack said, other ways of knowing is what gets us into the quantum thinking. Positions, you're in hyperdimensionality. So we need to think that way. Our thinking has become concretized in comprehension. We need to think in a higher level. We need to think abstractly. That's where I was going. Thinking abstractly is the key. I mean, there's a lot more to this. I put that understanding about thinking abstractly and symbols versus signs. There's a whole lecture I give on that. But a symbol is a living, perceptual, instantaneous revelation of the unfathomable. Think about that, the unfathomable, but yet it points the way to knowing. So you look at things and you make it into something, but if you keep it abstract and have a multiplicity of meanings, it's a little harder to maybe communicate in words, but the power of telepathy becomes more available to us. This way of understanding. So I put this symbol at the center of my book as the point of making contact. This asterisk is the point of making contact because it is a way I've summed everything up as a symbol of reaching out, a symbol of a star, a symbol of what we can become. So that's part of my key. So how do we make contact? We make contact by contemplating the greater mind, knowing who we are, awakening to the dream world, sitting in nature. Nature talks to us on multiple dimensions of reality. Making contact is making contact with the deeper core that is actually beyond the human, making contact with the earth, making contact with greater consciousnesses, making contact with all that there is. This is the next level, and the ETs you meet just might be yourself. That's my understanding of all that. So that's just a quick overview of a thesis I'm putting together that will be more expanded, part of my next book, but I just wanted to throw it out there. Were you able to follow that, or did I go through it too quickly?
I thought that was fantastic. I followed you really well. I love that. Like you ended up with this. We are all in contact. Everything is consciousness, even this computer.
We just don't know we're in contact. We have to take off the veils that have hid us from ourselves, from our own greater mind. So thank you, Joan, for bringing that up.
No, I thought that's so expansive in everything to realize that even here, this is actually, I can't see the atoms moving, but they are moving, just slower.
Right, and you know, when you lose or break your cell phone, it doesn't mean you stop getting calls. It means it's out there everywhere. You just get a new phone, you pick up the message. That's the thing. So I think in order to understand the technology of ETs, we have to understand how they think first, how to understand their minds, you know. So I always use the example, when you're talking to like dogs, you're not barking at them. You're talking in the language of, I think, the more evolved being. We have to understand their thought process and get over our very limited way, very linear way of thinking. And when we become multi-dimensional, multi-aware, we can start to tap into these downloads that are multiple dimensions. Like, that's why I liked Kamara Jones's work, because she is showing us the multiple dimensions in action. So that's a little taste of some of those things I'm working on, Neil. And
love it, man.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we should do themed. Well, I don't know if you heard me in the beginning, but I'm starting a monthly Portal to Ascension show. Each are going to be themed, a variety show. And that starts in June. But we can do cosmology of the stars. We can have a whole thing on like white hole, black hole stuff. We should go deeper into these topics.
One of the things I've been studying and also putting together a PowerPoint of is the teachings of Carlos Castaneda. Beyond the peyote and all of that, he talked about moving the assemblage point, and I really have a clear understanding of that. And I just did it with someone, and the assemblage point is where you focus reality. When that moves, your whole perception of reality changes. So I have a whole discussion and presentation I do on that.
Yeah. Well, we wanted to do a course on that. Are we still trying to do that?
Let's do a course on that. Yes,
right.
yes.
So, okay, check it out. Marina's not in the room. She's not answering her Instagram, but she was live 7 minutes ago, and she's usually on time. So I think she probably has a time.
Also, her computer sometimes goes, I don't know, she was having some problems.
Let's do this because we really... we have to be on point with time. The only other speaker that's in the room right now is Bridgette Renee Holiday. So Bridget, are you okay with going on right now? Are you prepared to go on now? If you can't, understandable, we'll figure something out. But if you're good with doing it right now, let us know, please.
Is Bridget there?
She's not ready.
Oh, not ready. Oh my goodness
No worries.
gracious me.
You're okay. You're always ready, Bridget. I hear you all the time on Clubhouse. You're always ready.
Yeah, that's a different scenario when you don't have the camera involved.
I know. Oh, I'm glad some people, I'm just looking at the comments. Thank you for your comments.
All right. Okay, getting ready still. We get it. You have to put on your makeup on the 3D universe for
I'm
us.
just going to put on my chat for people to get my book about making contact.
I'm just going to ask Phil real quick.
Making contact. Phil is always ready. He was born ready, Phil. Thank you. If I'm going to do that in a more expanded. Yeah, trees are sentient beings. Thank you, Stacy, and thank you again for all your comments. Laughter Yoga Babe. While we're waiting, Neil, what I really want to do is just lead like a quick 2-minute meditation.
Yeah, please. Great idea.
Okay. All right. So just everyone, we've been taking in a lot of information here. We're just leading a meditation, Joan. So
Perfect.
Close your eyes. Just think of some of the things that stood out today. What came up? What was the thing that you attached to or heard or that stimulated an awareness? So hold on to that for a second and just go deeper. Bring that thought deeper into your being, into your heart, grounding it into who you are so it helps to transform you, helps to awaken a new portion of the mind. And open your crown chakra at the top of your head and just let the cosmos pour into you, the divine thoughts pour into you. Know that you are part of forever, of eternity, of all that is. You, me, us, we are the infinite consciousness that is the forever being. And just feel yourself in that flow for 1 second or a minute. Take a deep breath in. Breathe it out. Breathe it in and blow it out to the world. Breathe it in through your crown again. Blow it out to the cosmos. We are adding to creation. We're adding to forever. We are the beings of totality, of all that is, of ever was, ever will be. Congratulate yourself and know that forever peace. Just breathe it in. Open your eyes, and if there was one thing that you got today, just put a sentence in the chat or see what stands out. I'm always curious, and thank you. We'll do more. Let's do more meditations as these things progress. But
yeah, definitely. And as I said before, this was just like, man, we should just do this. And within seconds, I put it together. but we'll curate it a little more and create panels, discussions, little pauses in between, to really make it so that we integrate the awareness, right?
Yes.
That was a wonderful meditation, Alan. I really liked it. And I want to remind everyone here, you guys are all already in contact with the extraterrestrials. And even if you don't know it, everyone here you wouldn't even be on this program today if you weren't being called by your guides, by the star beings to be here to dive in deep with us. So I want everyone to trust you're already in contact, whether you had it consciously or not.
Did Marina show up?
No, but what we'll do is, if she shows up, she's only going to get as much time as we can give her because we do need to finish on time today. But let me just take this opportunity to tell people about this event. So we have our annual Portal to Ascension conference coming up, everyone. Free event, 3-day online summit, April 15 to 17, 2022. It will be launched on New Realities, Portal to Ascension. We'll have people in the Zoom room, and it's going to be amazing. 4 days ago, it was a 2-day event, but now I had to add a 3rd day because just that's what happens. 33 presenters, 7 MCs in 3 days, and let's just go over a few people here. You can sign up by going to portaltoascension.org, go to online events, just go to April, and you'll find this event there. You can sign up for free or by donation, and here are some of the speakers. Feel free to jump in, Joan or Alan, because Joan and Alan are both instrumental in helping me with this event.
Well, I think we have some really amazing people on this event, and it's not just on UFOs. We want to point out it's all aspects of consciousness. We have Val Tignini is one of our Kundalini speakers.
Right.
We want to introduce her to everyone.
Yvonne Smith, really central to the whole contact experience. She's a really great speaker.
We haven't seen her for a while, so it's really exciting. And she also does regressions to find out who your starseed family is.
Meg Benedict really talks about ascension dynamics. Shima Moore, who we just saw at the Conscious Life Expo.
Oh, and Shima is going to be doing an extraordinary astrology program coming up. We're going to release it by the summer. So we're introducing her to Portal to Ascension, which should be exciting.
Yes. Who else is?
We have Elizabeth April as well. Is going to be there.
Right. Our good friend Phil Gruber. I don't know some of these other people. I'm excited about
new people, bro. So this one right here, Rebecca has become my really good friend, and she's the one that I told you about. I think she's watching on YouTube right now. She's an Orion starseed with complete remembrance of her Orion life, what happened in Orion's belt, what the different beings are, some incredible, mind-blowing information. I've had lots of conversations with her in Zoom calls. So I've been waiting to introduce her to the platform. So she's going to be, I'm going to be interviewing her there. And Alan, you're going to love everything that she's
I want to interview her too. She sounds amazing.
I have chills just looking at her. Okay. Like true starseed.
So she's been on a few events, and because I talk to her every day, and she's been, she loves you, Joan, and loves you, Alan. So she's like, I told her that we're going to have a Zoom call, all 4 of us, so that I can introduce her formally to you.
Now, this is April.
I can't wait.
What's the date again, Neil?
April 15th to 17th.
Right. And then I have my event after that. Yes, your superpower ninja training, everyone, is going to be the day after.
Great. So that's not a free event, though.
No, that's the post-conference workshop. Every one of these free events, Portal Ascension events, we're doing a post-conference paid workshop now. If you want to go further and integrate everything, last year was Shariah. This year is Jones.
Right. Okay.
So do you want to talk about your event coming up real quick?
I do. So I actually have an event, and I'll put the link in here. I have an event coming up this Saturday on manifesting your life into practical reality. And I love it because people have been talking about manifestation on and off all day. So that's going to be manifesting your big visions into practical reality. So I'm excited about that. And then afterwards, after the 3-day online Portal to Ascension conference, I'm going to do a 2-hour workshop on intuition as your superpower and how to develop it, how to tap into it, how to really think on your feet, and I think how to be an intuitive ninja. So that's kind of what's coming up, the manifestation and the intuition trainings.
I also just want to show a thing that we're doing. I think you're going to be part of that, Joan, the Ascension Retreat.
Yes. Oh, I'm so excited.
Yes, this is happening in Sedona, live, in person, not Zoom. Be there. Suzanne Ross putting together at the Unity Church in Sedona. It's a beautiful place. And William Henry, Brad Olson, me, Marguerite, who I'm excited about meeting, Celestine. A lot of these people have been on Portal to Ascension. Just go to SedonaAscensionRetreats.com. Geraldine will be there. Shakina Rose, these are some of my favorite people here. And you're going to be in Sedona. There's going to be day trips out to the rocks, out to the vortexes there. So I think it's going to be a very, very powerful event. And I'm also going to be teaching remote viewing there. And Joan's going to be part of this as well. So
that's right. I have a presentation. Oh yes, on really developing your intuition as your superpower. We're going to be talking about that and your soul-filled purposes here.
That's SedonaAscensionRetreats.com, and there's still tickets available. They're selling out though. They only have a small. That's about 250 people, and so if you're in Sedona, then definitely join us there. So you haven't heard from Marina or
no, but Geraldine
like
is talking to me right now.
Oh,
but,
so
if Geraldine says no, I'll do some poetry, and then we'll just keep flowing.
Well, I'll contact Marina on Facebook and see if she.
That's so.
All right, Gerald. I hit her up on Facebook already, but Geraldine's coming in, and
okay.
I'm just going to do a couple of poems.
That's beautiful.
Great.
So while I was talking, my Uber Eats came. And I never got my food because somebody was calling me. I'm like, who's calling me from Mexico? And it was my food, and now I lost it.
Oh no!
Yeah. I just want to say, Neil and Joan, everybody here, I think what we're doing is creating community, a place people can feel at home with their new thoughts and feel comfortable with exchanging ideas. I really appreciate the chat being so active, and the little cross conversations in the chat are all adding to this community feeling. So maybe at the end of all this, if we have time, we could bring everyone on again like we like to do, Neil.
I'm doing another event 20 minutes after it's over.
Well,
that's why we're so on time. I love it.
Can we get everyone on for 20 minutes, though? Would that be possible? Or
7:40, I need to open the Zoom room for the other event. So we'll see what we can do.
7:40.
Which is 10:40 your time.
All right, let's see. Okay.
If we skip Marina right now, she doesn't get back to us, then we can do it,
All right, let's see. What do you
right, the Uber Eats will be back here in 4 minutes. So
Joan pulled a card. What is it, Joan?
I pulled a card from the contact deck, which was written by Daryl Anka.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a great deck with
published by Barron Company.
Daryl Anka. And I was just guided to say, okay, what are they telling us? And the card that I pulled for all of us is Pluto, which is the secrets coming out, being revealed. So I thought that was really powerful. That we're really learning how we can be vigilant. It's about integrity and not to be seduced by the darkness in our souls. So we're really on the point of making contact, and it's coming out of the closet in a sense.
I also want to say, sorry, did I cut you off, Joan? Didn't mean to. I want to say, Neil, I'm still planning the ufologists from around the world. I'm going to bring together Korean, Japanese, Chinese, Australian, South American, Europe, and the U.S. all talking about the state of contact.
We're going to do that in March, right?
Yeah, all these different parts of the earth are really having increased sightings, increased personal contact. So something's happening worldwide. Sometimes people think it's just us, but no. This is a phenomenon for humanity. We are at the brink of a huge shift in awakening. Just like Jenna said, like overnight, like Rey Hernandez overnight. He was a lawyer one day, and he's like, oh my God, there's UFOs another day. And I think, imagine if that could happen to the population where suddenly people wake up to a bigger level of reality. I think that's my hope for the miracles that may come, that may save us from ourselves, from the destruction of the planet.
Seriously.
Spiritual
All right,
truths
so
are being revealed now.
Geraldine
Secrets
will
are
be.
being
Oh, go
revealed.
ahead, John. You got a card you reading?
Well,
No.
I'm just finishing it, just confirming with Alan where this is our time. And I think it is happening now. And
Right.
all that's been happening the last 2 years, and I know we've seen comments, what's happening on the politics side, it's all to wake us up. It's all for us to set our new intentional reality of what we want to see here.
Do you want to do a quick poem, Neil? Is that what you're
Yeah, I
looking
only
for?
have 1 minute now before my Uber Eats gets back here, so I'm gonna leave in a second. And go on there. But let's just do this real quick. Because we're doing Galactic Origins today, I'm just gonna do my Prism of Lyra Galactic Origins poem. This is I wrote this over a decade ago for Lisa Royale. I rhythmically scratch records, visionary mass appeal, holistically heal the resonance of a presence, allow yourself to feel. Fragmentation from source, self wishing to experience, was all from one thought of what if, could I be this? The polar opposite. Through the prism we came, created a prison of the brain. Enslaved? You don't think so? There are no victims in this show. We're all playing a role. Ego, learn to let it go. Let the soul flow from the crown to the root. I'm letting you know it's only conceptual. Experience allows the wisdom to grow. Embrace the ignorance that spreads from the elitist control. When the Syrians descended into this density, the Lyrans came, looking for a place to incarnate and name a species and a race to hold the souls of they who are interdimensional entities. Integration being the third point, anoint the Christ consciousness sacred geometry to protect the kids of the universe, being only one galaxy. Moving closer to the center by raising our frequency, I frequently see infinite possibilities, a contractual planet with the masses on their knees. The snake in the Bible will be found to be the positivity. Polarized by the Syrians who knew about free will, gave us a choice from the blue or red pill. The Lyrans were enraged. They wanted to keep us ingrained in oneness and fifth dimensional grace. Instead, into darkness we came. In this intergalactic plane of extraterrestrials, just to name a few, Arcturians, Pleiadians, and Syrians who genetically mutated early man to create a perfect embodiment of who they are. Using Stargate, souls coming through stars, entering the womb to embark on a journey through the dark to once again spark and ignite the flame, rearrange the neural networks in your brain to achieve enlightenment. The universe is abundance. Together we live and do the cosmic dance, the interdimensional manifestation of man, extraterrestrial incarnates, known as light workers. We're here to transform this land. Extraterrestrial incarnates, we are the light workers. We're here to transform this land.
Yes. You know,
Neil.
we should do a breakdown someday of each of your intentions in those poems and really look and analyze that.
We are
Yeah.
the light workers.
I've been doing little ones on my YouTube randomly, but I want to do a full event for that for sure.
But you really hit Joan with that one, right?
Yep. We are the light workers. I just love that one.
Yeah.
10 years ago.
Geraldine's in the house.
Okay, Geraldine. Are you gonna know? I want to say a few things about
Joe,
Geraldine.
you introduced her. I have to step away for a few minutes, so
You
she's
want to get
on.
food?
Yeah,
And-
go ahead.
and
take
Joan, you
over.
can jump in. But is she on screen? Where
Oh,
Neil?
where is she, Neil?
I'm sitting here
Neil.
right now. She'll be on in a second.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
He's setting
okay,
her as a
okay.
panelist.
As she's coming on, I want to say Geraldine Orozco has risen, I feel, to the top. I mean, of this community with her intentions and her purity. I think that's why she really speaks from a very clear center, a very grounded sense of herself and her relationship to the cosmos and the greater mind. And that's why you're busier than ever, Geraldine, aren't you? You are just, every day I see you on some webinar or conference. Congratulations.
Hello, thank you. It's so wonderful to be here. Thank you so much, Joan, Neil. Thank you so much, Alan, for that wonderful introduction. It's such a gift to be here. Yeah, these are busy times for us. I was hearing a couple things. Joan was saying earlier that this is kind of the time that we're kind of called to do the work that we're supposed to be doing. And I made a complete surrender of my own life to be focusing on this work about 5 years ago. It was like, universe, do whatever you need to do with me to get what needs to be done right now. I'm yours. And so it's never been a second thought or doubt about things that are happening. So it's just been a wonderful, wild ride.
Has this year been busier than in the past?
This year has been busier in a very unique way. The interest of the interdimensional is growing. So we have to kind of step up our game as to how we're explaining the interdimensionality, how we're educating about it. And we have to start preparing for education for children, because I think that's the future, and hopefully creating communities. So it's kind of changing into more of a physical, tangible thing, as opposed to other years where perhaps it was a little bit more theoretical in a sense, and maybe just, in the mind. Now it's like practical action. Let's bring it into the everyday world. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And for me, that suggests we're getting closer to this nexus point, to this shift. Right, Joan? Yes.
Okay. I can't wait to hear what Geraldine has to say.
Okay, go ahead, Gerald.
I just can't wait.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. Let me just make sure that I have my right presentation here. I wanted to make sure that I have what I want to share with you.
Always excited about what you have to share because it's original.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, it's such a gift to be here, and I'd love to start off just talking a little bit about, first of all, let's talk about this interdimensionality and, contact. This conference is called Beyond ET Contact, and we're talking about, how we come into the role of connecting with the interdimensional. For me, I'm a lifelong contactee since the age of 5. My first contact was literally inside of my parents' bedroom when I was playing with toys, and a brilliant light comes into the room, and I have missing time. Probably from like 7 p.m. to about 11 p.m. at night. I find myself in my crib, sleeping and not remembering what happened in between that time, except flashes of light that was just so prominent, so visual, and I couldn't get that memory out of my mind. Now I understand that these kinds of memories are called marker memories, which I work a lot with my clients daily in hypnotherapy sessions, kind of going and revisiting and discovering what these kinds of experiences are about. My second contact experience was at the age of 8, where I had an experience of being taken on board a craft and being implanted in the physical body. And then later on, when I lived in South America during high school, I was taken on board a craft, and I had missing time for several hours, walking home from work one day because I used to teach English. And I found myself in my bed at like 3 a.m. I didn't remember how I got from the school to my bed during that entire time. And that was actually the first time that I experienced participation in the hybridization program. And so later on, years later, I experienced a pregnancy without being partnered for the first time. And during this experience, I became very ill as a result of that. A lot of changes, a lot of experiences, a lot of memories of dreams that I had. But I wasn't understanding the connection between the dreams, which were, on board craft, on top of tables, being experimented on, having these experiences, seeing these beings, interacting with these beings. And I didn't understand that the connection was directly related to that pregnancy at the time. Later on, years later, I had the same thing happen to me. Same process, same sequence of events. And again, later on, happened a couple times after that. So let's move it forward to 2009, where I had this experience of things beginning to change in my life. And I began to go deeper into meditation work. And I began to deprogram and deconstruct belief systems. I had this insatiable thirst to understand what truth is, and in order to understand my reality and what the construct of reality as we know it, the roles that we play as humans. So I began to deconstruct all of that, and I entered a point of complete neutrality. It was a work that required a lot of bravery and really going beyond comfort zones to quite an extent. And we're not talking about comfort zones of doing things, but internal comfort zones that we have with little emotions that we have with ourselves, fears that we have about ourselves, truths about ourselves. So when I began to deconstruct all of that, I reached the point of complete neutrality in which this entire multiverse began to open for me. And it was at that point that I reached some kind of vibrational frequency that I began to enter into the next level of our reality, of our multidimensionality, which I began to have contact interdimensionally consciously. And so in 2013, a bright light filled up my room, and I got out of bed. The time was exactly 3:33 in the morning. And as I approach my window, my entire body paralyzes, and I am removed out of my room into the top of my garage, where 6 beings are approaching me from a light, a gigantic light, which froze time and space around me, could not hear or even see anything moving. It was as if time had frozen completely. And I had feelings of terror, but they removed the emotion out of me. And I was able to be taken into the craft. And as they took me into the craft, which is very organic, the most advanced technology that you could ever imagine, I began to be shown information. I saw my aunt there physically, and she also remembers the contact. When I went public about my contact, my family went, began to speak about their contact as well. And also began to kind of link a lot of pieces together about how ET contact is, it's cyclical. It goes down the generationals. There's a line, and what we really want to learn is, what this hybridization program is about. And I'll talk about that in just a moment. But on board the craft, we also took a look at information about this alien language that was shown to me in holographic form. And this was incredibly impactful, powerful, and allowed me to understand beyond the human perception of seeing things, how concepts have to be more universal rather than just physical and just one dimensional. So that it really just completely cracked open my ability to see and perceive things. As a result of that, they introduced me to information. They took me to the Pleiades. I saw the Pleiades. I saw what I was in the Pleiades. I was a part of a council. I was doing some kind of teaching work similar to what I'm doing now. And I wasn't in that moment understanding what they were showing me, but now I know that basically it's what I was going to be doing now in these years that I'm existing now. So aside from that, they introduced me to my hybrid children. And from this incredible blue hologram appeared these 8 layers, and from every single layer that they would manifest this incredible information. They would show me these 8 little lights, and from the 8 little lights, 4 manifested into living children. These children were hybrids. They were a combination of both human and a whole mixture of genetic information, which means they were kind of a grayish looking skin. They look like grays, and they also look like humans. They also look like reptilians. You can also see some features of mantid within these beings. So it was a mixture, and you couldn't quite see it as just a regular human. And so as a result of seeing this, an incredible maternal feeling came over my body, and a connection of knowing and integration with these children. And it completely changed my paradigm that very moment, because I thought, how could I forget that this happened, And I began to realize that all of my life experiences of pregnancy and contact from childhood were all leading up to this moment here. And by the time, I'll finish with letting you know that I was also shown the Matrix. They showed me the construct of our reality, What is the matrix? What does it mean to live in this hologram? How do we co-create? And they showed me this by showing down to the nanomolecular level of every cell and every organism on this planet, how it's oscillating to create this network, and within a network of consciousness. So all of this wasn't 100% clear yet until years later. When I returned from that experience, the interesting thing is that I completely activated all these psychic abilities. And by the time I got to my office on Monday morning to teach meditation, I could see the entire multidimensional body of this student that came to my room, to my classroom, and I could see, her emotions. I could feel them. I could see them in the body. I could see energy in the body, colors. I could see runways of energy, connections, the people that she was interacting with, people that she was linking with, cords that were connected to her body. And I began to see the world in a completely different way. But it was incredibly impactful, and I could not leave my house for about 3 months after that because I was highly, highly sensitive. And the contact continued to occur, different kinds of contact. Fast forward years later, in 2017, I decided to go deeper into this information, to question it, to understand it. And I got hypnotherapy. And as a result of the hypnotherapy and continued meditation work and clearing of the subconscious mind, I began to tune in to some kind of pure form of information, and I began to channel this information. So in these hypnotherapy sessions, I was shown a map of the Earth, and I was shown from the very beginning of conception of life on this planet, how it had evolved through these very specific bloodlines, through history, starting in the very root of life, moving all the way up into Europe and developing out into the society and world, compartmentalized world that we know today. And basically, a very profound understanding of what the hybridization program is, and essentially that each one of us here on this earth is a product of that hybridization program. I discovered that I had 24 hybrid children and participated in many different programs. You can call them agendas, some of which were part of Pleiadian groups, some of which were part of Draconian groups, and there were several ranges of participation that I was a part of. So aside from that information, it helped us kind of understand how we are participating, how we are co-creating. And my biggest question was, what is free will? And what role do we play in all of that? So we began to go all the way back to the very beginning of time. And I found myself at the feet of Jesus, working with Jesus, and a connection between his bloodline and a connection going all the way back to Nefertiti, going all the way back to these very, very ancient bloodlines. And I was a product of that bloodline, and going through this bloodline, going all the way to the Magdalene Chronicles, going all the way to, I forget the name, the Italian houses, going up into France, and having a lot of connections with these very occult, private families that were managing basically everything that we know as society today in France, and then going into England, and then in the US, and bloodlines that were also going down to South America. So this took me into a little bit deeper study as to how these lines are developing, and I talk about this in other presentations. But today, I just wanted to talk a little bit more about how we are, manifesting in this incredible form of ET consciousness. And let me just open this up. I'm going to share this presentation with you. So come back up here. So one of the things that I discovered as, can you see that? Okay. Okay. One of the things that I discovered in the multidimensional body after doing some very deep interwork not only with myself, but with many clients as I work with them, is I began to discover that we are multidimensional beings, and that within our multidimensionality is actually encoded all of this information. I was able to access my information by deprogramming. I was able to access my information through meditation and by going within in order to understand. After that deprogramming, it opened up an entire new wave of frequency where I began to unpack the history of my bloodline and my existence. And it took me to past lives. I revisited all of my past lives, and I reintegrated the fragments of myself from those past lives in order to understand the cyclical patterns that I'm experiencing in this lifetime. Why is this relevant to ET contact? Because in the same way that our genetic information is holding information that tells the body how to build this physical hologram, we also, within that, is contained the information of every single species that you are interconnected to. And as a product of the hybridization program, which we all are, we begin to understand that all of these bloodlines give us information into way more than just, let's say, archetypes of consciousness. In this multiverse, information seems to self-organize in a very beautiful manner, in a very, very intelligent manner. It becomes a blueprint of creation. And just if we look at nature, nature has a very unique balance, a unique way of maintaining an instruction manual to maintain a balance. And even though there is death as part of that balance, everything functions exactly as it should happen. And the human race, our human organism, is exactly in that same way, and it's also functioning in that same way. So this image that I'm showing you here, this is what you look like in the multidimensional plane. And basically, we are kind of existing on some kind of a net plane that has an axis. And in this axis, horizontal and diagonal axis, we are beginning to access information about ourselves in multiple different dimensional frequencies. We have the ability of tuning in to past life information and even fragments of ourselves that are ET aspects of ourselves. And how do we access this information? All of this is organized by vibrational frequency. I color-coded these with different colors to represent different vibrational frequencies. As you can see, the red, for example, represents the lowest vibrational frequencies, the lowest points of consciousness. The lighter colors going up to a whites or the blues represent the higher vibrational frequencies. And within these higher vibrational frequencies, whether they're terrestrial aspects of ourselves or interdimensional aspects of ourselves, we are kind of cycling through self-similar patterns of that information. So what that means is that when we have ET contact, our vibrational frequency has risen to a higher point in which we have the ability to access this information. And it's really important because you are unlocking fragments of yourself that require awareness. And even more than that, in the bigger picture, this is part of the higher development, the higher evolution, the natural evolution of where we're at right now in this multidimensionality. And how we are kind of moving through all of this information, how the universe is moving is in the same way that our human body is moving in this multiverse. And I will show you that in just a moment here. Okay, so the entire, let's see, am I showing you the right thing? Yes. The entire multiverse and the way that it works, every single one of these organisms, we are vortices of information. The movement of every single molecule of every cell is oscillating to create a toroidal field. And this kind of toroidal moment creates a spherical kind of emanation. The product of that is a spherical expression. And we are that. The cells in our body create that same expression. Your entire multidimensional body creates that expression. The earth creates that expression, the multiverse as well. And we are a combination of these. When you deconstruct this toroidal field, you're creating these vortices that have this center point at the center point, which we call singularity. It's the point where those two dualistic energies are meeting. So as a result of this, it's really important to understand that when the movement of this is interrupted, it's not moving, we are having counter-creative experiences. So even in our ET contact, we are experiencing things of lower vibrational frequency. When we speed up this vortex, we begin to access higher bands of information. We have contact with higher frequency aspects of ourselves. The ETs and all of these organisms that we are interconnected with in the multiverse are an expression of ourselves in a sense, because we are one. And this is kind of the message that I'm here to contribute to this conversation, that rather than looking at ETs or the different races as something as separate than yourself, we really need to kind of take a look at this as it's actually a part of yourself, and you play a role in a bigger picture of this whole multiverse. In all of these different galaxies and all of these different constructs and expressions of life form, what's moving the information is vibrational frequency, it's resonance. And our frequency and our resonance becomes a magnet to what we're going to experience. Our families are created this way, our bloodlines are created this way. Our ancestral lineages are constructed and designed in that way. And you come in contact with the races that are also in resonance with your vibrational frequency. So I have many clients that have very low vibrational frequency experiences, very traumatic experiences, and they can shift from those experiences. But you have to remember that, especially during this time of heightened evolutionary process that we're going to, it's necessary for you to experience all of the spectrum. And this is kind of the relationship of the unknown that we are learning how to cultivate within us. We are learning how to cultivate a neutral observation persona. More than a persona, it's the embodiment of that neutral observation that allows you to navigate all potential unknowns and experiences. And this is kind of the experience that we also have to train for when it comes to death. In 2018, I had a near-death experience in which leaving the body allowed me to begin to understand how this vortex of a physical body is constructed. And what happens when you leave the physical body is that you're entering another dimensional plane, but you're still quite connected to the information of the physical, and even more so, you have access to the non-physical, everything that you didn't see when you were in your physical body. But we can cultivate that. And through history, we have been training, we've been taught, and we have been invited. If we look at ancient cultures and their study about death was highly revered in every single culture around the world, because this is a way for us to understand that the ability to become friends with the unknown is the training of this physical organism in its ability to navigate into these higher planes. Now, these ET consciousness, all of these different races that we're interconnecting with, are different vibrational frequencies on different levels. And we have access to them through our physical body. Let me see if I can find that slide right here. When we leave death, so for example, the first 3 chakras are the ones that maintain and manage this physical plane. But when you begin to activate your higher vibrational frequencies, death, you're moving from the 8th chakra, 9th, tenths. So these upper three chakras, 8, 9, and 10th, are the realm of death. You're going into the Akashic records, into the angelic realms, and you're beginning to access this information. And beyond that is when we start accessing our interdimensionality. We begin to access different vibrational frequencies from the 10th to the 11th, the 12th, and the 13th dimensional plane. This is usually where the majority of ET contact occurs. Okay, so keep that in mind, that when you're activating your body and you're astral traveling or astral projecting, you're accessing that information. But not only that, a lot of these ET races have unique vibrational frequencies, and the way that they're organized, they're not organized by species. We have to get away from the idea of species, because species is a cocktail of DNA at this point. All living beings have somehow had genetic mutations along the historic line, since the origin of life on this planet. And so we are ever evolving, and we have to keep that in mind. So our human perception wants to categorize these species with certain names and certain traits, but what we need to look at them as is vibrational frequency, because within the hybridization program, we have been hybridized, and so have they. They also are a product of hybridization. And what hybridization really means is that when you combine different genetic information, the organism now has access to all of the data bank, the historic data bank of this species that is introduced into that genetic lineage. And it's the same for you. For example, if you have Pleiadian or Arcturian bloodline, you have access to the knowledge, to the tools, to the abilities that each one of these different bloodlines inherit. And you have access to those healing abilities, you have access to to that information. This is incredibly important for us because some of us are designed to be creators. Some of us are designed to speak about this, to heal. Each human has their own gifts that they're very specifically designed to embody. And when you start activating your star fragments of yourself, you can take your gift to the next level. This is kind of where we're entering into a new state right now, where we want to access interdimensional gifts because our interdimensional reality is merging more with the physical. And we're seeing this with artificial intelligence. We're seeing this with all kinds of things in our reality. Your body is the most advanced biotechnology in this matrix multiverse, because within your genetic code is the key to accessing all these things. In fact, you're a co-creator of holographic experience. Everything in this picture that I'm showing you, this man here, in this entire and all these different fields of energy that are around his body, this is his world. This is his universe. He has access to the 13th dimensional plane and even beyond, and he has access to the first dimensional plane. So we walk around every single day with all of this data available to us, if and when we are willing to access that. Unfortunately, the majority of us, we are still interacting in the first three chakras. So our experiences are going to be only repetitive patterns of our karmic cyclical reincarnation information. And so it's really important to be able to transcend that information. You are transcending many things. You're transcending karma, the concept of what is that, cause and effect. And cause and effect is just the way that things are responding to intention in this multidimensional reality. But if you shift the way that you intend to create things, you can shift the outcome. So we become masters of co-creation, and that's kind of where we want to come on and step into the plate and begin to do that. We can do that with this interdimensional contact as well. Why is it important to train ourselves in these higher dimensional planes? Because right now we have been faced with a major adversity over the past couple of years, where there's been major mass manipulation of our reality, in a sense. in which we are heavily manipulated by fear, particularly your first three chakras. And so what that means is it's kind of an attack on the human organism, where we're kind of put a veil over the eyes to make you see something that isn't actually occurring in that same way. And so why we experience this over the past couple years is for the human to train themselves to create their reality. And this is the key. And it's the key to management of this dimensional reality, and it's the key to navigation of the higher dimensional planes. So when we have contact experience on these higher dimensional planes, our abilities that we inherit, let's say from our Lyran bloodlines, Syrian bloodlines, Arcturian bloodlines, give us access to telepathy. They give us access to multidimensional healing. They give us access to telepathy, to telekinesis, to working with energy and life force. And our human bodies are designed to be able to master life force. So this is incredibly important. And this is one of the things that when I was taken on board craft to the Pleiades, this is how these beings navigate in this plane. It is about the exchange of life force. It is a complete awareness of yourself and the expression of the work and everything that you're sharing with the multiverse in order to cultivate a very profound practice of the work that you're doing. And this is where when we think of the technology, the advanced technology that's coming online in the next couple of years right now for medicine and for healing and for, everything from energy to food production to education, the tools that we need to utilize for the next generation have to be funded in this understanding of multidimensionality. Otherwise, they won't work, because our entire multiverse is kind of moving towards this direction. Our multiverse is moving towards a more organic state of creation. And so our human body is the perfect embodiment and example of this. So in any way, when we are working in this physical body, in order to heal the body, it is necessary to learn how to master that. And when we are meditating and beginning to deprogram all of these old programs that are binding us to the physical dimensional plane, we have access to this information. And in my opinion, it's very important to not get too stuck on the concept of the stories around the experiences that you're having, but more so moving quickly through these experiences and learning, continuing to learn as much as possible as you're having them. How am I doing on time? I just want to check really quickly.
Let me see. I think. Actually, keep talking. I'll get back to you. Okay.
Okay. No problem.
Go on for another 10 minutes.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. So, that being said, what I'd love to share with you is, in some of this contact with ETs, one of the things that's really important when it comes to connecting is that your vibrational frequency is at the highest point possible. Many of my clients experience low vibrational experiences when their frequency lowers into a fear state. And what we've been discovering in my groups at hybridmother.com, which is the support group that I'm leading, is that a lot of hybrid parents, for example, that are experiencing the hybridization program, they are participants and have agreements to participate in these things that are designed and pre-designed before the soul even comes into the physical body. And what that means is that we're participating in a higher co-creation of this multiverse, and as if it were an organism. Just the way your physical body is an organism, this multiverse also requires sustainability in order to maintain itself at this level. So all the hybrid children that are being born on the earth are highly activated, they're highly advanced, and they are remembering a lot more of their past experiences, because at the time of birth, this veil that we used to have for the past, however many centuries that we've been experiencing the slower cycle movement of the multiverse. Right now, we're going through a higher cycle of the multiverse where everything is speeding up. And through this heightened movement, this veil, which people call the veil, seems to be thinning, but it's just that we're moving at a higher rate. And so these children, when you're moving and oscillating at a higher rate, you have the ability of going beyond the limitations of time and space of the three-dimensional plane. So this is what it means to be interdimensional. This is how we begin to tune in to the vibrational resonance of 11th, 12th, 13th dimensional beings. So the children already come at that higher vibrational rate, and every single wave of generation that's going to be coming in the next 10 years is at a higher vibrational frequency. So that means that we have to continue elevating and developing our vibrational frequency in order to continue the evolution of this multiverse. So this is important to remember, because how do we get there? The work that we're doing with our body, we have to train to maintain this vortex moving as fast as possible. And this is how we maintain health in the body as well. We are able to move. Over this past couple months, I had to be in a house full of very, very ill people. And you would think that you would also get ill with that. But what I saw in the other dimensional plane is that it's resonance, it's absolute frequency. If your body is not in a frequency to become ill, you will not get ill, even if you are next to someone that has something very contagious. And what we practice is to move that vortex as fast as possible. So literally, if you feel that you're at risk, or you have a little bit of doubt in your mind that you cannot heal your body, you will become sick. So it's very important to remember that, the way that we maintain the vibrational frequency of the body is effective in the terrestrial plane as much as it is in these higher dimensional planes. And I noticed that when I do that, and also when my students have been doing that, their ET contact also rises, their ability to connect with these interdimensional beings. So this is how we create contact. It's resonance. It is your subconscious thoughts. It is the root core belief systems that you have in your body. And the more that you deprogram that, the more that you can rise up to that higher vibrational frequency. It is incredibly essential when we're talking about these ET races to understand that the races, once again, are not compartmentalized by the species specifically. Even within these groups, let's say the Pleiadian groups, when I was taken into this conscious contact, I discovered that this was a Pleiadian group, and there were grays. I didn't see humanoid type beings until I went to the Pleiades. And in the Pleiades, I saw the humanoid beings, but on board the craft, they were grays. They were very tall grays, 7-foot grays, and also shorter ones that were there. So what you learn from these several different contact experiences, also seeing councils of these different beings, which are a combination of many different species. There were Lyrans, there were these humanoids, there were these very small little beings, there were these reptilians. All of these different races are holding the vibrational frequency to maintain this certain council, and they manage a certain vibrational frequency, and they are also kind of, in a sense, caretakers of certain bloodlines that are created from their specific agendas, as you might say it. So all of these little races that are created from there are on Earth, and these bloodlines have been cultivated for centuries, since the origin of time, since the conception of life on the planet. The bloodline that I am a part of apparently has gone through all of these main bloodlines, and there are quite many people that remember their past lives. There are people that have these psychic abilities, and many of you are coming up in public and speaking about them now. But what this allows us to do, it helps us understand, let's say like a genealogy of, it's like a holographic genealogy of the entire world. But it allows us to have a snapshot of the historic evolution, not just of the human race, but of the intervention, in a sense, or let's say the collaboration that is occurring in this multiverse with these interdimensional beings. Every single one of these councils, which I believe that's actually how this consciousness, they group themselves in councils. There are a variety of different species. Those species collaborate in order to create genetic combinations that create basically GMO humans. We are genetically modified humans. And within the data that we hold within our body, it allows us to bring unique information into this timeline. So every human being that is born at this time, it's actually really important for you to tune in to the information that's unique to you, because not only is it a holographic blueprint that is a puzzle piece to the whole, but it's going to help raise the vibrational frequency of the collective. And this is kind of what we need. We need to move society forward with the information, the concepts of illusion around the separation of things, thoughts, concepts have to be completely blurred at this point. And we are moving towards a more unified organism that's mind, body, and soul, what we're experiencing, what we're speaking, what we're doing. And on the higher levels, our navigation of these higher realms is essential, not only to the health of the body, because in order to navigate, you have to be spinning fast, but you have to be able to stay in resonance with these higher frequencies so that we can channel in what is happening. We're coming into major changes in the next couple years, and especially in 2024, things are really going to change in a very massive way. And right now, many people are relocating. And when we relocate on the Earth, we are activating Earth grids that are connected to our bloodlines. We're revisiting and activating codes within the bloodline, the holographic system. This is important because a lot of people are relocating right now. And it has to do with your vibrational frequency. It has to do with where you are in the Earth hologram that is also expressed in the higher dimensional planes, in the 11th, 12th, 13th dimensional plane, which means that you have access to more information when you move to these different locations. So this is important to understand as well, as we're beginning to evolve. The next step of working with hybrid children is that many of these children are born into the bloodline. And when they're born, they usually, if we don't catch up as parents, oftentimes they cause a lot of conflict in the families in order to wake up until the family is aligned in resonance with that new frequency. So this is also incredibly important, that for our next few years, please, mothers, fathers, focus on the cultivation and education of your multidimensionality to the child, which means that you want to try to keep them away from technology, because technology literally binds to the subconscious mind in the body. Now technology has become way more advanced in that it is more organic. It is merging with the consciousness at this point. And so we want to try to not have that merge occur at such an early age, before the child has developed their own understanding of how to manage their reality. And this will also facilitate their ability to navigate in their dream time, right? When they access the higher realms. So as this multidimensional organisms, we want to continue development and hold space for that. So I believe that's 10 minutes. I hope I didn't go over the time.
You were great. So would you say all this gaming these kids are doing is just disconnecting them from their true sense of self? I mean, it seems that way, right?
Yeah, absolutely. When these children are made to watch things, on the screen, when I see that with these, with the holographic eyes, I mean, what you're looking at literally is an energy that binds to different parts of their brain, and it disconnects the ability for their amygdala to begin to develop properly, the pineal gland to begin to develop properly, and that's a problem. and then food will also affect the body in a negative way. So this is really, really important. Yeah.
Right.
Right, the chemicals, everything. That's very important to see that. We have to protect our children
Yeah. Yeah.
in all ways.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Geraldine.
Thank
Appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been such an honor. I'll see you guys soon.
Yes,
Good.
yes, yes. Thanks.
Go check out the chat. Everyone loves you over there.
And Geraldine will be, we do a lot with Geraldine, but she's also one of the feature speakers from Extraterrestrial Races, Planets, and Technology. And another speaker that I'm adding as well is the next guest coming up. So we have Phil coming on next. You want to go ahead and introduce him, Alan?
Why am I always the one to introduce Phil?
Only you just have the most history with the fella.
I've known him for 40 something years. So yes, we used to live together where he actually, I said, Phil, how do you just get up there in front of an audience and speak? He says, it's just like this. You open your mouth and it just comes. Right, Mr. Phil? Dr. Phil?
That's right, Alan.
It's good to see you again. No, we do have a history. I was the best man at your wedding. Don't forget that.
That's right.
And you usually show a copy of my book, but you don't have to have. But you lost that copy.
No, he's
I
got
have
it.
it around somewhere. People need to start using their imaginations more. So here it is. Making
You're so
contact.
good. You're so good.
The realities of extraterrestrial something or other. Right?
Anyway, Phil, I'm happy you're here with us. It's always an evolution. What are you talking about today?
Take us beyond UFOs.
Thank you. Beyond UFOs. Well, let's talk about why contact is so important these days. Can I share the screen?
You should be able to.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about a greater context here to understand why it's so important that we understand the true nature of contact. Many of the things that Geraldine was talking about, I tell you, I love to follow. I'll follow Geraldine anywhere. She was just amazing. All of your speakers, we really do have something to add to the mix. And it's very important that everybody watching right now, listening in, know that you have a place in this. Know that you're here by design. And there is a design. There is a design to the original immortal angelic human. We were created for a purpose. We were created for very, very special purposes. And the reason we're moved now to come together, to be together, that we consider ourselves stellar kin, or even just birds of a feather, or these types of things. By the way, just a little footnote, I literally woke up 3 minutes and 29 seconds ago. You can ask Neil. I mean, not that he was right there, but I'm just so
You don't have to
happy.
tell us the details. Okay.
Thank you very much. Just want to, I want you to hear it from the horse's mouth. Okay. There's a reason here that we're so moved to understand the true nature of contact, and really beyond contact, beyond disclosure, really understanding, certainly at this critical juncture in our tenure here as embodied souls, who we are, where we come from, why we're here, what our purpose is, what the evolutionary path of human consciousness is. Well, this is a big piece of it. We are in the middle, and I know, Geraldine, you mentioned the year 2042, very, very important. This was one of the first charts, I think it was in one of our first chart packs, that we talked about the opening of the 7 seals. This is Earth's 7 primary vortices, their opening and closing schedules, all right? What's happening on this planet now, we know this as a stellar bridge, or a stellar activation cycle, which means it's an alignment of interdimensional stargates. And one of the names for those interdimensional stargates is the Templar. We have a set of stargates, portals, gates, passageways, stargates. On the Earth, at the Earth's core, there's a very, very important stargate called the Halls of Amenti, the Flame of Amenti. Some people call them St. Peter's Gates, the heavenly gates. Here's the thing, that at certain times, maybe about in time cycles, in about every 26,000 years, there's an alignment. I won't say it's a vertical alignment of these interdimensional stargates, but there is an alignment of these stargates. And through these stargates, which are basically black and white holes, when consciousness wants to move from one dimension to another, or one universe to another, you project your consciousness through sets of black and white holes. We all know about the black holes. It's a contracting vortex. It's a magnetic vortex. And a lot of people think that's the end of the story. Well, it's not. At the midpoint of every black hole, or when you get into the black hole, you change polarity and you go out the electrical white hole, just like our chakras, just how the chakras work. You go in the black hole, out the white hole, in the black hole, out the white hole. This is how consciousness moves, all right? Through time, through space, let's say. Now, we're in a time cycle now, what people call the shift of the ages, an ascension cycle, which is technically called a stellar bridge. You have a bridge. You have an alignment, not vertical, but it is an alignment, an energetic alignment of these interdimensional stargates, okay? And through these stargates, frequency from the higher dimensions, from the higher universes, is coming into the earth and coming into us. And it's very important, everybody watching right now, listening in right now, to understand that when we talk about frequency, and Alan, when we talk about frequency, yes, we're talking about energy, but we're also talking about consciousness. Everything is consciousness. We live in seas of consciousness, but much of that consciousness hasn't taken shape in our world. How it takes shape in our world, in our lives, in our holograms, is through our power of thought. Everything exists, but in a state of potential creation, in the void, let's say, which is what the Black Madonnas in a way represent. With our power of thought, with our God-given power of thought, we can begin to shape that consciousness, which in its natural state is not shaped, has no form. Wallace Wattles, all the new thought authors, all the sources that we know, we understand today is the law of attraction, talked about the unformed substance. It is the void, that God, that mind is still. It's in a sort of not a dynamic phase. It's in sort of not an active phase. With our power of thought, we can invoke from the void that which is formless and give it form with our thoughts. This is why we have to be, especially in these days of mass contact, and a lot of us are being contacted. A lot of us are the contactors. We are the ones in a way that are trying to make contact with others of like minds, okay? We literally invoke from the void that which is formless, and we begin to give it form with our thoughts. The thoughts take the shape of their creator, of their origin. It's like the genie. Remember, the genie has to fulfill the thought. It doesn't judge it. Thoughts don't judge themselves, and they certainly don't judge their source. They don't judge their origin. So for example, if you have a negative thought, this is very important for everyone to understand. That thought doesn't judge itself. It doesn't judge its origin, doesn't judge its source, doesn't judge us. It has to fulfill that thought. So that negative thought has one purpose, and it's to help manifest the most negative experiences in your life. Okay? Every thought, the master key, Charles Haanel, the master key, every thought is impelled by its nature to objectify itself in an objectivity. It has no choice. So we need to be much more responsible with these thoughts now, since we're being called on. The best parts of ourselves are being called on to come together now to try to fulfill our true evolutionary paths. Now, again, so we're in a time cycle now, usually happens every 26,000 years, that these stargates line up, and higher frequency, energy, consciousness is streaming through these stargates onto the earth and through our bodies. For that to happen, you have to open up the 7 seals. Now, the 7 biblical seals, this is what I think John in his Revelation is talking about, beloved St. John. The chakras are always open, but there are frequency seals over these chakras. And this is why many people and groups go to these areas. These are, at least my reckoning, many people's reckoning of the Earth's 7 primary vortices, their opening and closing schedules. So again, as you can see here, the stellar bridge alignment, this is an interdimensional alignment of interdimensional stargates, starting with the sun and the earth. The sun, Sol, is a 4th dimensional stargate. Then it will come together with, line up with the Pleiades, Alcyone, the central sun of the Pleiadian system. That's 5th dimensional. Then Sirius, I think it's Rabazad, I think is Syrian central sun. Then the arc, that's 6th dimensional. So see, when we talk about Pleiades, when we talk about Syrian star systems, yes, they do exist in our 3-dimensional universe, but they also exist in higher harmonics. So when people basically talk about Pleiadians, they're talking about 5th dimensional races. Sirius, 6th dimensional races, Sirius A, Sirius B. Arcturus, 7th dimensional, Orion, 8th dimensional, Andromedan, 9th dimensional, and the cradle of Lyra, or Lyra, 10th, 11th, and 12th dimension. 10th dimension is Lyra Vega, and I don't want to get on anybody's wrong side here, but the Vegans are not necessarily vegan. You know, Alan? It's really true. The 10th dimensional vegan, of course, their meat is
Have you had their chicken soup, Phil? I'm kidding.
higher frequency. Remember that old joke? She's standing, the woman standing at her husband's grave, right? It says, "Give him some chicken soup. Give him some chicken soup." Guy says, "Madam, it wouldn't help." She goes, "Wouldn't hurt." Okay. Anyway, okay. I'm a little rusty on my old Jewish humor, Yiddish humor. Okay. Maybe you can tutor me a little bit. Anyway, I love you, Alan. He's still the best. If I were to get married again, you would still be the best man.
Oh, thank you. Well, you already are married, so anyway, go ahead, continue.
Okay.
We're in the middle of vortex changing. We're talking about
I know here in Singapore, if you're Islamic, of the Islamic faith, you can have 4 wives. I just have 4 wives, but she has 4 distinct personalities. Okay, here we go. Now,
okay. Thanks for
St.
sharing.
John, it was interesting that on the Isle of Patmos, when he was exiled, St. John beloved, he had his revelation in that cave. Do you know what grows for the people that have been or haven't been to the Isle of Patmos? Do you know what grows wild on the Isle of Patmos? Probably the most potent psychedelic psychoactive substance on the planet, the fly agaric, the amanita mushroom. So I'm sure if the staple of your diet is the Amanita muscaria, you're going to have lots of visions. I would love to bring a group, maybe next year, the year after, to Patmos, do some shrooms, and just get our own revelations. Well, here it is. These are the frequency seals. Thank you very much. The stellar bridge alignment infuses Earth with progressively higher dimensional wave spectra. Now it causes the seals of Earth's 7 primary vortices to progressively open. So as you can see, as each vortex opens, the dimensional wave spectra associated with that vortex begins running through Earth's electromagnetic fields. This is what's raising the particle pulsation rhythm of everything on the planet. And this is where you're getting periods of time acceleration and dimensional blending that's affecting everything on the planet. So basically, more or less, the chakras are always open, but the seals, there are frequency seals over the chakras that have their opening and closing schedule. It's like if you want to get to the present, you've got to untie the ribbon first. Now, the first one is located at the Painted Desert in Arizona. This started its opening cycle in late 87. See, this was a lot of what the harmonic convergence was about. A lot of this was in the Mayan information, Bishop Landa, a lot of these people, hold on, I got to put the charger on, knew about this, knew about the foundation for the law of time, knew about this. We did a lot of lectures and presentations together, Jose Arguelles, knew much of this information, that a lot of it was about the Earth's vortices beginning, or the frequency seals over the Earth's vortices beginning to open. This is an essential component of the ascension cycle we're in now, this stellar bridge. Now, the Native Americans out there, they know that it's not Sedona. Sedona is a very, very powerful vortex. You can access the Painted Desert through Sedona pretty easily, but they know out there that the Painted Desert is the major vortex. Now that started its opening cycle in late 87. A lot of stuff went down in 87, the beginning of 88. And you'll notice that the first of these vortexes is the last to close. See, this is the injunction, will the first be the last? John may have been talking about the papal succession, the male succession of the popes, like St. Malachy also, where Francis is the last of the male succession of popes. I believe that Mary Magdalene is still alive. She is in a mountain in the Pyrenees. I don't know the exact location. No, I really, really don't. She is sleeping there in a state of suspended animation in a protective wave field that some people call the Golden Fleece. I believe when there's enough love manifested on this planet, she will wake. She is the original Sleeping Beauty, not unlike the beauty that has slept within each and every one of us. She will awake, she will walk to Rome, and Peter will give her the keys to the Holy See, because she should have been the first pope anyway. Anyway, that's another story. It's a really nice one, isn't it? Painted Desert in Arizona started its opening cycle in 88. You see that the first to open is the last to close. And it's very interesting, Alan, that a lot of remote viewers and psychic mediums are getting 2042, the years 2042 and 2047. And just like, remember in the old days, there seemed to be a firewall. People couldn't, a lot of remote viewers couldn't get past 2012. Well, it's the same thing. A lot of people are telling me that they're seeing 2042 in their sessions, something about 2042 and 2047. That's when these primary vortices and their closing cycle will the first be the last to open, the last to close.
What does it mean for these vortexes to be open? How does that affect us?
Okay, what we're experiencing now, because of this lineup, this alignment of interdimensional stargates, for this higher frequency, this higher dimensional frequency, for these infusions to come into the earth and through us, raising our frequency, enabling us and the earth to ascend. These frequencies from the stellar bridge, from these interdimensional stargates, have to come through the chakras. That's their entrance points into the planet and into our bodies, Alan. That's why they have to be open and stay open as scheduled, and they have to close on schedule 2. That's what we're going to talk about now, okay? So Painted Desert is the first one. Then Jerusalem, Israel. Interestingly enough, Jerusalem, Israel has a lot to do with controlling the emotional body of the planet, just like our second dimensional emotional bodies are really the control grid. Each three-dimensional, what we call Huva body, or spherical electromagnetic domains that hold 3 dimensions of our consciousness, seem to be controlled by the middle dimension. So if you understand this more fully, Jerusalem, Israel has a lot to do with the emotional body of the planet. This is why it's so sought after. This is why it's been this prized location, the real estate itself, not just of all the major religions, all throughout time. Jerusalem, Israel has been sought after, because if you have control of that real estate, you have control of the frequency seals, what goes in to the earth, what is allowed to go into the earth to raise the frequency, the consciousness of the earth and everybody on it. Jerusalem, Israel started its opening cycle in 1992. And by 1996, the chakra was fully open, and to answer your question fully, to receive the frequencies coming in through the stellar bridge, which is that alignment of interdimensional stargates. Oh, can everybody hear that alarm? I need to turn this off. Hold on a second. Ponder this for a moment.
It wasn't that loud, Phil. We're waiting for Phil Gruber to return. Okay.
Okay, now remember, these are the major chakras on the planet. They relate to our chakras, and they need to be fully open to receive the frequencies coming in from the higher dimensions through the central suns of all these higher dimensional universes. First, our sun, Our sun is a very powerful and important stargate, fourth dimensional stargate. All planets and all suns have at their cores stargates, okay? So you have the Painted Desert, Jerusalem, Israel, third Himalayan mountains in Asia. I believe it's in the Kunlun mountain range north of Tibet. Started its opening cycle in 1996, fully opened in 2000. And here's the thing, they've got to open. A lot of groups come to these locations and they come to help, and they do help because they know what to do to help these frequency seals to open. Some groups come to help and they hurt because they don't know what they're doing, and they're putting, let's say, codes into these vortexes that, with all the best intentions, stop them from opening or inhibit their opening. A lot of groups come to hurt and they help because they don't know what they're doing. But a lot of groups, it's always a cat and mouse game when these are opening and closing for groups to come in that are guided by whoever to help or to hurt. It's got to be understood, and it's got to be acknowledged that there is consciousness out there, digressive consciousness, that does not want this stellar bridge cycle, this stellar activation cycle to commence and to work. That's because there are many, many agendas going on. There are three primary agendas. I think we'll talk about this at the next summit. I would like to talk very much about the major agendas on the planet and the reasons for contact. But just know that we're all chosen for contact. About 90% of all human contactees and abductees are unknowingly members of one of three hybrid human races. And we'll get into that in more detail. But today, I really wanted to talk about a larger picture of why we're being contacted, why it's important to remember why we're here, what our mission is on this planet, since we did ask to be here at this particular time and in this particular world. Now, when Giza opened, I remember a lot of groups. I think, Alan, you were there around this time. 99, 2000, I went with Trisha and Duncan Cameron. I think it was, what, 90? I
think it was 92. I think it was 92, 93.
Okay, because remember, all these, that's the first time you went?
I was there in 91 for the 888 98 91 activation, yeah.
Alan's always ahead of his time.
Thanks, Phil. No, the people were going there because there were being felt activations at Giza in that early 90 period. So lots of groups.
That's right. And just like our chakras are connected, you can go to these sites and also remote sites and participate in this cycle. You don't have to be at the Painted Desert. You can be in Sedona, you can be in Scottsdale, you can be halfway around the world. All these chakras have sites that they're paired with, and it's going to be very, very important in a couple of minutes. Now, when Giza opened, I remember a lot of groups are going out there in 99, 2000. When Giza opened, the stellar bridge really locked in, it anchored, it can't be stopped now. So 2000 was when the fourth of the seven seals opened. Then you had Machu Picchu. Interestingly enough, in June of 2004, there was a Venus transit on that weekend in early June in 2004. Now, there are sites, like I said, that are paired with these major vortexes. The site on the planet that's paired with Machu Picchu is the Vatican in Rome. And I know for a fact that on the weekends of that Venus transit in 2004, you had Bush, many of his top advisors, many of the so-called elite, children of the Black Sun, Bilderbergers, whatever you want to call them, were meeting at a site outside of Rome. My personal theory is that they were pulsing magnetic pulses from Rome to Machu Picchu to inhibit the opening of the vortex. Now, if the vortex doesn't open, here's the thing. If the vortex doesn't open and the frequencies are still coming in through the stellar bridge and the chakras aren't open to receive these frequencies and circulate them through the earth and through our bodies, what you have, instead of expansion, you have compaction. The frequencies are hitting those seals, the seals aren't opening, and it causes massive compaction. What the earth has to do is to start to fracture. Even when they're circulating through the Earth grids, if it hits a block, a big karmic block or something like that, if it hits any kind of blockage or electromagnetic block, it's just going to build. What the planet has to do is fracture itself to allow the energy to keep moving. But as a result of that fracturing, you have these subduction zones, tectonic fracturing, and that's one of the major causes of these Earth changes that we're experiencing now, is the energy has to keep circulating. So it's interesting. I think a lot of the work that we and other groups were doing was intercepting that magnetic pulse. So Machu Picchu opened. Then the Caucasus Mountains in Russia, 2008. And then the Andes Mountains, Lake Titicaca in 2012. Now, as you can see, we're done now with the opening cycle. All the chakras on the planet are open to the greatest extent. Sure, there are some cords in there that have to be cleared, just like we have our shadow bodies that are really a complex, a collective of unresolved personality fragments. The planet has one too. And there are still some cords that need to be taken out so the chakras can really work at full function, which is probably another conversation, but one that's very, very important to have at one time. Now we're in the closing cycle. So you see, it's important that they opened on time, stayed open. Just as importantly, they begin to close, and they need to fully close, because if the energy is still coming in, the frequency, the higher consciousness is coming in, and they don't close on time, it's going to be too much. The Earth can't handle it. Our bodies can't handle it. And we start to go through all these changes that you don't want to go through, basically. In the human body, the DNA, when too much frequency comes in that the body can't handle or expand to, the DNA itself will start to fragment. I've seen this happen. You know, I know a lot of people are experiencing migraines now, cluster headaches. Well, the cranial vault is meant to expand. The sutures in the cranium are meant to expand to accommodate a much larger brain. When that doesn't happen, you have compaction instead. And then it will result on the physical level. Sure, it will affect your mental body, it will affect your emotional body, but on the physical body, all that compaction can be precursors to strokes, embolisms, these types of things, at the very least cluster headaches. And migraines. So they all, and it's interesting, will the first be the last? The reason that the seventh vortex has to begin its closing cycle, it's the frequency sealed. Chakras always need to stay open. If someone says to you, your heart chakra is closed, you might as well make your will right now, or you should have made your will sooner. None of the chakras are closed, but the access to it. The regulatory mechanism of the chakras cycling energy up and down the dimensional scale, if that's somehow compromised, it's not that the chakras are closed, but the access to it is really is closed to one extent. So the reason that the Andes, Lake Titicaca had to close first, because the higher dimensional frequencies are coming through. It's very easy to handle the first three, even the first four that handle dimensional energies 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Because we're working on those DNA strands now anyway. When you get to the higher dimensional frequencies that are coming through the Pleiades, through Sirius, through Arcturus, and those people that had the DNA activated to those higher levels will be getting information in from those higher dimensions and those higher aspects of ourselves. Yes, the question was put to me, am I an angel? Yes, you're an angel. You're an earth angel. Yes, you have simultaneous identities here in a three-dimensional universe. I think when a lot of people talk about past lives, it's true that many people may have past lives, but if you've come from the future, remember, each angel in this next higher universe sends down, projects 12 parts of itself into the next lower harmonic universe, which is ours. And different time, space, locations, different coordinates are chosen. So those other 11 are members of your incarnational or soul family. They're not our past lives. They may live in the past, but they are simultaneous, separate identities that just happen to have chosen past times. If you have another self or an identity that's part of your incarnational family or soul family, to them, we may be their higher selves. You understand? When the angels have past life therapy, when they're on the couch, when they're on their semi-etheric couches having past life therapies, who do you think they're contacting to make more sense of their lives in the future? They're contacting us, because the truth is the angels, the archangels, the avatars, the rishis, the masters, they're all higher and higher future parts of ourselves. Well, not the ascended masters. They
I
have
didn't
evolved.
I didn't think angels had lives, Pavel. I thought they were all not incarnate souls.
Oh, they do. They have lives. They have. I've met your angelic self, and it's still a 6th floor walk up. It's just it's a semi-etheric futon that's sitting in your living
We
room.
all have angelic parts of ourselves, but there are angels that don't incarnate, right? I mean,
There are angels, yes, you can choose to stay where you are, or you can come down here because of a contract to wanting to be of service. I think all of us did, Alan. I think most of people listening now, we've come from the future, and we've come to help now during this ascension cycle. Earth is a wonderful, beautiful planet to visit. A lot of times we come here for R&R. If you want really good Italian food or French cuisine, I mean, just a lot of great chefs haven't ascended yet. So if you want that kind of food, you will come down here for R&R. But the fact is, seriously speaking, that all of us come down here because we want to be of service. We want to be of sincere, dedicated service to ourselves and to the world. So since we've come from the future, I have no feeling about past lives. I have kind of the opposite of deja vu. I kind of remember people that I've known in the future. Because the more you're connected with your future selves, the more that's going to be evident even in your day-to-day lives. So it's not so much a matter of past lives, it's simultaneous identities. And yes, Al, it's true. We do have identities that you can consider angelic, archangelic, avatar. We do have all those parts. And the evolutionary path of human consciousness is to expand, is to bring that consciousness into us and expand with that. That's what evolution is all about. That's the true evolutionary path of human consciousness and what ascension is. And all the higher teachings teach us how to do that. Okay, so let me just finish with this part and then we'll get.
You have about 7 minutes left, Phil.
That's really good news to me because I am just completely like, but I love it.
Go for it. Go for it.
And thank you so much, Neil. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone from Portal to Ascension. Portal to Ascension is a true energetic consciousness portal to ascension. It's important that we understand that. It's not just the PTA, it's not just the Parent Teachers Association. Well, it is in a way. We all are parents to each other, and we all are children to each other too. And it's very important that the parents and the children come together. Our generation, we had no real role models. Not like our children do now, especially those of us that have children and grandchildren. We need to be mentors to them. At least we have a frame of reference to understand what's happening now, what contact is, why contact is happening, why people are chosen for contact, what kind of agendas are out there. So you see, the 7th of the chakras is the first to close because it handles the highest frequency. If this wasn't closing on time, you'd have too much frequency on coming into the earth, circulating through the earth and through our bodies that it couldn't handle, too much energetic compaction. See, it's just as important that they close on time as they open on time. They had to open on time, stay open, become as fully open as they could be by these dates, more or less. And then they start their closing cycle. And as you can see, the last to close is between 2042 and 2047. And this is why we're getting a lot of those dates in remote viewing, psychic mediums, in contact experience. They're telling us we really got to get our stuff together by 2042, 2047, because that's when the cycle ends. And if we haven't accomplished what we really need to accomplish, then we wait a whole nother 26,000 years. That's important to understand. And also it's important to understand a lot of us are getting contact because we need to understand the connection between Earth and its parallel. We live in a time matrix and there is a parallel time matrix. And the mechanism that regulates consciousness flowing between both universes, there is a parallel Earth and there's parallel us's either. There are parallel us's there. Just like our chakras up and down, the vertical mechanism regulates the flow of consciousness up and down the dimensional scale. There is a horizontal regulatory mechanism, and that's the front and back cones of the chakras regulate the cycling of consciousness between us and our parallel universe. Our universe is magnetically based. Theirs is electric. Ours is particle. Theirs is antiparticle. Ours matter. Theirs is antimatter. And that mechanism regulates the exchange and the flow of consciousness back and forth. We're always flashing on and off between us and our parallel selves. That may be another conversation, but here's the key. What we have been told, and what many people have been told throughout time and in contact experience, is that yes, there is a parallel reality, a parallel Earth, in which it runs a few years ahead of ours, in which it is already under a form of draconian, insectoid, one world order. And what usually manifests on parallel Earth manifests on our Earth. The good news is that doesn't have to manifest on our Earth. The reason it does manifest on our Earth, because the condition of karma manifested as by what we call miasms. What miasms actually are is a buildup of anti-particles, antimatter, electrical consciousness in our magnetic particle matter world. So understand this. So if our parallel reality, if parallel Earth is already under a form of draconian, insectoid, whatever, one world order, when we create karma on an individual or collective scale, we mess with that mechanism that cycles consciousness, right? And we have a buildup of not just antimatter, antiparticles, a buildup of parallel Earth consciousness in our Earth. And this is why you see the infrastructure of this one world order manifesting here. Of course, there's a lot of other explanations, and there's a lot of facets to this. Like, for example, the force matrix transplant of draconian consciousness into human consciousness. Well, that used to be accomplished, and a lot of contact and abduction experience was to mine a recessive gene, especially in races that we call a hybrid race called the Belly Kudium, a ruby sun race. Most of abductees, the rationale for their abductions were to harvest this recessive gene that allows a draconian consciousness to take over a human consciousness. But now technology is at a point where there are genetic windows of infiltration. So make that what you will. The good news is that we're beginning to awaken to who we are, why we're here, what our purpose is, and still is, always was. Remember, life streamed into this time matrix 950 billion years ago, and that was simply the last time that life was allowed to stream into our time matrix to re-begin the process of evolution by the founders races. Who knows how many 950 billion year cycles there have been. And that original Emerald Covenant, that original co-creation agreement between the founders races, it's been restated many, many, many times. The coming of the Indigos is another restatement of that old, very, very special covenant. Our purpose here is to be custodians and guardians of the interplanetary Templar, the Earth Stargates, because the Earth Stargates give you access to the interdimensional Stargates. Contact is all about trying to help us, at least pro-human contact, which there is a lot, trying to help us understand what our purpose is here. The fact that we are here implies that there is a purpose, and there are higher purposes. This is the reason, through Portal of Ascension, through new realities, this is all bringing us together, because we need support now like we've never needed it before. And there is all the support we need. We also need to start learning how to think correctly, so we stop creating the karma and the Earth collective karma that's going to inhibit that mechanism that cycles consciousness between us and parallel Earth. We need to be sovereign to ourselves. We need to be empowered, and we need to learn certain truths about ourselves that will really help us to fulfill the reasons that we were created. We were created as a guardian race. We were created to help the races that had fallen into digression. It's amazing that we even made it here. Some some souls don't make it here if we feel we choose our mothers, our parents, but if we feel that they haven't gotten the levels of expansion they need to birth us without any handicaps, we will turn back and we will go back to where we came from. Here on the earth, it's manifested as stillbirths, miscarriages, abortions, but realize as tragic as these events are, they're orchestrated at the higher levels. We're all meant to be here at this time. And when we come into fetal integration, we pass through the Earth stargate, the halls, the flame of Amenti, and we leave imprints of our DNA. This, I believe, was the mission of many of the great avatars and Buddhas. As they come into incarnation, as they pass through the Earth's core, they leave an imprint of their DNA. Now, I think with the coming of the indigos, and every time we birth here on the Earth, we've left an imprint of our DNA at the planetary core. So now all incoming souls have the same genetic potential we have.
Okay, one final word, Phil. And final word.
One final word is Alan, I love you. No, one.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you.
No, really. One final word is that we are feathers in each other's wings. We are feathers in each other's wings, helping all of us keep us aloft, you know. And our path is the path of freedom, and our path is the path of grace. We need to be able to talk about contact. We need to be able to communicate with ourselves and each other. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We need to learn the postures of love.
Well,
the true posture and the real power, the enormous power of forgiveness, gratitude, grace, responsibility, integrity, impeccability, now and forever.
Good.
Thank
Just
you.
unshare your screen for a second, Phil.
Yeah.
Such a great presentation, brother.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you for, years and years of study. You should see Phil's book collection. This just doesn't pour out of his mouth. It pours into his head so it can pour out of his mouth. But you've been a student longer than Neil's been alive.
True that.
Oh.
And I love how you.
The old man the other day.
Anyway, what's that, Neil? What were you
I just said I love that ending. Feathers in each other's wings. That's so beautiful. That's so true. We are. Me too.
And,
I think I'll make a poem and dedicate it to you. It'll be called "Feathers in Each Other's Wings."
Yeah, right. You can have it, man. You can have it. You can have all the rights to it. Be blessed, my brother.
Tribute.
And
thank you,
Joan and Bridget. It's great. It's great seeing all of you. I really just. It just warms the cockles of my heart. What can I say? Your family.
Mm-hmm.
When is Phil going to be back on Portal?
You're going to be on the Ascension conference in April, 15, 16, 17. It's a free event. And then, on March 26th, he's going to be on the Extraterrestrial Races, Planets, and Technology event.
That's a good one. Really looking forward to that one. So I just want to thank you again and thank all my fellow speakers. We are speakers. We are speaking for the collective. Until the collective catches up to us, we are speaking for the collective. And we have a big responsibility, don't we, Joan, Bridget, Alan? We really do. And this is why we have to really clean up our acts, first and foremost, I think. Whatever is residual left, karma, miasmic content, now it's more important than ever that we really understand the true nature and the power of our thoughts. That every thought is going to manifest in our lives in our hologram. Oh, there it is, making contact. Yes.
There.
I can't find my copy anymore.
That's okay. There he is, Phil Gruber on Portal to Ascension with Mary Magdalene.
I forgot about this one. This is the day after the Extraterrestrial Awareness event. Phil's doing his solo webinar, Mary Magdalene, Daughter of Zion, Resurrection of Eve.
Well, this is a really good one. I really like this one. Yeah.
Great. Yep. We'll talk soon. Don't be a stranger.
Great. Thank you, Phil. Okay. That was wonderful.
Love you, brother.
Thank you. Love you too. Okay.
So now, I was going to introduce her, Alan.
Well, you can introduce her. I just want to say
you can add whatever you want to say.
All right, you introduce her. I'll add stuff to her because, go ahead.
Okay. So, guys, we're fighting over Bridget. Actually, Alan does Clubhouse with Bridget very often, and they're very, very close. But I got her to come on the event, so I'm just happy to introduce her and with Alan. So we have Bridgette Renee Holiday. She's a starseed channel, multidimensional medium, and a galactic peace ambassador.
Mhm.
I'm staring right in your eyes, holds frequencies of unity consciousness and grounds them into the human experience. As an ascension contact specialist, she communicates with the higher realms and assists you to expand those innate connections within yourself. Her mission, should she choose to accept, which she did, is to inspire you to shift perspectives, expand your consciousness, live your soul's purpose, and remind you that you've trained lifetimes for what you're here to do. And I want to tell everyone that Bridget has a chat on Clubhouse, and her voice is so, I swear her voice has been trained from lifetimes to bring healing and awareness about consciousness. So I'm happy you're here, Bridget. Now it's Alan's turn.
The Clubhouse is Ascend and what's
Awaken
the other?
Ascending.
Awaken.
Right. Awaken Ascending, probably a couple of times a week. But I just want to say, when I heard Bridget on Clubhouse and all her credentials Joan just read, I knew she was a part of our family, and I reached out to her, brought her in, and she has her wisdom of lifetimes to share with us today. So thanks for being part of the family, Bridget.
Yes.
Oh, you too. Thank you so much.
I just want to say one thing. I love that we didn't rush you. You took your time. You're like the goddess. You're in your empress chair right now, ready to share with your people. That's the feeling.
I just also want to point out what Joan said, the sound of your voice. There you have a real quality of vibration. So if you're not watching, just listen to Bridget speak, but it's also great to see what she has to say too. All right.
See you in person today too. So take it away, Bridget. We're happy you're here.
So much love for both of you. Thank you for that beautiful introduction. Neil, this has been amazing. So I'm just deeply grateful to be a part of this and to be here with you all. And all of the speakers. What's funny is I had no idea what I was going to talk about. My team was being a little persnickety in their own way. I think they wanted me to channel everything today. But last night I was feeling a little nervous. So I was like, what are we talking about? Let's just give me something so I don't feel nervous. And funnily enough, they brought through a bunch of things that totally align with what lots of the speakers have talked about today. So all in divine timing. And I'm just deeply grateful that all of you are here. And those of you that are watching the replay, thank you for your presence. Thank you for being. Thank you for enjoying the human experience in whatever way that looks like for you. So they really did a beautiful introduction for me, Joan and Alan. So I'm deeply grateful to both of you as well. And really, as Joan mentioned, I'm here as an ascension contact specialist during this period of humanity's evolution and consciousness. And this is not a title I created for myself. This is a title that my soul team, and for those of you that are wondering what a soul team is, they are the beings who stay out of the human experience. They are friends and family from beyond the human earth experience, I should say. And they are those beings that guide and assist us along our entire journey. They understand why we're here, what we've come in to express, what we've come in to really explore. And we set aside what I understand to be predetermined, I want to do this for sure kind of things, right? And so they'll be the ones that'll help nudge us toward those things. But from what I've received and what I see with people, I often see people's life paths whenever I meet them. And what I see with that life path, visualization that I receive is that whatever we've come here to explore and experience, we will hit regardless of even if we feel like we're going backwards, right? So there's no right or wrong way to do the human experience, as I'm sure most of you that are watching know. But really, my soul team, I've been communicating with them since birth. I have a collective. We all do. Some collectives are smaller, and others are larger. again, there is no good or bad with that. It is just what we've come in to do and the assistance that we will need for the people that we are going to be connecting with, really, honestly. At least that's how I perceive mine. So my collective began communicating through the angelic beings. I often say that they raised me when I was little. And within my collective, I know them all by frequency. I don't ask for names because frequency to me is more of a name than a human earth label would be. And so what I do is I sense the frequency as they are communicating, right? And we can go into more detail in this maybe a little bit later in here, but at the beginning I was communicating with angels, and then a little early, in my life, when I was probably about 6 or 7, then I had other beings within my collective step forward and say, okay, we are this and we are that. But what I will say, and this is bringing it around to something that I know is near and dear to Alan's heart, and probably to everyone here. I have had a lot of experience with all different types of beings from many dimensions, some that we would label, higher vibrating, and others that we would label lower vibrating from very small age. And one thing that I grew up being was kind of a spiritual warrior, at a certain age, because things were coming in. I actually had trauma at a very young age and continued to add a little bit to that trauma as I grew up, right? Like we all do. We all, kind of stack the trauma up. That's how we're taught to do the human experience, right? Until the last couple of decades, few decades, I would say. So with that, what I know now is that I had resonance within my own energetic system for beings to come in who we would consider gray, right? Not gray beings like extraterrestrials, but in the scheme of, if we look at things as light in the higher and dark in the lower, which I don't really like to say that about the lower, because darkness to me is the place from which everything is born, but we would consider them, lower neutral, right? And so my first experiences were with these types of beings, but also with people who had left the human form, as well as angels and elementals. And so I've had a long line of crazy experiences over the years with all different types of beings. And in that, with new introductions of different types of beings, especially those that were intense and challenged me, it enabled me, it served as a key, right? So it enabled me to sort of unlock doors within my own consciousness for access to information that did not come from this human experience, right? So I have an ability now, and I've had it most of my life, where if something comes in, even if I'm not seeing it visually, with the combination of my physical eyes and what I like to call first eye, but we'll call it third eye because that's what everyone else does. If it's not a combination of that or within the mind screen, right, where we have our memories, sometimes I just sense it, right? I could be doing other things. Doesn't really happen as much anymore in my life, but we'll consider like a little bit distant past for me. When they come in, I would just expand my energy and I would act as a battery for them. And so they would become very almost like engorged, so to speak, energetically. And then from just the smallest amount of energy. And then I instantly had this ability to know what they were and how to remove them, right? And so this was a practice that I had for a lot of time. Now, removing them wasn't always necessarily in a harsh way, right? But I did it enough in my spiritual journey that there came a time period when I walked into a house. I've told this before in shows. There came a time period when I walked into a house that everyone in there scurried to the outside edges. And at that point, I started learning, because it broke my heart and saddened my soul, that everything was afraid of me, because I was just, okay, you got to go back where you came from. You got to go back where you came from. I was doing that so much in the spiritual warrior mode. And this was, 90s, right? Early 2000s, that everything was afraid. And I went to my team and said, in that moment, I said, there has to be a better way. There has to be a way in love. And that is where we are now. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because within Clubhouse, I'm very new to ufology. I would say I started learning more on a deeper level about ufology last April. So I know the basics that everybody knows, pretty much the things that are really common until then. But I've been in a number of ufology rooms on Clubhouse, which is a audio only app, and they talk about nuts and bolts, right? A lot of the time they talk about the vehicles, right, and proof, wanting that hard proof. And then this book that Alan, I mean, I heard him talk about it so many times, Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, I think that's the name of it, right? Came out, and the conversation started shifting, almost frantic in some ways. And it was like, how do we, rectify the paranormal aspect with the extra, what I call star beings, because it's a lot easier than saying extraterrestrial, interdimensional, extra-dimensional, ultra-dimensional, and so on, right? But they're like, how do we rectify these two things? And from my experience, I was more in the paranormal world and in the communication world with higher dimensional beings most of my life, and having interactions with those that were teaching me, really reminding me some of my masteries that I've brought in from other lives outside of Earth, right? So for me, when I had my two contact experiences as an adult with two very different, we'll call them interdimensional beings, I was like, it all makes sense. Like, it totally makes sense to me how they fit into the dimensional layers, right? So when I was talking to my team last night, like, what are we going to talk about tomorrow? I have things that I would love to talk about. And they brought this in. I was like, oh, yeah, well, this is beyond UFO disclosure. So it totally makes sense that we would bring in something like this. So there's a lot of things. Let me check my notes and make sure I'm on topic, you guys. So, okay. Yeah, so as Alan so beautifully worded, as did almost everyone, I think everyone else actually that has spoken, the connection is consciousness. And the reason consciousness is the connection is because we are multidimensional beings. Within our own human expression, we are holding frequencies for many other dimensional expressions that we are sharing with our soul, right? And within this is what we have, the illusion of dimensions, and we often explain it as layers, right, one above the other, but it's really like a sphere, and everything is enmeshed into this giant source sphere, right? So if we, and as I'm sure a lot of you are experiencing this right now, if we come in and begin to awaken aspects of our consciousness, we're bringing more of our soul light into our human experience. What this does is brings us into soul senses, as I like to call them. Some people call them clairs, telepathy, empathic ability, all of those things. But it also activates within ourselves higher dimensional frequencies. So we begin to have this blending of the world that we're perceiving with the world that we call the invisible world, or, the hidden world, or the other side of the veil, things like that. So we have this blending effect that I've been experiencing most of my life. There have been some times when it's been a bit more quiet in my life, but we have this blending effect where we have multiple types of phenomena happening simultaneously. And you can walk into a space and feel every person that has had a human experience is still hanging out in what we call the other side of the veil, right? Which is actually a carbon copy of what we are here, without the ability to interact with the physical, unless you learn how to do it, right? So we'll have that. We'll have dimensional layers of beings that are fourth dimension, and my experience with the fourth dimension is there's so many layers in it. And then it's almost like dimensional planes of existence within it. We have within the lower fourth, we even have, dreams time, right? And the astral. We also have in the upper fourth, we have other bands that are, like we have Akashic records. And this to me is, from my experience with the fourth dimension and fourth dimensional beings, within the lower dimensional layers, there are also what we call passengers, or some people, I heard a word that today, they call them parasites or something like that. I call them passengers. And there are layers of different types of those beings. Some of them are fully formed thought forms that humans have created and that they have been evolving themselves over time. We also have the beings who are enacting with us in the control constructs, which is what my team calls it, which is a part of the human experience that we have from a higher perspective been sort of in contract with them for, so that we can have particular types of experiences within the human overall experience, right? And those are actually being deconstructed, right? So we have all of these different layers of dimensional beings, some of which, people would call, they've labeled them like demons, and then they have all of these other types of beings that are able to take form in the force, so they can actually, like, I call them shifters, like shape shifters, so they can shape shift from what we would consider less density into like a physical form. There's all different types. And I mean, I can't even begin to even probably put a number to the different types that I've experienced in my lifetime. So if we're adding that with the beings who are in higher dimensional forms or even equal to us, then we have all of the layers of what I like to call star beings. Now, for me, star beings aren't really just beings that are from star systems. They can be interdimensional. They can also be what I call ultradimensional, which often has, beyond the what we would call physicality spectrums, right, of expression. But they can also be multi-universal, which a lot of them are, who have come here for this universe experiment, so to speak. So to me, it all rolls together. And the fact that that people are experiencing these in particular locations, like the, what's it called again? Which, Alan, can you help me? It's the ranch, Skinwalker Ranch. Got it. Never mind. I feel like 20 people just said that to me out loud. Thank you, whoever you are. So places like Skinwalker Ranch, where there are enormous portals, which is a part of Gaia's technology, her energetic technology. There are enormous portals, and particularly in that location, any of you who use your inner sight to see externally, I recommend looking at the size of the one that is there. And having been around portals and having opened them myself, both consciously and unconsciously, which we all have the ability to do, I can tell you that they can be, so to speak, colored by the frequencies that we bring into them. I've also closed a lot of them for people who didn't understand what they were doing over the years. I don't do this for a living, you guys. I don't close portals for a living. So I can tell you how to do it. If you email me, if you're one of those people that's like, I've got one of those and I want to close. That's not what I do for a living, but I've done it for friends, and many, many times. And what I can tell you is our energetics can actually, because we are multidimensional, right? We can access our own portal technology, and we can adjust the portal technology that our planet creates because we are in oneness with our planet. We are the gardeners, so to speak, right? Or so we should be. And so if we come in with a lot of fear or with, maybe, ill intent or things like that, we can take a portal that is only accessing higher dimensions, and we can now allow that portal to access lower dimensions. That can also happen if very traumatic events happen around a portal. That energy is drawn into it usually, or overlays it, and then that portal is recoded even in an unconscious situation to access not only the higher dimensions, but also lower dimensions, right? And a lot of the time, what I find is that it's accessing particular layers of the lower fourth dimension, which hold what I call passengers, right? So for me, if you put it all together, it's just a matter of really understanding how everything is connected in with one another. Sorry, you guys, I'm checking my notes again. Yes. Okay. So basically, we're all sharing the same space. And it's just a matter of how we can see, right? So like, it's like those glasses. I don't know, they're kind of a steampunk thing, but I think they come from like the old days where you can change from white lenses and add yellow and then add another color, right? And you create multiple spectrum vision. It's like that. That's kind of what we're doing. So as our consciousness expands, then we are, able to perceive more of what exists. If all of us right now hit a fifth dimensional consciousness, we would probably be really freaked out because the way things look in other dimensions, we would consider not only just odd, but often monstrous looking. And just because something looks like that doesn't mean it is, right? So I'm really actually very grateful that the ascension is going at the pace that it is. I know a lot of us are like, we're ready. Come on, we're ready for this fifth dimensional experience. But if you shifted into 5D right now and saw some creature hanging out in your house or right outside your window that you had never seen before, you probably get a little freaked out, right? So I think this is why my team always, especially the star beings, they're always talking about how it's really important for us to do not only our honing of our abilities, but our inner work, because we are, whatever is a vibrational resonance for our the vibration that we're holding can see us and interact with us. So if we're holding a lot of slumbering aspects of our consciousness that are containing a lot of cobwebs, or are very dense, then we are now a vibrational match for that within our world. So if you are a person who is, newly expanding, right, and on your consciousness journey, and you're seeing and feeling funky things, look within. Use it as a message to go within and look within yourself. And really, the inner work is super important. Meditation is key. And I know there's another, I think I'm skipping ahead, but so yeah. Okay, so basically my team is saying last night, I'll say, yeah. Okay, so they were saying that in particular, they used these words when they were channeling this through. When we do the inner work, it aligns us with very benevolent beings, like naturally benevolent beings, right? And so it's a frequency alignment, right? So we are aligned with them when we do the inner work, and we are peeling away the layers of the onions. And really, trauma is not, we're not meant to hold on to things, right? We're not meant to hold it in and carry it around with us for a really long time. So, we're just peeling away the layers of the onion of things that we've adopted into ourselves and called us, right? But they aren't the true essence of us. We're designed to have an experience and have it move through us. So I'm kind of going to go on a little journey with you guys, and I hope you can follow me on this. My team wants me to bring up, they want me to bring up that contact with star beings is happening on a one-on-one basis and with groups of like-hearted people. It also happens from pre-designed situations that we have created for ourselves with our own star family, that will enable us to have the potential for a fast track in consciousness. That's actually what happened with me. It's happened with a lot of people that I know. Now we can choose our own adventure from there, right? Like always. So we have the contact experience, then we get to decide how we're going to roll with it going forward. Are we going to maintain a fear-based structure because we didn't understand what happened, but also because it might have been really scary in some ways for us, right? So we can hold ourselves in fear, we can hold ourselves in confusion, we can hold ourselves in, a period of cognitive dissonance, and we can also prevent ourselves from seeing what comes next if we hold ourselves in that. Now, it's totally understandable if people do that. And I'm not negating anyone's experience by far. After having two technically in that way, myself, I can totally understand. But I will invite you, if you're still confused and you've had this, I will invite you to look within and allow the things that are asking to be shifted to fall away, because new will come in and fill the space within your consciousness and within your external reality that will support you in going forward. If you are a person who is having experiences with, we'll call it a star being, and you feel like it is not in your highest and best good, and you feel like it is, impinging on your divine sovereign free will, I will say that there are a lot of things we can learn from that. But if you don't want to, that's okay too, because we have free will here. And I don't know if you can see on my name, but it looks like Joan's image is up, but hopefully mine is too. My website is there, and I have a blog, and there's a contract nullification and release on there that you can say. It's very powerful. It covers a lot of angles. My soul team and I actually channeled it through for people that were experiencing that, because there are beings who are hanging out with us in the earth plane that have been inadvertently invited in, right? They're not on the guest list. I often call them loopholed. They've loopholed their way into the human earth experience, or someone has invited them in, but they didn't necessarily go to that someone. They could come to someone else who has a frequency that they're curious about or whatever, right? So not that they're all, malevolent and out to get us, but if they're not here as a galactic ambassador, I can just tell you, if they're not here for humanity's highest and best good, then and you don't feel like you are having a very positive experience with them and actually getting support and love and guidance that supports and uplifts you, then by all means go and do this. This also works for any kind of lower vibrating being. It's not just for extra-dimensionals, interdimensionals, and yeah, pretty much the ultras aren't going to do anything like that, or extraterrestrials, I guess. But yeah, so you can use it for anything. So, and if you know someone that is in need of something like that, feel free to use it. Make sure that you read it all the way through before you actually speak it aloud, and speak it aloud with gentle command, but standing within your sovereignty. And sometimes if you're feeling weakened by experiences, it's good to have someone with you that another human that will help you feel supported. But you can always call in your soul team for this kind of stuff too. So I just wanted to touch base on that for just a moment. And let me check my, you guys, I'm checking my notes a lot today. Yeah, okay. So, oh yeah, so they brought through the inner work to integrate, heal, transmute fear, and fear-based patterning will assist, but joy, creativity, and play raise vibration, which makes connecting and contact easier and clearer for us. So one of the things that's really big with my team is they love play. So when I can communicate with them all day, any day. But if I want to have like a marathon communication, if I get myself into a play mode, and that includes joy and love and happiness, usually I do it from actually doing play type things. Like I like to hula hoop. I try to roller skate. I'm not very good at it yet. I'm not very good at both of those actually. And that's part of why I like them so far. But I like to do things, sing and dance and different things like that, where I'm elevating my frequency greatly. And then I go into channeling. I also will do that often when I go into longer meditations, which brings me to the next thing that they mentioned. When we are meditating for, 45 minutes and longer, we're accessing higher aspects of our consciousness within that trance-like state that we go into, right? So within that, communication is very, very easy. And if you go into the meditation with the intention to communicate with your star family, and you do it, consistently, consistency is key for those that are starting this journey, then you will have connection and communication. They're waiting for us to connect in with them. I have people, that come through with what I do, my service soul work in the world, and their team is with me the night before, like so excited. They're like, yes, we're finally going to get to talk to her and meet her or him, right? And we're going to have this moment with them where we can now carry that over into the waking conscious reality. And if those of you who are not familiar with quantum hypnosis, I highly recommend having at least one of those in your life. It can really, really expand your consciousness. It's very much a fast track for consciousness expansion. I always say it's a catalytic force of consciousness expansion, and it will affect all of your levels and layers if you go into it with that intention, right? If you go into it with the intention of, I'm ready for my next step, let's open it up. So just a little thing about that. You guys probably know who Dolores Cannon is, Barbara Lamb, Candace Craw Goldman. This is the world that I'm speaking of with hypnosis, not quacking like a duck on stage or anything like that. So let's see, what did they bring in next? Yeah. So I hold frequencies, as I think Joan read earlier, for Pleiades, Sirius, Arcturus, Lyra, and Andromeda Galaxy. And one of the things that I know to be true, and I'll speak from my own perception, is that when we are connecting with different races, it is because there's a connection outside of the human experience with them. Generally, I find that they are our star family, so to speak. We have lives with them, or have had lives with them, depending on how you look at it, or will have lives with them, right? Because time and space is a little, it's a little wobbly here compared to everywhere else, right? So when I had remembrances and activations of my lives with these beings, and integration and communication, that activated those frequencies within my human experience. And this is how we work. Of course, I identify loosely as a starseed. I think we're all starseeds, but that is how this expression works. So when we have an interaction with them, it doesn't really matter to me what dimension they're from. I know that's interesting maybe to some people. I know I will get information about that, but that information comes out more when I'm talking to other people. For me, it's about the connection that we have. It's about the remembrance that they are offering me to find within myself, because that's what our soul team does, right? And it's about remembering who I am in that way, so that I can bring the masteries and specializations from that particular life. We'll use the word life loosely because not everything is physical, but I can bring that into this human experience and ground it in, integrate it, ground it into the human experience, and then share it with everyone in service, right? So I think that's a really important part about contact. Like when we can get past, our entire inner world, our landscape, our inner belief landscape, the beliefs, the stories, the patterning, when all of that with contact, let me see if I can, they're bringing in a bunch of information. So let me see if I can slow them down real quick. When we're bringing in, thank you for bearing with me. When we're bringing in, and meeting that aspect of ourselves, essentially, right? It is a frequency match with that being. We are frequency matching. That means all of our, low-hanging fruit, consciousness-wise, will come to the surface to be healed and released and transmuted and integrated, that kind of a thing, right? So when that happens, it's a fast track, right? So it fast tracks us into our consciousness evolution. And I think I'd lost track a little bit. I wonder if someone on here could tell me what I was talking about right before that. When I told them to slow down, they really slowed down. So I don't know if anyone's watching. I'm not seeing any comments. Okay. So Alan, are you listening? Could you tell me what I was just talking about?
I was just distracted for a second, but just start where you're at.
Probably because I was losing touch for a second. And let me see.
You're good.
Frequency
matching.
Talking
yes.
about frequency matching.
Yes. Thank you, Joan. So this is the joy of channeling sometimes, you guys, live and in person. So basically, yes, I'm going to look at my notes because we were going into holding frequencies for them, and the frequency matching will do that as well, right? So when we have a being step in, it not only is serving as a permission slip for those frequencies to activate within our own human experience, within our consciousness, but it's also frequency matching. We will elevate in vibration to get as close as we can to that frequency match, because we hold all of the dimensions within us, right? So where I see the beauty in that is that it's a fast track. What can happen in those moments, though, is that it can lead to a period of like a dark night of the soul, where all of this stuff is coming forward and we feel really bombarded. But that is a fast track that we designed for ourselves. So if we can move through that with love and grace and compassion for ourselves, and understand that we're probably also clearing for the collective as we do that experience, as we have those experiences, and do the inner work, dive deeply within ourselves. What happens when we come out is this beautiful expansion and opening. And we'll find through connection and communication with those beings, if we don't run into fear, too much fear, because they will step back if there's a lot of fear. It's a lot for their energetic systems to handle, most of them. So if we can stay in neutrality or above with them, what we will find that will happen going forward is they will serve as specialists with us in one way or another. And so, my team, as I was doing this, I'm just going to read it. So this has evolved over time, and it does shift and expand, but I just want to kind of give you an idea of how contact and connection with our star family can assist us in our lives. So and there's so much more than what I'm going to say. This is just very short blips about each of them. So for the Arcturians, within my life right now, I have a specialist Arcturian healing team that works with me within my hypnosis sessions in my multidimensional energy healing. Now, I also work with everybody's individual healing teams, right? So I'm not saying they're the only ones, but they're almost like like the best surgeon in the nation or the best surgeon in the world, right? For whatever it is, they're like that with almost everything. And so I will bring them in to work with me. So this is one way that the Arcturians are working with me, but they also work with me as energetic technicians for my own energetic system. We all have an energetic system that has a lot of energetic technology in it. It's part of the human design. And so being more proactive, sometimes a little too much probably, with my own, creating my reality, I mess around in my energy systems. And, sometimes I will say, hey, I would like this to be, adjusted in this way or whatever. And often I find they'll be the ones that step forward, and they will come forward. Now, one of the beings within this healing team is actually on my soul team, and the others are coming in for this cameo. I don't know how long I'll be working with them. This could be like something that lasts forever, or it could be kind of like a cameo experience where they come in, teach me things, and then leave, right? So, and that's another thing that can happen with these beings. But they also help me access galactic information, and give me understandings, a broader understanding of how it is pertinent to my earth experiences and being of service within the unity consciousness frequencies. So I always say that I'm a peace ambassador, but technically what I do is unity consciousness based. So I guess I should change that, Joan, and say unity ambassador. Because what we think of peace is not exactly what I bring. The frequencies that I hold are more for unity, right? Understanding ourselves in oneness. So that would be how the Arcturians work in my life. And this is just to give you guys an idea of what it's like when you connect in with the different star beings in your team, things that they can help you with, things that they can guide and assist you with. And really, it's not looking outside of yourself, because in a higher aspect, we are all in oneness. So the Pleiadians and Sirians, it's interesting. They share a lot of commonality with me. So they definitely assist with consciousness expansion. I'm constantly receiving channeled messages. In fact, I have one that I'll read that was a mixture from one of my councils in a little bit if I have time. I don't know how I'm doing on time, you guys, but if anyone wants to let me know. So they also help me with channeling and access to galactic wisdom and knowledge, again, with the specializations thing, because every time we're in connection with an aspect that we have a parallel with, we are now accessing those specializations. Okay, thank you. We're now accessing those specializations and bringing them into the human experience. That's the whole point of being here, is to bring that in and raise, serve as seeds of light, seeds of codes, wisdom, knowledge, frequency for the rest of humanity. We're all doing that for each other. We're all catalysts, right? Expansion catalysts. And so the Syrians are interesting too, because as Sheila helped me figure out I was a specific type of walk-in, it was, I think, the last one that she mentioned in her presentation earlier. I had a step-in experience, and that's what I called it, a step-in experience. And with that, I requested a bunch of things, and I got them. And the Syrians, I realized much later in life that my Syrian connection, I have 2 parallel lives that are alive and are from Sirius. And both of them, I have 4 that I can just mention right now. I have 4 parallels that are galactic ambassadors for the Federation, which I call Galactic Federation of Light. There's lots of different names for it here, but it's in the overarching confederation. But my Syrian actually is very interesting because I have direct access to a lot of knowledge and wisdom and codes and keys and frequencies. I think we all do. But in particular, the way I'm able to relay them comes a lot from that one of those particular Syrian lives, because they are essentially what we would call, I don't know, like a mystic, a sage, and, also like a scientist all in one. So they are he, I should say, is he has direct access to repositories of information and knowledge. And so a lot of my claircognizant knowing and remembrance comes through that expression. And then the Lyrans, I love this. So the Lyrans help me with mental and emotional intelligence. They help me a lot with my inner work and understanding how to do it and why and what it does and how it will affect, my consciousness expansion. And definitely they've helped me so much understand my multidimensional nature and how to integrate those aspects within my human life. So, my Lyran parallel, I'll say, and just in particular using her, and interacting with her, I get deep understandings of other multidimensional expressions that we can ground into the human experience, like understanding that we can communicate with our parallel aspects. That came through them. And explaining to me that there were parallel aspects came through them. It was furthered by one of my Pleiadian parallel aspects. But I think what we'll find is a lot, just like what Geraldine was talking about earlier, and probably others, is that, we are they and they are us, right? So it's not so much about the names, it's not so much about the races, and it's not so much, it is about the races, like that's a way we can understand it, right? But when we're connecting and communicating in with them, they blend their frequencies a lot. I call it braiding. They braid frequencies for connection and communication. And it could be an angelic being with, a Lyran, with your high self, with, a dragon. You know what I mean? Like whoever's on your team. So to me, it's not as much about the different races and they fit only in this dimension, because a lot of them play in all of the dimensions, right? Including here with us, right? So to me, it's more about the connection that we have and how they're helping us, assisting us to live the human experience, while at the same time changing it from within, because that's what we're doing right now in this period of humanity's evolution and consciousness. We're changing the human experience by what we're choosing in each now moment. And we're deflating things that no longer serve us and aren't fun anymore. And we're inflating things that do serve us as a collective, not only just us as humanity, our co-inhabitants, right? And our planet, right? And then the Andromedans, sorry about that segue. I hope it was entertaining. The Andromedans really helped me with universal and cosmic consciousness and understanding my place within the cosmos and universally. I have a very early Andromedan life when we were creating the Andromedan experience. So, you know, that aspect of me has been around for billions and billions and billions and billions of years. And so they really help me to remember who I am as a soul, not just this human experience and my soul in this, but how my soul aspects, have formed what I'm doing here, right? And why I'm here in the first place, and what I'm here to bring in my own expression with my own experiences, but also what I'm here to offer in service to humanity and, our galactic family, right? So that's what I would say. I had a bunch of other things that I was going to talk about, but I want to make sure I'm okay on time. I think I'll skip, or maybe I'll just do a quick version of the.
Like 5 more minutes, Bridget.
Okay, thank you, Neil. So, let's see, energetic technology. Okay, so let's just talk about consciousness communication real quick, and we'll maybe I'll do a YouTube video on the energetic technology part. So consciousness communication, when you begin to communicate with, we'll just say your star family, beings that are on your soul team, that will come in a lot of different ways for each of us. And really, there is no right or wrong way for it to happen. But what you can do is give them direct feedback. And this is something they wanted to come through very strongly last night, is if and when you find yourself connecting and communicating with your star family, you can and should give them direct feedback about how the communication is happening on your end. If you're only hearing tones, you can say, "Hi, self, I'm only hearing tones in my right ear. I'm not receiving any other information," right? That is possibly them adjusting your technology so that you can better hear one another and send and receive information to each other. If you have unusual things happening within your body, when they're running energy through you and it feels like you have lightning running through you, or they're sending vibrations that feel like it's like water is rippling inside of you. When those kind of things happen, when and if, let them know what is happening. Because as they do understand themselves and oneness with us, there is a lot about the human experience that they don't understand. If you have a sudden bit of download information coming in and it's coming in super frequently and you're having a hard time keeping up, you can say, "Hey guys, can you slow it down a little bit and then build back up?" Because the idea is to be at a place where you can receive all of it, right? But initially, it might be better for you to have it in smaller pockets where you can integrate that information. So I think the end of what I want to say to everyone is you have the ability to communicate and connect with these beings. Every single person on this planet has a soul team. And you can also really assist not only through being open, right, and having the intention to connect and communicate, but you can assist the smoothing of the process, so to speak, by actually communicating what's happening as it goes on. Because some of them have not been human before. Some of them don't know the human experience in the way that we do. And it is really, really, really important to remember that as sovereign beings, we can say that's too much, and it doesn't mean it's going to stop, right? We can also say enough of that right now, and I'll call it back in when I'm ready, right? So as sovereign beings, we can do whatever we want. I highly recommend opening and, allowing things to flow through, but also telling them to taper is okay, right? So take the memory, take this to memory, so to speak. What I'm telling you, you have a team, use them. They're here for a reason. And one of the things I hear on repeat is remember we're here for guidance, right? Remember who you are is playing on repeat, but also remember to ask us for assistance with things. But also what they're bringing through tonight that's really important, I think, for a lot of people who are already entered into this connection and communication is to know that this is a two-way street. And there are many of us, especially star seeds and walk-ins, that come in to help them understand the human experience in a very different way than they did before. So when we do that, direct communication, right? This feels too intense for me. It's too much at this time. That is not a bad thing to say to them. They come from a place where consciousness communication is innate with them, and it is very efficient, and it holds a lot of information simultaneously. So we are learning how to access that within our human experience. So it is okay to tell them, hey, ease up a little bit. Okay, I'm ready for more. Okay, I'm ready for more.
You work with people one-on-one too. You're coaching, you're doing sessions. So just tell people how to find you and when you're on Clubhouse and how to have a private session with you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Alan, for that time step in too. It was very smooth.
I was waiting for a breath. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't take this very often when I talk, So you can find me at BridgetteReneeHoliday.com. That is the word bridge with one T, Renee with 3 E's. Alan has corrected me because I always say E, it's 2 E's at the end. And then Holiday actually has 2 L's. You can find me there, and I offer my service soul work is beyond quantum healing hypnosis. It is also awakening and ascension mentoring, which is kind of what we've been talking about today. And then also I do multidimensional energy healing for those who are really drawn to me for that. It's not my primary focus. But I'm on Clubhouse every Monday and Friday. And Clubhouse is a drop-in audio only app. If you guys don't know what it is, Alan is on there a lot too. That's where we found each other. But
and your club is Awake and Ascend. So go to that club.
Awake and Ascending. Every Monday and Friday at 4:30 Pacific, 7:30 Eastern, and 12:30 a.m. UK. You can find us there. And yeah, come hang out with us. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Bridget.
Thank you, Bridget.
Thank you, guys.
Bridget, you were wonderful. Oh my God.
Thank you.
So happy to have you connecting like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joan. Thank you, Neil.
I'm coming to Clubhouse.
Sure. Well, stick
Joan,
around
these
if you
kisses
want,
are for
Bridget,
you.
because we're gonna after we do a little closing, we're gonna bring everybody on and just say hi to everybody, so you can stick around.
Sharing with everyone. I'm sorry, Marina didn't show up because she always adds a lot to the.
Yeah, we'll have her. I have 2 solo interviews planned with her anyway, so we'll be bringing a lot more awareness. But what a beautiful day, huh?
Oh, I'm amazing day.
So
really exciting. I'm alive, like vibrant from the whole day, and had a lot of my own epiphanies about my relationship to my star family. And I'm betting everyone here had epiphanies about it as well.
Well, that's what I'd love to hear when people come on, just a little quick epiphany if they've had one. After Neil does his poetry, he's going to let everyone on into the pool. So time to share.
Yeah. So many different dynamics shared. It's exactly what I really intended for this event, just kind of put it together and then just chose the people that I felt should be a part of it. But this is just really the beginning of us just expressing our experiences to make this more real, right? And part of what we do is we bring the esoteric to the mainstream and let people know that this is actually real, right? And just not only that, we're also creating community and coming together and literally validating each other when people are like, oh my God, like I've had similar experiences to that. I didn't know what it was, I know individuals that used to have types of experiences that before they woke up thought it was the devil or something like that, but then got in a community where they were with others that have had experiences like this and realized that they had a completely different perception. So what we're doing here is just spreading more awareness into the world so that we can put out this information and really move into a world of full disclosure, but not just disclosure of UFOs, disclosure of the truth of who we are and our spiritual essence. Because ultimately, our bodies, our avatars are so amazing with the abilities that we have and what we can do with our own bodies and our own consciousness. We're only scratching the surface right now. And I feel we're on this upturn that in the years, decades to come, we're going to start doing things that right now are considered magic. But ultimately, those are just our birthrights, our innate gifts.
And everyone who's been listening all day and the ones that coming in and out in the chat room, there must have been 1,000 posts in the chat. It's been very active, which, adds a whole other element to the experience for people. And it's really that's a real example of multidimensionality. You have people talking here and you have people chatting there, and we're kind of in both places. I mean, it demonstrates what we're actually talking about. So thank you, everyone.
And on YouTube. And we're around the world and we're around the galaxy. And let's face it, everyone here has their own spiritual team that's come to this event. And so I'd say we're reaching out to the far reaches and making a huge difference. Because that's what they want us to do, to gather together with them.
Right. And I agree with you, Ellen. I think we should do a Beyond UFO disclosure twice a year, towards the beginning, towards the end, maybe. Just keep this going.
Yeah, and then to kind of wrap it up, because I think we're marking an evolution, so we're here now. I mean, this is a totally different conversation than we would have had last year.
Right.
People are integrating the star knowledge.
And then look forward to the show, the Portal to Ascension show, that's probably going to start in June, where we're going to pick specific topics and themes. For example, for the first few months, we might do UFOs, but it'll be and extraterrestrials, but it'll be specific themes within those topics that we're going to go really, really deep in. And I want to do that monthly, just so that we have an opportunity to just not only introduce people to new speakers on Portal to Ascension and showcase all the things that are happening, but also just continue to create the community, right? Continue to create the networks with each other so that we can really come together and make the real change. And part of that is doing these community-oriented events.
And it's the support that people are receiving in their transformations. It's like Sheila said, you wake up and suddenly your body's healed and you're talking to spirits, what's going on for you. So I think we're also a way for people who are opening up to their spirituality to find out more what that means.
Well, they're connected. It's obviously what everyone said is there's no separation between this higher sense of self and the spirit within. It's like both the inner and the outer are expanding in our awareness.
Yep, exactly. All right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you guys some upcoming events, some things I'm excited about, and do some poetry. And then we'll go ahead and bring everybody on. So if you want to come on at the end, you don't have to. We're going to set everybody as a panelist. You don't have to accept it, or you can just come audio only. But we'll have everybody who wants to come on, come, and then a couple of people can share. We can even take a group photo, so we'll do all that. But let me get into here real quick and share with you some amazingness coming up at Portal to Ascension. First of all, if you want to continue the experience, in about 45 minutes from now, I'm doing another event with Jim Myers it's a MUFON OC event, and he is the foremost researcher on Sasquatch. That's a $12 event. If you guys want to come to that, you can just go to portaltoascension.org, online events. It's right there. And I'm going to basically go through these events at semi-fast rate just to show you the epicness of what's in store just over the next few months, okay? So next weekend is the Sumerians and Mesopotamia online conference, which is an all-day event, about 8 to 9 hours, featuring William Henry, Paul Wallace, Andrew Collins, Sari Michael White, Shariah Damra, and myself. We're going to be going deep into light being awareness, the extraterrestrials, Nibiru, Epic of Gilgamesh, the flood story, the biblical connection, Genesis, the Garden of Eden. Super amazing, based on a lot of awareness that we've kind of had in this community for quite some time in regards to the Sumerians, but we're taking it extremely Bless you.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Okay. And then we also have William Henry, Awakening the Pearl. He's doing his 2-day workshop online, which is going to be around 10 hours of events, 10 hours of time with William. It's going to be in April. And that is going to be his light body teachings. My presentation, Galactic Origins, Dimensions, and Black Holes, will be at the end of this month. Michael Tellinger, we're doing a monthly series with him. And then in March, we have the Ancient Egypt and Extraterrestrial Connection event that we spoke about earlier, so I'm not going to go into that. Following that, mysticism, indigenous healing, and modern encounters with other dimensions, with a new speaker on Portal to Ascension. Joan and myself will be interviewing her on the YouTube on March 1st, so stay tuned for the interview. Marina Seren will be doing
who was that new person, Neil? Who was that?
Christine Clawley. I found her at the International Near-Death Experiencer conference that I did, and she talks about her near-death experience and what happened after it. And
what's her name?
Christine Clawley.
Oh, Christine Clawley.
And she is such an amazing person that I had to contact her after the event and figure out some events that she can be a part of. So she's going to be part of like 3 events this year in Portal to Ascension. Right. After that, Marina Seren, Make Contact with Extraterrestrials workshop, different ways you can make contact with ETs. And since I'm drilling through this, yeah, feel free to jump in anytime, guys. Laura Eisenhower, Divine Intervention and the Power of Creative Imagination, March 19th. Kamora Jones, Creative Identity of the Soul.
Great.
Yep. Extraterrestrial Races, Planets, and Technologies, March 26th.
We talked about that. Some of these speakers from today are going to be on it.
Exactly. Phil Gruber, March 27th, Mary Magdalene, Daughter of Zion, Resurrection of Eve. Following that is our 2nd annual Pyramid Knowledge Conference, which is probably the most groundbreaking, epicness, scientific, sacred geometrical, esoteric conference I've ever put on, that literally will like redefine your awareness on just like what pyramids we used for. The one last year went for 12 hours and we had some amazing information shared. This one, we're going to be going even deeper into some info here, including the healing properties of certain frequencies coming out of specific pyramids, next level awareness. And then the free event that I've been waiting years to put on, Psychology, Science, Evidence Behind After-Death Communication and Near-Death Experiences, on April 3rd. Kristen Clawley is a part of that one as well. The Pleiades, the ancient, present, and future connection with Earth. Of course, the Portal to Ascension Conference, following by Joan of Angels, How to Use the Intuitive Gifts You Were Born With.
That's going to be a great one. It'll help you navigate today's times.
And I know I'm saying a lot here, guys, so this isn't for you to know everyone. It's just for you to know what's in store, right? So then this is one that I've always wanted to do as well. Paranormal, Magic, and Ancient Folklore Conference. That's going to be extremely exciting event.
Who do you have for that one?
All new speakers, people I've been researching for a couple of years in order to get. Let me see. I'll show you right now. Probably don't know any of them.
No, I don't know any of them.
Yep.
Looks great though.
Yeah, it's going to be good. And then the Kundalini Online Conference, which is a tri-production between Alan, myself, and Joan.
That is going to be a very activating conference because there's a bunch of people there who are in the flow of Kundalini. So I think it'll be a transmission.
Yes.
It should be. And some of those speakers are going to be on the 3-day online conference also.
Right.
So you'll get introduced to them beforehand. Yeah. And then I'm doing my Creation Stories, Origin of Humanity presentation on June 5th. Then the 2-day Indus Valley and Ancient India online conference, which is probably going to be the most full circle Ancient India event ever put together. It's been like a year and a half in the making of getting these people together. And we're going to go back around 20,000 years of Ancient India awareness. And we're going to speculate on even older traditions that probably happened in India and look at astronomical alignments to prove the existence of the Mahabharata and the Ramayana and archaeological digs and all types of stuff. Michael Cremo is one of the people in there. An Empath's Guide to the Galaxy with Stephanie Redfeather. Wow. Ancient Greece online conference. We're going to go hardcore into ancient Greece, around 4,000 years of Greek history. The Hybrids, 2nd annual. Ultimate Sound and Frequency webinar, which is mine. and coming up to an end here, the Crystal Skulls Conference that Alan, myself, and Joan are working on together, September 3rd.
Right.
That has some amazing people.
And some amazing skulls. These skulls are actually beings for some people.
Yep. And then I am offering a 3-week mastermind course on conscious business and how to upscale your business, which includes a one-on-one session before, one-on-one session afterwards, and a step-by-step plan in order to basically eventually become full-time doing your conscious work. So that's going to be coming up, soon as well. Because I do solo sessions with people, but I don't really have time for that anymore. So I'm doing a mastermind instead.
Now, if you become a member of Portal to Ascension, do you get all this, or how does that work?
Well, there's no annual membership. There's only per event. There are a few. Okay, so I have a little bit of annual members from when I had it a few years ago, but I'm not really pushing it because it's per event. And you know how our scale works, our business model works. 70% of all the proceeds that we bring in go to the speakers.
Right. But if people sign up for any one of them, do they have access to all your online?
If you sign up to any one of those, you have access to a few thousand presentations. However, everybody in the room right now is on the Portal to Ascension email list, so they already have access. So everybody who's on YouTube who's not on our email list, go ahead and sign up. But everybody in the room right now pretty much is a Portal to Ascension member. And you guys, you should know already, you have like thousands of presentations or hours available to you to watch.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
poetry, and then like a little group chat.
Yeah, let's do it.
a group love on.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go 3 poems here, and I picked up the most esoteric, the most extraterrestrial intergalactic poems. I have albums of different, folders of different awareness, and these 3 are from my intergalactic awareness album. So the first one here is called The Source. The tunnel shines bright light of frequencies, quantum realities that I step into by breathing in the ether. Starbursts from the galactic center disperse newly recycled matter to the ends of the galaxy, where resides all of humanity. Look from a distance, this infinity symbolizes consistency. Everlasting mentality, consciousness gravitationally inclined. We see so many stars in front of our eyes. Gives the black hole its disguise. Pull us closer to the origin, slowly because we just begun this cycle once again. It's time to begin this cycle once again. The tunnel shines bright light of spirituality. Descended from interdimensional energy, love is the only thing we see as reality. By egotistically drawn to fight struggles, find a balance and juggle my higher and my lower self from destruction, corruption, through sin, observe the infinite end of a universe within. Love for myself has allowed me to befriend all in existence. We all came from the stars, bloodlines from Mars. We don't have to travel far to find the balance within, so we may love ourselves and all other creatures and humans. So enter the solar system of soul. It's just another day. Sun cast away, hiding in space. New moon appear as to black the sky fades. Pluto in retrograde. Saturn's rings. I feel gravitationally pulling as Jupiter is the king, protecting Earth's inhabitants from the asteroid that sings. A chapter of a story. Another one closes. A new species arose with self-awareness, genetically changed, mutated neural networks within the brain to construct limitation of mind, to move away from the God inside, consumed with temptation and bribes, fed greed and lies from the elite who thrive on contractual, linear time, blocking the subconscious signs that we are all one, crop circles of sacred geometrically run, universal abundance, moving away from the worship of the sun, leading nations with bombs and guns. We were all victims to our own creation, to the evolution of the Masons. So I'm pacing back and forth, smoking herb on my porch, looking at the skies, contemplating why I chose to come down this time, contemplating it will be time for all of humanity to thrive. As an Arcturian warrior of light, I gave up trying to fight. Now I embrace the upcoming arrival, the evolution of a godly race. No more denial. No more denial. The evolution of our godly race. No more denial. rejoin the Galactic Federation. Last poem here. And then there was one. Life untangled, rhymers undone. Life source drained, vanity explained, following those with fame, always fight and complain, answer remains the same. Control with borders and tamed, locked up and enslaved, riding the quantum wave, through awareness we are saved, ascend and fade away and live for today and don't play games or get erased from this place. One face. Unity of race, consciousness explained, end of human reigns, galactic alliance remains a true cosmic place amongst the stars in space. Aware now in case reincarnation takes my next life away. So ascend and pray, not for monetary gains, but an escape from superficial ways. Life is just a phase that one day be replaced by pure energy and an entirely new intergalactic race. Life is just a phase that will one day be replaced by pure energy and an entirely new intergalactic race. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Should we bring everyone up?
Yep.
Yeah, just for like, how long do we have actually?
We got 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think just share a little sharing and a little feedback and a little community. Because we're, you know, this is about community. So, and if people don't want to put their camera on, don't want to share, you don't have to. If you want to, we're happy to, because this is not about us, it's about all of us. So, all right, how many people we have now? We have 65, 60.
Yep.
60.
Thank you to all the troopers sticking around all day.
We had over 280, I think, at some point.
Yeah, that's how we started. Yep.
280. That's a great number.
And you had over 1,000 signed up.
Yeah, we got 1,250 signed up. So a lot of people will be watching the replay.
Right.
There's a lot of good material here.
Alan, can you help me make some people panelists here?
Oh,
yes. I'll just get them on for panelists.
So come on, everybody. You should get a pop-up asking if you want to join. Start your cameras.
Okay, let me just get them on here.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes. Don't see you though, but hearing's fine.
There we go.
Hey.
I'm in the middle of dinner. Sorry.
Guess I don't know how to turn people into.
I'm not seeing the ability to turn people.
Okay, maybe only the host can do it.
I think.
Yeah, that's just
I
what
don't
I
think
was
I'm
thinking.
a co-host.
I thought we were co-hosts.
You are co-host, but maybe only host can do it, I guess.
Oh.
Limited, huh? Didn't give us the keys to the whole thing, huh?
That's okay. Hey,
Brandon. Only be one host.
Humor, Brandon.
Hanging in there, Brandon. Good comments. Did you have something particular, Brandon, that you like really stood out for you? Unmute yourself. Unmute. Yes.
Where do I begin?
Anywhere.
Yeah. No, in the US. I guess all the parts about just maybe it was in the chat, but what was going on with everything. We were talking about how all the different things that you start to notice, like my two guardians, or I found out are Arcturian. And I guess in the chat we were talking about how, like, you know, different ways of like communicating that I didn't even realize that they were doing, like about like stuff that's going on. Like I play music, so a lot of times I'll be thinking about something and like a certain lyric from a song or a chorus will pop in my head and it'll be the exact like answer. It's like, it's almost like, you know, like a very humorous way, and all the time the way they do it. And you know, this but I also realized like a lot of times to where I guess there were points to where I felt like, you know, maybe like the communication was like dwindling or, you know, something like that. But then I realized like a lot of times like I think Geraldine was saying about maybe like how like the communication of when you're raising yourself higher, the frequency and everything, the communication is much higher. And I find myself like a lot of times if I'm like focused on like a lot of lower vibrational things or like the news and stuff, like my contact is like, it's kind of like the radio that's just kind of like going in and out of static. But like once I've been doing this to get like all the synchronicities that have been happening during all the day, like during this, like spot on and everything. So I'm just learning to adjust to, you know,
Well,
get better.
Well, that's a good point. When the
Brandon.
synchronicities happen, you are in sync. What was that? Was who
That was
that?
Bridget. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
Oh
Alan.
no, go
I was
ahead.
just gonna, part of what I skipped over, I think was for you. They were saying that you can request energetic technology upgrades and new energetic technology. And one of my things that I requested a long time ago when I was having a period of time where I felt like I was blocked, which we're never really blocked, right? It's an illusion that we're presenting for ourselves. But what they did when I requested to hear them loudly and clearly is they inserted energetic technology that goes from my neck. It looked like a crystal initially, and now it's like sacred geometry, but they inserted it in here. And it's dormant most of the time, because the thing that a lot of people don't realize is that we'll call it energetic technology, but it can also be called implants, although it may not be physical, right? The ones from our soul team are free will based, right? So we can ask for adjustments and activations and different things like that. And they will insert, within our technology and harmonize all of the rest of the technology for it. And we can utilize that in moments like that. So when I'm stressed out or nervous, it's not as easy to channel when you're like that, right? But if I want to, I can activate it just by thinking. And it clears the pathway for me. It does other things too. So just remember that you can request things like this for yourself and for your communication. And the Arcturians are so good at that.
Let's hear from some other people. Thanks, Bridget. That was great. Anyone else want to share like a moment or revelation or epiphany or something?
Go ahead, Ron. You're waving your hand. Go ahead.
Well,
Yeah.
okay, thank you. I was just going to respond to Brandon or Russell talking about music lyrics coming in, and it was so fun exchanging in the chat about that, because it's kind of a funny thing that happens to me, because in my guides, I guess, they have a great sense of humor, and they like to mess with me, and we were talking about that in the chat. So hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Okay, who was next? Antonio and then Justin.
Sure. I mean, the whole presentation was amazing. There's overwhelmed, and then I'm somewhere over here. Like the amount of information was just, I don't know, vibing hard. And some of y'all who were reading the chat, you would see some of the synchronicities I encountered in this presentation. This morning, I put on a movie that I mentioned, and Geraldine was featured in the movie. I didn't know she was part of this presentation. A few days ago, someone suggested I buy Rey's book, and it arrived during the presentation. Just weird things like that happening all throughout this presentation. So, I'm taking it as a good sign that this is the right crowd to be, surrounded by, and thankful to have found everybody.
Well, we're thankful for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's not use the word weird, because in our universe, these things are normal and they're natural and they're part of nature and they're part of our consciousness. So let's really start using the right words to express the amazement of it, the awesomeness of it.
Awesome. Yes. Yeah. That's a much better word. It will take some time to, I guess, to turn the key and, internalize all of it as normal. It's still so astonishing to me that this stuff happens. And it's been happening since I had my experience, and I hope it continues to happen. So
Great.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Justin, you were up next.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me here and allowing me to share in this experience. I'm just totally vibrating on a level of gratitude right now. And to mirror what Antonio was saying, it's, comforting to be around like-minded people. And one of the things, Bridget, I enjoyed that you said the most was just, you discussed like the different relations, the dynamics of what our spirit guides can be like, and how, necessarily on our plane, things can be scary or deceptive, but tuning into it and taking that next step of bravery can really, it's different for everybody, right? But I think it creates that synchronicity. And you mentioned like the weaving of energies. I mean, for me, I have 2 spirit guides that are Catholic saints, like Saint Francis, Saint Anthony. And like the other gentleman was saying, sometimes when I'm, as I mentioned in the chat, like in the kitchen or in that frequency, I'll hear them speak to me. And St. Francis is known for being peaceful. And he's kind of like, okay, let's just relax. Meanwhile, St. Anthony, who's known for like having the way, he's like, let's go, party, this, that, and the other, because there's that like certainty, right? And I think it's just very comforting and refreshing to be here, like I said, in a community of people where we can sort of assimilate that language. And I can learn so much from, spirit guides and astrology to just the planes and the dimensions that this expands on. So I'm super grateful, and I'm just really in awe of the whole thing, to be honest. So yeah, thank you all. It's incredible.
Let me just ask you one question. Is it helpful and satisfying to be in the chat and conversing, like Brandon and you and Antonio, Justin, you were big parts of that. Was that a big part of today?
Yeah, for sure. I'm a big talker, and I'm a pretty deep intellectual person. I think we all are, not trying to compare by any means, but I think that definitely adds to the dynamic of this. And even, these few minutes we have here and now, being able to see each other and chat after taking it all in, it's just, it just adds to the whole experience. And I think it creates another layer, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Another wavelength. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Anyone there? Geraldine, did you want to say something about today? You were on a lot. I know you're really busy, but you were here.
Oh, yes. It was such a pleasure to be here. The whole day was magnificent. I did have a chance to hear some of the presentations, and I just want to say thank you to you guys, because you guys do so much work to put this together, and it is so needed. Everything that you guys are putting on. It's a very unique frequency of information that we're sharing, very high level, and it's kind of all encompassing, the different aspects of contact, everything from the spiritual multidimensional part to the mechanics of the universe to the more scientific and research part, like, for example, things that are being studied and researched. So yeah, just happy to be a part of it. Thank you very much.
Great. Anyone? How about Rev? Your mic's off. Go ahead, Rev. Jeffrey, yes.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Yes, you guys are awesome. And I couldn't tell you how many wonderful experiences I had. Rey Hernandez, of course, his work is just mind-boggling, how much he did. And I just, so appreciate all the effort he's put in to put all that together. So that's absolutely fascinating. And of course, Making Contact is one of the most wonderful little books I've ever seen. It really is. And it just so brings it all together in a perfect little way that so many people can integrate it. Even my son, for instance. So I don't know what else to say, except I always, I come from the people of the art crystal. That's where I spend most of my time, over there in the Resident Science Foundation, where it's amazing because we're publishing unification, and it's done. I mean, it's all going to work out so beautiful. The unified physics, the paper should be published shortly, and it really will be the most comprehensive leap forward from the scientific community into understanding the unification of how everything comes together. And
if he wants to come on and do a presentation about that unification, I think it would be great.
It's coming. I mean, I thought it would be fun to have a big party once these papers get, a little bit after the paper gets published. I mentioned it to Deborah and Scott, maybe we should have a
Yeah.
huge party where we just celebrate the solution of unification finally on the planet. So
when is that happening? What do you think it'll
well,
be?
it's the papers keeps, it keeps promising this should be here. They're all going down to Mexico for a big gathering down there. But the paper, it just to tie in all the loose ends from the past of the other models so that the new model can be connected to the old model. So scientists can't, they'll have to be drawn into it. They won't be.
Wow.
They won't be able to. It'll be tied into, it has a solution for all the constants that never been before. So it's going to have so much never before stuff that the scientists are going to have to be drawn into it.
Wow.
So, of course, as he always says, it'll be published when it's published. But I would say very shortly. Very short.
Jeffrey's talking about Nassim Haramein from the Resonance Project. He's been working on a unified field theory of Einsteinian, quantum, Newtonian, pulling it all together because it hasn't been pulled together in the past. And
of course, it's got all the non-local. The proton is a mini black hole connected to all the other black holes. It's a beautiful model, and it's just now it's going to have everything tied in to all the constants in the planet, in science. So it's going to be the most beautiful thing, and very excited. Right. Yes, I think we ought to have a huge celebration.
Okay.
Once a little bit after it gets out there. Yeah. So that.
Thanks. Okay.
And again, I can't even tell you how amazing it is, and how grateful I feel to be here with this aspect of it. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay.
And Lovevolution is the solution.
Lovevolution. How about you, Denise? You've been here for a while. Unmute.
Hi, everyone. I'm connecting all the way from the Philippines. And I'm just happy that finally I'm beginning to connect with you guys. So that means prayers have been heard, frequencies have been connected. And I just want to tell everyone too that here and where I am, this is still a taboo. This is still something unreal, and I decided when I really want to, to stay committed to my own journey, that I would want to be a living testimony that this is real, that I can have the faith and faiths with me. I do agree with Justin telling, that you have Catholic guides. We are very rooted in Catholicism, and I still have my Catholicism and my soul fam. I'm heavily relied to the Syrians and the Arthurians, the Arians and Evans too. So recently I've been learning that I am a hybrid. And yeah, I'm just blessed. I'm gonna be cutting my time short too, because I'm sure everybody here wants to share a bit. But really, thank you for making this space. Thank you for making us feel safe to just be. I look up to everyone, and now I'm actually writing all your names and doing a research, and hopefully I get to chat too. So really, thank you for being a miracle too.
That is
Much
very
love,
touching.
fam. Very.
Thank you, Denise. And Denise actually messaged me on Instagram recently, and you told me about your hybrid connections, and I want to talk to you some more. And if you're willing to, maybe share your story a little later, in a different event. That'd be amazing.
For sure.
Mhm.
I'd love to. Thank you also.
Nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Heartfelt and genuine and loving. Thank you. And this is a worldwide phenomenon. It's everyone. We're here. Okay. Who else? How about you, Ron? Did you say something? No, Ron Thomas. You feel like saying?
Hi. Alicia Southworth has had her hand up much longer than.
Oh, go ahead.
I did. So, but I do want to say something next.
Okay, Alicia. Where's her? Alicia. Yes, Alicia. Hi. Can you unmute? Thanks. I didn't see her hand. It was over the white paper. Yes. Okay. Alicia.
Okay. Hi. Yes, I unmuted myself. Thank you. This is so awesome. Talking to such a huge family feels almost overwhelming, but I felt this nudge. Yes, raise your hand. Step out. And I really want to thank you all. If I were a man and wore a hat, I would take my hat off to all of you, Neil and Alan and Joan. So beautiful. What stands out for me is the empowerment that comes across with every speaker, and just with your presence holding this channel and developing it. This empowerment of crossing the veil of the dimensions. And I'm bringing in more angels, more people from other dimensions. They're all on order. Now and then 1 or 2 pop up in a 3-dimensional experience. Not too many though. So it's just such a treat to have this huge family all over the world holding the web and weaving it. So just basically, thank you very much. And I'm being so encouraged to speak up, to dare to speak up and to be who I am.
Where are you calling us from? Where are you from?
From Hawaii.
Hawaii.
I live in Hawaii.
Thanks for joining us today. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
it's a
Lucia.
treat. Thank you.
So Alan, after Ron, we do have to close up because I have to start the
Okay.
other event in 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll be very brief. I just got an email back from Rey Hernandez. I emailed him and asked him if he was open to have any remote healers work with him for his eyesight issue. And so timely that he got back just in time. I got it just a few minutes ago. And he said, yes, he's very open to that. And I know that anyone with integrity who has the ability to put out remote healing efforts would never do it without permission. So please, let's put it out and spread it around and make it go around the world.
Should we just do 1 minute or 30 seconds for Ray right now?
Let's do it.
Sure, I'd be open to that if you guys have time, but also pass it on, okay?
Okay, so should we just do just like, let's say 20 seconds, okay? Just focus on Ray and send him and his eyes, healing energy. Thank you. You know, when you pray for someone else, it also helps us. That's what Lynn McTaggart said. But thank you.
Thank you, everybody. So Moses just reminded me that today is also full moon energy, right? So we're tapping into that frequency too.
But that was a sacred
moon.
space. For a moment, we were in another reality, all of us.
Mhm.
Felt it.
That shifted. Yeah.
All right. Alan, do you want to just say a couple things? We really do have to end in 3 minutes here.
I know.
So Alan and Joan, go ahead.
Oh, for me, it's always fulfilling to know all these parts of the world are being connected, and it's like a group mind is being created, and it feeds that bigger part of me, and I feel like we're really can make a difference. We really are making a difference, and it's satisfying on many, many levels just to see everyone's beautiful face and know who's out there and just feel them, feel all of us. So thanks for the opportunity of creating this, Neil, Joan, everyone here, my good friend Phil, Geraldine, everybody.
Found my copy of Making Contact.
Oh, thank you. Phil has the original copy.
So, Alan, Alan, I love the way you handle people and work with this energy. But Neil, amazing. But I'm really happy I was on here today. I love that people are connecting to who they are, and all this information still goes into how we take it in our own consciousness. And just to be, my own vibration has gone beyond the 14th dimension today. That's my response to it. and in feeling the energy. And Geraldine, you're beautiful. And we have, where did you go over here? Bridget, and just all, the speakers were amazing. And you guys, I think the people who are with us make us feel so great. And thank you for watching.
Yeah.
Great
And
experience,
thanks-
Rosalind. Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks
so much,
to all the
everybody.
people on the chat on YouTube, all the YouTube chats.
Yeah, yeah.
That's been
So we
going
have
on.
a lot more amazingness in store, believe it or not. And people on the YouTube, go ahead and subscribe. I'm going live tomorrow with another event. When I originally created this event, it was supposed to be 3 hours. And then all my friends started contacting me saying, can I speak? Can I speak? Can I speak? I kept saying, I couldn't say no. So it ended up being 7 hours. And
I remember when you mentioned it, you said, oh, I have this idea. It's just going to be impromptu. I'm not even going to do a website. It's a couple of hours and people are just going to download. It's just going to be fun.
Yeah. So, but it was extremely fun. And I did cut it to the wire because I have another event starting in 10 minutes, but it worked out perfectly. I just want to say that like the amount of plans and projects that we have in store, a couple of new websites too. One website specifically dedicated to true world history, exposing our history, with over 2,000 hours of presentations we've created on our true history. That's being launched soon. Plant Medicine University, sponsored by Portal to Ascension. We're launching that soon. So many amazing projects. But the next impromptu event that you're going to receive, right, besides the ones I showed you, is going to be Heal the Divide online conference. It's going to be the same kind of format. We're just going to do 7 hours straight, heal the divide, just unity consciousness information, because that's what really needs to happen. Divide and conquer has been the name of the game since we can remember the game. And that's duality for you. But the way we create singularity is by realizing that we have way more in common than we have different. One of which is we live on this planet rotating around this sun together, right? And we all have some sort of amnesia where we don't remember our multidimensionality. So as we start reclaiming these pieces and regain our sovereignty, we need to heal the divide that's been created for so long. So that's truly what does UFOs have to do with consciousness, meditation? Well, we're not going to have a world with these advanced craft, with us interacting with ETs, unless we really do the inner work. And that's what this event today was about. And I just want to say I love you all so much. Appreciate you all. And that's about it.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Neil and
Have a beautiful evening, everybody. Appreciate you.
Did you get that screenshot?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the screenshot real quick.
Yeah,
Okay, hold
little
up.
Family photo. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Got it.
Okay.
All
right. Love you all.
See you soon, everyone.
Okay,
Thank you.
bye, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thanks,